Is that Master Mo Yang you all speak of that incredible? Xianxia asks doubtfully. To be capable of inciting the agitation of so many people, causing them to go into a frenzy? Who is this Master Mo Yang? Just what kind of magical abilities does he possess? Yes, he is extremely incredible. Reverence can be heard from the vendor's tone. He is an expert appraiser. Appraiser. Xianxia nods his head. Appraiser and gourmet are both special occupations. However, the former is a middle nine paths occupation. This occupation may not be as glorious as apothecaries, blacksmiths and formation masters, but it is capable of sending innumerable people into hysteria. That is because they are able to tell whether an item is a treasure or not just by looking at it. In the field of treasure speculation, they possess golden fingers that make them an existence similar to the god of gambling. Many people would follow behind reverently them the moment they appear in public. Treasure speculation is a commercial activity similar to Earth's rock speculation. There are some ancient treasures whose original radiance is buried under the cloak of rock and faunus. Just by the outer appearance itself, the most one could do is to identify what the artifact is. It is impossible to tell the tier of the treasure and the specifications of it. Rock speculation, information on it left on the bottom. Its true form will only be revealed when the exterior of the artifact is cleaned. There are many treasure dealers who choose not to clean up these treasures and sell them in such a form instead. This is similar to the concept of rock gambling, after which the buyer would purchase the artifact based on their discernment ability and intuition and clean up its exterior afterward. If they are lucky, it might turn out to be a supreme treasure which would make them millionaires in an instant. On the other hand, it is also possible for them to go bankrupt after investing greatly on some useless object. Heaven on one side and hell on the other. It is due to the very unpredictability of the game that many people are obsessed with it, sometimes even going crazy over it. Appraisers are capable of ascertaining whether a treasure is real or not. Those who are more capable are even able to make a judgment on an artifact before it has been tidied up. Thus, even though the occupation is only of the middle nine paths, the charms of it has attracted many to walk on such a road. After all, it is the Midas's touch. As long as they think that it is a treasure, people would buy it no matter how expensive they are. This Master Mo Yang arrived here 7 days ago. It is rumored that he is an incredible appraiser from some other kingdom. However, back then, no one paid him any notice. The vendor introduces Master Mo Yang excitedly. The first day, when someone wanted to buy a wine bottle-like object that costs about 100 gold coin, Master Mo Yang tried to persuade him otherwise. However, that person refused to listen, and in the end, after wiping it clean, it is proven that there is a problem with the object and it isn't worth a single gold coin. The second day, Master Mo Yang persuaded a fighter to spend 200 gold coins to buy a treasure. That person refused to believe him, so he didn't buy it. Thus, Master Mo Yang bought it himself, and after it is wiped clean, it turned out to be a mortal pinnacle weapon. It is something that cannot be bought even with several thousand gold coins. He profited several dozen folds in an instant. That filled the fighter with so much regret that the thought of suicide even crossed his mind. By the third day, he was already very famous. There are many people who wanted his guidance on what they should buy. However, only a lucky lad was granted that opportunity. He advised him to buy a small jade bottle that is worth 500 gold coins. At that moment, many people thought that he had erred. No matter how incredible that jade vase is, it can't possibly be worth such a sum. Who knew that the moment it is opened, 6 tier 6 pills were found inside. Someone even offered to buy that vase for 10,000 gold coins on the spot. The vendor's eyes light up. That is to say, a profit of 20-fold. That is too incredible. The next few days, he came by the market every day, and he only advised a single person on each day. Even so, the person that he chooses is certain strike it rich. Many people went frenzied over this. Thus, they started to camp here from day to night, hoping to win his favor so that he would offer them his pointer. Now that he's here again, it is not abnormal for those people to be so agitated. Amazing! Hearing the story of Master Mo Yang, Xianxia's eyes light up as he nods his head in approval. To be able to appraise the true worth of a treasure under a layer of moss and silt, his eye for discernment must be extraordinary. That's right. I possess the library of Heaven's Path, so does it mean that I am able to do it as well? Xianxia's eyes light up. The library of Heaven's Path allows one to see through the true nature of things just by coming into contact with it. Other people might need some luck in treasure speculation, but he doesn't need such a thing. There is an easy way for me to strike it rich. Upon such thoughts, Xianxia is unable to calm his agitated heart. In rock speculation, before buying a rock, others would need to study the various aspects of the rock to deduce whether jade would come out of it. However, Xianxia is different. Just by touching the artifact with his hands, the library of Heaven's Path in his mind would automatically generate an answer for him. Purchasing the artifact after knowing the answer, it would be a simple matter for him to profit out of this trade. It just happens to his wages are low and he didn't have much money. So, this is a good opportunity for him to give it a try to earn a sum. Following the directions given by the vendor, Xianxia soon arrived at the hall where treasure speculation is conducted. As he expected, the sight in here isn't much different from rock speculation. All kinds of treasures are placed on an elevated platform and every single one of them are thickly covered by a layer of moss, silt, rust and rock. It is already a difficult task to make out the shape of the artifacts, needless to say, appraise its value. Let me give it a try first. It is true that Xianxia is unable to discern between them just by sight alone. Although Xianxia suspects that the Library of Heaven's Path is able to peer into the true nature of the artifact, he is unable to ascertain it. Thus, to verify his theory, he casually touches an artifact that is about the size of a human's head. Wang! His mind jolts and a book appears in the library. Ornamental vase, forged by a 1mo craftsman from Southern Kiln. Flaws. It has cracks on it and could shatter at any moment. The description of the artifact is compiled into a book. Despite being massive, it turned out to be a trash. Xianxia comments impassively as his eyes glitter in excitement. Just as he thought. As long as he comes into physical contact with it, he is able to receive a detailed introduction on the artifact. Thus, he need not fear no matter how well hidden these treasures are. He would surely be able to identify them accurately. He casually touches a few of the larger artifacts before him and realizes that none of them are of great value. He continues on with a dozen of the artifacts by the sides, but they aren't really valuable either. Xianxia can't help but shake his head. It is no wonder the sellers of these artifacts are able to profit out of it and that appraisers are so well received. The probability of a true treasure appearing among them is way too low. Ah, master. Please give me some pointers. I am willing to pay you for your advice. Master, I'm begging you. Just as he is randomly touching the treasures casually, piercing screams echo outside the hall as the sought-after Master Mo Yang walks over. The eyes of those chasing behind him are crimson red, and they look as though they have gone mad. Master, as long as you offer me your pointer, this young girl will obey every single command of yours. Master, I am willing to bear your babies, as long as you guide me. There are even women who are sticking close to him, trying to seduce him with their physical charms. Xianxia is flabbergasted. He is way too popular. It seems as though with a single word of Master Mo Yang, countless girls would be willing to serve him tonight. I will be leaving Tianxian Royal City tonight. In order to show my gratitude for the warmth everyone has welcomed me with, I will appraise for 5 people today. You all need not vie over it. There is a chance for everyone who is fated with me. Upon reaching the treasure speculation hall, Master Mo Yang stops. This Master Mo Yang has a snowy white beard, which exposes his advanced age. Yet, his skin is smooth and shiny without a single crease on it, probably because he maintained his skin diligently. His eyes have an aura of superiority, making one feel inadequate in comparison. As such, no one is willing to meet his gaze. Leaving tonight? Master, why don't you stay for a few more days? Why are you leaving so soon? Hearing that the master is about to depart from the city, Looks of anxiety appear on the faces of the crowd. It is rare for an appraiser to appear in Tianxian Royal City, and yet he is leaving just after a few days? I still have matters to attend to. Master Mo Yang's eyebrows shoot upwards. He carries with him a demeanor unique to experts, and his disposition is reminiscent of a flowing river, unable to grasp with certainty. How about this? I will increase the number of treasures I will appraise today from 5 to 10. You all also know that appraising isn't an easy task. It drains one's strength and energy. 10 is already my limit. Master, rest assured, as long as you help me pick out an artifact for me, I am willing to compensate you. A middle-aged man shouts from the crowd. Yeah, we are willing to compensate you. As long as Master chooses something out for me, regardless of the cost of the item I am willing to pay Master the same amount of money. There are quite a few people who started yelling in response to his words. Based on the battle records of the Master, those who had received his pointers has each earned several folds of the amount they had invested initially. As long as they are able to obtain a true treasure, paying a little bit of money in compensation is nothing in comparison. Humph! Master Mo Yang flings his arm and interrupts the discussions of the crowd. Frowning, he declares with an aura of superiority, I, Mo Yang, didn't learn appraisal for money. The reason why I am appraising for you all is not to make a wealth. If I really desired money, there is no need for me to help you all. I just have to appraise an artifact and sell it myself. Won't I earn a bigger fortune that way? Kong! The crowd is stumped for words. His words aren't wrong. With his eye of discernment, he could just buy those artifacts that he had appraised to be treasures for himself, and he would be able to easily earn a big sum out of it. The reason why I promised to appraise for you all is because your warmth has moved me. Money is fleeting to me, similar to the clouds. Money is easy to earn, but friendship is priceless. With both his hands behind his back, Master Mo Yang exudes an aura of an unworldly saint that mortals can only look up to. He continues, the reason why I promised to appraise artifacts for you all is because of our relationship, not for money. If anyone were to continue talking about money, then don't bother asking me to appraise for you. Master, your words are wise. We were too impertinent. We can never hope to match up the Master in terms of morals. I have never conceded to anyone in my entire life. Today, you are the first one I will concede to, Master. Hearing the words of the Master, those who were shouting about paying him previously felt ashamed of themselves. Look at how he carries himself, then look at ourselves. Is there even a basis for comparison? No wonder he is a master while we are just small fries. However, before I start appraising for you all, I would like to say something. An appraiser can only heighten the possibility of attaining a treasure. I cannot promise you all that you all will get a treasure with 100% probability. Master Mo Yang continues. Master, we all are aware that treasure speculation brings about risk. Your ability to discern treasure from trash is far superior to us, and we trust in you. We believe in Master's judgment. We know the rules. How can one possibly lay their hands on treasures all the time? However, we believe that Master would definitely be able to help us profit. Everyone starts shouting simultaneously. Since everyone believes in me, then I will go ahead and embarrass myself. May I know which friend here would like me to choose an artifact for him? Master Mo Yang surveys the surrounding. Me! Me! In an instant, innumerable people raise their hands and leap about in excitement. The appeal of an appraiser is clear to see. Every action of theirs can make people go into a frenzy. All right, you. Master Mo Yang points, and a pot-bellied middle-aged man walks out from the crowd, still unable to believe the fact that he has been chosen. Me? Is it really me? It's you. Master Mo Yang nods his head with a smile on his face, the aura of a master clearly exuding through his actions. Thank you, Master. The middle-aged man leaps in excitement as he stares at the elder before him with a desirous gaze. Master, may I ask which one of them should I buy? Let me take a look. Flinging his sleeves, he walks forward. He calmly gazes upon the numerous artifacts placed on the platform. The crowd turns silent along with his actions, not daring to speak out loud for fear of distracting him. Soon, he stops and places his palm on one of the artifacts. After feeling the exterior of the artifact gently, he seems to use some kind of special technique that results in the shuddering of his entire body. A moment later, his face pales slightly. "All right, you can buy this one. I have just taken a look at it with my special technique, and it is worth quite a sum." Master Mo Yang turns around and informs the middle-aged man. "This one." The eyes of the middle-aged man light up and he rushes forward to take a look. It is a gigantic treasure that has been enveloped by a thick layer of rock, to the point that the entire artifact simply looks like a giant boulder. This kind of treasure is the hardest to clean. Furthermore, given its massive size, being around the height of a human, it would take at least a day or two to chip the stone off of it carefully. Master Mo Yang nods his head. "Since it is a recommendation by the master, I will buy it." The middle-aged man nods his head and looks towards the dealer. "How much does it cost?" 50,000 gold coins. The dealer of the treasure speculation hall steps forward. 50,000? The middle-aged man is taken aback. This isn't a small sum. Even despite the great wealth he possesses, it is about the limit of what he can come up with. Even a popular high-level teacher like Xin Bairu only earns around 1,000 gold coins every month. She would take several years just to reach 50,000. "Buy it. This is a recommendation by the master. If you don't want it, I will take it." Upon seeing his hesitation, someone in the crowd shouts, "Indeed, the master's recommendation can't possibly go wrong. It might cost 50,000 now, but if it is worth 1 million after it has been cleaned up, then you would have landed on a gold mine." The previous few times, the treasures that the master appraised were of smaller scale. This time, he seems to have decided to go all out. "You really struck it big this time." Quite a few people shouted out. "All right, I will buy it." After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged man nods his head and foots the bill. "All right, the second one." After the middle-aged man bought the artifact, Master Mo Yang seems to have also recovered from his exertion and surveys the surroundings once more. Me! The rest of the crowd raises their hands hurriedly. Glancing over, Xianxia notices the vendor from before whom he had helped to solve his problem in the crowd. His hand is raised up high and he waves it with an enthusiastic expression. His strong desire to be chosen by the master clear to see. "You!" Master Mo Yang chooses another person. This time, it is an elderly who is dressed extravagantly. With just a single look, it is apparent that he owns great wealth. Similar to the first time, the master walks past the pile of treasures and soon sets his sight upon one of it. 80,000 gold coins. This treasure is even more expensive than the one from before. However, this elderly doesn't even hesitate and immediately pays the bill. Isn't this the ornamental vase crafted by a 1 Mo craftsman from the southern kiln? 80,000 gold coins. After taking a good look at the treasure Master Mo Yang chose for the elder, Xianxia blinks his eyes in disbelief. He might be unable to ascertain the value of the other treasures, given that he had yet to take a look at them, but he had already peered into the one Master Mo Yang just chose. It might be big, but only a decorative vase is contained inside. It isn't even worth a single gold coin, and yet, 80,000 gold coins? Could he be off the mark? Just as puzzlement fills his mind, Xianxia can't help but stare at the righteous-looking face of the master when his mind suddenly jolts and a book appears in the library. The words Mo Yang is written on it. Could he be using a battle technique at the moment? Based on the unique properties of the Library of Heaven's Path, a book can only be compiled when one showcases his battle technique. Could it be that the fellow is using one at the current moment? Filled with bewilderment, he flips open the book. This. Taking a look at it, Xianxia's lip twitches and a bizarre expression appears on his face. The numerous flaws and the past deeds of Master Mo Yang is recorded on the book. Originally known as Yang Mo, an apprentice appraiser. A scammer in Luzhu Kingdom who made his name as an appraiser, notorious for his frauds to earn wealth and the favor of women. Battle techniques, voice of allurement, rookie. Beguile the mind of others through words, making it easier to convince them. Flaws. Number 1. Outlawed by the royalty of Luzhu Kingdom. Number 2. Xianxia doesn't know whether he should laugh or cry. To think that the fellow who had the appearance and disposition of an expert would turn out to be a scammer. For a moment back there, even Xianxia thought that he was an amazing figure. Looks like there are quite a few people in the crowd that are his men. The dealer selling the artifacts must be an accomplice of his as well. They worked together to build up his fame out of appraising treasures so that they could convince people to buy useless trash at a high price, thus profiting out of it. If there is someone conducting a fraud, there must be someone that would be tricked as well. Despite knowing that the other party is a fraudster, Xianxia has no intentions to expose him at all. Firstly, he doesn't have the evidence to prove it. The matter with the Library of Heaven's Path must not be exposed at all costs. Secondly, those who had been scammed by him had already lost their rationality. If he were to try to convince them that he is a fraudster, it is possible that he might end up getting lynched by them. Xianxia would never do deeds that do not benefit him, not to mention that it would bring him a string of troubles. Forget it. I think I will just look through and buy my own items. Can't be bothered with the Master Mo Yang, who is busy trying to act cool by putting on an expert's demeanor. Xianxia continues to browse through the treasures placed on the platform, casually touching them as he passes them by. A book would be compiled in his mind as long as he comes into physical contact with the item. Although the prices of the item aren't reflected in the library, the items with fewer flaws are definitely of higher value. After touching 40 to 50 items, he realized that there is not a single valuable one among them. The absurdly low possibility of finding a treasure in the mix makes him shudder. The final chance will be given to you. Just as Xianxia is busy touching the artifacts around the room, an authoritative voice resounds within the room. Turning his head to take a look, he sees the worldly expert Master Mo Yang looking at him, nodding his head slightly as though to ascertain Xianxia's doubts that he has been chosen. Countless gaze are affixed to him and they are filled with envy. Me? Xianxia is taken aback. This little friend here, there's no need for you to be so unconfident about yourself. You are the one. Master Mo Yang strokes his beard with a proud expression, as though saying that it is Xianxia's honor to be chosen by him. Unconfident. Xianxia shakes his head. Which part of him looks unconfident? Rather, he is thinking about how could he be so unlucky to be chosen. Of so many frenzied followers following behind you, why did you have to choose me? However, after a short moment, he comes to a realization. Those who are here for treasure speculation today are mostly following behind the back of the master. Given that Xianxia is the only one strolling about the hall, browsing through and touching the artifacts casually, it would be hard for him to not to stand out. I appreciate your goodwill, but I don't need it. Knowing that the other party is a fraudster, he is unwilling to become the gold mine for him to profit from. Xianxia waves his hand and continues to look through the pile of treasures. Don't need it. Master Mo Yang frowns. Of the 9 slots he had given out previously, regardless of who they are, they all responded to him in enthusiasm, some even on the verge of fainting due to excessive agitation. Yet, when he chose this fellow, he actually doesn't want it. He conceals his darkened face quickly. Waving his hand, he walks forward while stroking his beard and looks at Xianxia with a pained expression. Since you're here for treasure speculation, surely you would wish to buy a true treasure. I noticed that you have been browsing around the hall unskillfully, so I decided to offer you some guidance so that you won't end up bankrupt at such a young age. Are you certain that you don't need it? Don't disappoint me by rejecting the goodwill that I hold for you. Lad, if you don't want the slot, give it to me. He actually doesn't want the slot the master gave him. Is there something wrong with his head? It is clear to see that he is abnormal with a single look. I had noticed the fellow previously. He had been touching all of the artifacts in the room. Could it be that he is thinking of stealing something? If master were to grant such an opportunity to me, I would probably awake from my sleep smiling every day. Everyone could hear the conversation between Xianxia and the master clearly, and they stare at the former as though they are looking at a monster. He is a master appraiser. He will be leaving today after appraising for 10 people. It is such a good opportunity and everyone is vying for it frenziedly. Yet this fellow doesn't want it? If his brain isn't damaged, what else can it be? I really don't need it. Xianxia shakes his head. End up bankrupt? If I listen to your words, then I will truly end up bankrupt. Don't be so quick to reject me. Before Xianxia could finish his words, Master Mo Yang interrupts. With deep eyes that reflect his compassion for the world and his determination to save those in suffering, he says, "It isn't easy for a youngster like you to earn some money. I do not hope to earn anything from granting you this slot. It is out of the kindness of my heart that I hope that you do not buy something useless and waste your fortune." Master Mo Yang is too compassionate. Not only is he capable of authenticating treasures, he is also kind. I am going to idolize him. From today onward, I will only respect one person, and that is Master Mo Yang. Hearing his words, everyone feels a resurgence of respect for him. Look at how compassionate he is. Despite possessing the ability to appraise treasures, he doesn't use it to earn great wealth. Instead, fearing that other people would suffer from making a wrong judgment, he is willing to expend the additional effort to appraise for him. One probably can't find another person as kind as him, even if one were to roam the world with a lantern. He didn't expect him to be so shameless to declare these words in such a righteous tone. Xianxia shakes his head, but just as he is about to speak, the other party interrupts him once more. All right, I know what you are thinking. Say no more. The elder looks at him calmly with pride reflecting in his eyes. You know my thoughts? Xianxia asks doubtfully. Indeed, you must be thinking that you are too young and do not possess sufficient strength. Even if you successfully obtain a treasure, you don't have the strength to guard it. Instead, you might even attract disaster to yourself. Master Mo Yang says in a know-it-all tone with his hands behind his back. So that's the reason. Not only is the master incredible at appraising treasures, to think that he would have the capability of peering into the thoughts of others as well. It is true that owning a treasure beyond one's ability can attract disaster. It is normal that this lad would have such thoughts. After hearing Master Mo Yang's explanation, the crowd comes to a realization. They finally understand why Xianxia would reject such a wonderful opportunity. Xianxia has no idea how he should respond. This fellow is way too narcissistic. Don't have the strength to guard it. To think that you could think of such a thing. Everyone, just as Xianxia is about to clarify the situation, the master, before him, glances at the surroundings and proudly declares, I have chosen this little fellow. So, regardless of what kind of treasures I have picked for him, I hope that you all wouldn't have any greedy thoughts towards it. Otherwise, you will be going against me. If so, don't blame me for being merciless. Master, what are you talking about? How would we dare to lay our hands on a person you have chosen? Master, rest assured. We would definitely not do such a stuff. Everyone quickly replies in chorus. All right, since I have already informed everyone else, feel free to buy it. You don't need to worry about attracting unwanted trouble. Master Mo Yang looks at Xianxia with an encouraging smile. Xianxia doesn't expect that this fellow would be so self-assuming. Just when he is about to speak, the other party interrupts him yet again. You don't need to feel too touched by it. Since I have given the final slot to you, it means that our meeting is fated. It is hard to explain a thing such as fate through rational explanations, so you don't have to feel too thankful to me. I don't wish for anything in return for picking out a treasure for you. It is just purely kindness of my part. No need for this and that. This treasure is it. I can guarantee you that once you buy it, you will definitely rake in great profits. Master Mo Yang doesn't even give Xianxia an opportunity to talk. He retrieves an item from the pile of artifacts and passes it over. Seeing this treasure, Xianxia is speechless. He had already analyzed it previously. It is a trash that cannot be more useless. It isn't even worth a single gold coin. Your loss will be equivalent to the price that you buy it at. Boss, can you collect the bill from this little friend here? Passing the treasure over, Master Mo Yang gestures for the artifact dealer to come. A total of 30,000 gold coins. The dealer walks over. Hurry up and foot the bill. This is the most valuable treasure I have appraised tonight. Little friend, you have struck it rich. Seeing how Xianxia remains motionless, the elder strokes his beard and a doting smile appears on his face. After you return, clean up the outer layer. Try not to be too agitated by your newfound wealth. Agitated? Agitated your head. Upon having his words interrupted multiple times, Xianxia can no longer rein his temper in. If you want to scam others, go ahead. I won't interfere in your affairs. Why did you have to look for me? Is it that enjoyable to be trying to act cool? Didn't you notice how hard I have tried to spare your pride? What? That little fellow dares to say that of Master Mo Yang? Master helped him pick out a treasure of goodwill. And yet he claims that the master is trying to deceive him? What an arrogant lad. Hearing Xianxia's words, the crowd is dumbfounded for an instant before bursting into commotion. Is that lad's head all right? The master went through so much difficulty to help him choose a treasure. And yet he says that, fraud, acting cool? What did you say? Apparently, he didn't expect the young man to respond in such a manner. Master Mo Yang's face darkens. Little friend, do you have some kind of misunderstanding against me? Misunderstanding? You should be more than aware of what I am saying. If you want to scam someone, go ahead. It's none of my business, and I am not interested in interfering in your affairs as well. I choose my own artifacts while you scam your victims. Let's stay out of each other's path. So, stop putting on that haughty look of yours in front of me. Xianxia waves him away, annoyed. He had never bore any goodwill towards scammers. Even so, as long as the other party doesn't get on his nerves, he is willing to let the issue slide. Yet, this fellow intends to make use of him to act cool. He is truly courting his death. What audacity! Master Mo Yang's face pales and he flings his sleeves, his actions carrying an aura of righteousness with it. I have attained the qualifications of an appraiser 30 years ago, and I have helped numerous people out of difficulty. My conscience is clear. There has never been a single person who had accused me of scamming them. Everyone here can bear testimony to that. When had I ever scammed any one of you? Master Mo Yang is compassionate and saves those who are in precarious situations. How could he possibly be a fraudster? That falsifying youngster over there. You must be tired of living. Master, don't get angry. I will teach that fellow a lesson in your place so that he will learn not to spout lies in the future. With just a few words, Master Mo Yang manages to stir up the rage of everyone here. Every single of them looks at Xianxia as though he had murdered their family. Attained the qualifications of an appraiser 30 years ago? Conscience is clear. Xianxia is speechless. You are just a small apprentice appraiser. Must you try so hard to act as though you are bigger than that? Your skin is much thicker than I thought. No wonder you are able to become scammer wanted by the Luzhu Kingdom. Not only is your skin unbelievably thick, your ability to adapt to abrupt changes is truly frightening. Other scammers will panic when they are exposed before others. Yet, this fellow skillfully reverses the tip of the arrow back towards him, making it hard for him to step down from the current situation. If Xianxia doesn't possess the Library of Heaven's Path, upon seeing how righteously the other party is acting, he would have surely suspected that he might be making a mistake. However, with the library in his hands, since it is stated on it that he is a scammer, then he is definitely one. Everyone, calm down. Seeing that everyone's anger is stirred and that he is on the offense now, Master Mo Yang waves his hands and says, I am a forgiving person. If you can apologize for the words you said a moment ago, I can choose to not pursue the matter. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the punishment awaiting you for intentionally slandering me. Punishment? Xianxia shakes his head. It isn't that hard to verify whether you are a scammer or not and whether I am lying or not. As long as they clean the outer coating off the artifacts they just bought, we will know the results instantly. What is the use of speaking so much nonsense here? Clean it. Master Mo Yang seems to have predicted that he would say such words. He replies calmly, I have already said previously that I will be leaving Tianxian City by tonight. The artifacts that I have chosen for them are all large in size and will require at least half a day before their true form emerges. I still have urgent matters to attend to, and I cannot delay my departure for that long a time. Why, are you going to say that the reason why I am unwilling to stay here any longer is because I feel guilty, so that you can make use of this to accuse me? At this point, the elderly swings his arms and exudes a haughty disposition. I, Mo Yang, lived an upright life, so there's no reason for me to fear your accusations. However, I had helped you pick out an artifact out of goodwill on my part, only to have you accuse me of scamming you. Since you don't have concrete proof, it is an act of slander. Do you know the consequences of slandering a master appraiser? Hearing these words, Xianxia realizes that he is still underestimating the shamelessness of the other party. As expected of a professional scammer, to have already thought of a plan to back away if the situation were to turn awry. He had already clearly expressed that he will be leaving Tianxian Kingdom tonight, thus paving an escape path beforehand. Before Xianxia could even speak, he was already counterattacked. Right now, even if he were to say that he is afraid of waiting until the artifacts are cleaned thoroughly, no one will believe his words. Furthermore, Xianxia really doesn't have any evidence to prove that he is a scammer. The secret on the Library of Heaven's path cannot be revealed. Even if it is revealed, there must be at least someone here who is willing to believe him. Lad, kneel down and apologize to the master now. To dare to say that the master is a scammer. Do you think that I dare not to kill you right now? Where did this audacious beast come from, to dare to lay doubt upon the master's innocence? Upon seeing how righteous and indignant the master is, many people choose to believe in him instantly, and a lot of them start to chastise Xianxia. These people are completely furious. Those who were scammed had self-hypnotized themselves due to their reluctance to accept the claim that they have been scammed. No matter who it is, if someone dares to interrupt their beautiful dream, they will be refuted adamantly and rebuked. From their viewpoint, Master Mo Yang is an upright person. So how can he possibly be a scammer? What kind of joke is this? Since this fellow dares to claim that the master is a scammer, he should be skilled in appraising, right? If you are that capable, why don't you choose one artifact out for us to see? If the one you chose turns out to be trash, you shall stop putting on an act here and scram. A voice from the crowd snorts. Indeed, since you said that I am a scammer, and you are unwilling to accept the artifact I chose out for you, I'm sure you must be knowledgeable in appraising as well. At this point, Master Mo Yang nods his head and looks over. How about this? I will give you a chance. We will each choose a simple and small artifact together so that we can clean it quickly for appraisal. As long as you are able to profit out of the object you chose, I will acknowledge that you are skilled and I will let the issue drop. But if you choose a useless trash, then I'm sorry, but you will have to buy the treasure I just picked out for you. Kneel down and apologize to me. You want to compete with me in a battle of appraisal? Just a moment ago, Xianxia was still in a dilemma on coming up with evidence against him. However, hearing his words, he is slightly taken aback and he almost laughs on the spot. This fellow must have a screw loose. Xianxia himself possesses the Library of Heaven's path. If he were to claim that he is second in appraising, no one would dare to claim that they are first in the world. Are you sure that your head didn't get jammed between doors? However, after giving it some careful thought, he is also able to comprehend the rationale behind the other party's action. In the other party's perspective, Xianxia is only an 18 or 19-year-old youth, so what can he possibly know about appraising? Besides, since he was able to help others profit a few days ago, he must have prepared several means beforehand. If the both of them appraise concurrently and Xianxia was to choose a useless artifact, he is able to make use of this opportunity to further build up his prestige. Perhaps, he might even be able to attract a few fools to invest frenziedly. Why? You don't dare to accept the challenge. Master Mo Yang is resolute to eat Xianxia whole. Fine. Since the other party is seeking some thrill, how can Xianxia bear to refuse him? All right, then I'll go first. Master Mo Yang flings his robe and walks along the long elevated platform with large strides. He quickly stops before a palm-sized artifact and picks it up. This object is covered by a thick layer of rock, such that even the shape of the object inside cannot be ascertained, needless to say, to determine whether it is valuable or not. Dealer, how much does this cost? Picking up the object, Master Mo Yang inquires. This object is small in size and there isn't much spirit energy movement that can be felt from it. 200 gold coins. The dealer replies and he walks over to Master Mo Yang. All right, find someone to help me clean this up. Passing over the money, Master Mo Yang says calmly. Yes. The dealer grabs hold of the treasure and sends it to the hall at the back. A moment later, he comes out with a golden toad in his hands. With an excited look, he says, "Congratulations, Master. It is the shed skin of spirit-horned golden toad." What is a spirit-horned golden toad? Spirit-horned golden toad is a tier 6 savage beast. Of its entire body, its most valuable part is its skin. It only molts once in its entire life. This object can be used in medicine and it is extremely valuable. As expected of Master Mo Yang, to be able to pick out a treasure amidst everything else. Your ability of discernment is incredible. Upon hearing that it is the shed skin of the spirit-horned golden toad, the hall bursts into commotion. Many people may not know of this item, so why don't you just state a price? It will be much more spectacular that way. With his head up high, Master Mo Yang constantly exudes an acting cool aura as he speaks flatly. This object is worth 2,000 gold coins. The dealer exclaims. 2,000 gold coins? After buying it with 200 gold coins, the price grows to 2,000 gold coin in an instant, a revenue of tenfold. This is too incredible. As expected of the master, if you can profit so much through a small object, then surely I will be able to make a killing over that giant artifact you chose for me previously. Upon seeing this sight, the eyes of the slightly worried crowd starts burning fanatically again. A master isn't just for show. A clear difference in standards shows the moment he makes a move. All right, it's your turn. Master Mo Yang gestures with a cold gaze. Xianxia nods his head. Knowing that the other party is a scammer, he is aware that he would surely have a contingency plan. Even so, he didn't expect his contingency plan to be so incredible. He has to choose something at least of the same level as him. Can I choose the artifact first and decide on a price after the artifact has been cleaned? Stepping forward, Xianxia suddenly recalls something and looks at the dealer. No way. You have to pay first before cleaning it. This is a part of the rules. Otherwise, what if it turns out to be a trash after you clean it and you no longer want it? Or if it turns out too valuable and we no longer want to sell it? It would be impossible to resolve such situations, the dealer states coldly. In order to prevent such contention, one has to pay upon after deciding on an artifact in treasure speculation. This is equivalent to signing a contract. No one will be able to turn their back on it. All right then. After being informed of the rules, Xianxia can only nod his head. Then, turning over to look at the artifacts, he says without blushing, "Come, point out for me which artifacts are worth less than 8 gold coins in this pile. I will choose one from them." Pooh! What did he just say? Surely I heard wrongly? 8 gold coins and below. Sound of water spitting. Hearing Xianxia's proud voice, everyone spits a mouthful of saliva. All of them stare at him flabbergasted, with an expression similar to how one looks at a lunatic. Are you for real? In treasure speculation, one is gambling for the thrill and the fortune. No matter what artifact one chooses, it is worth a minimum of 100 gold coins. 8 gold coins. What the heck do you expect to buy with that? Is this fellow's brain still functioning? 8 gold coins? Waha, you might as well grab a pile of mud and return now. You still dare to say 8 gold coins and below. There isn't a single object that is that cheap here. Okay. A split moment later, tears stream down the faces of those amidst the crowd due to excessive laughter. The hell, lad? Can you stop being so hilarious? How do you intend to find an object worth below 8 gold coins here? You can't even buy anything even if you had 80 gold coins. Why? You don't even have an artifact that is worth 8 gold coin in a treasure speculation hall? Aren't you embarrassed? Disregarding the mockery the crowd is making out of him, Xianxia stares at the dealer proudly. His previous self had only left him with a total of 8 gold coins. He is unable to fork out a single coin more even if he wanted to. Pooh! The people in the crowd stare at one another and burst into laughter once again. You are the one who should be embarrassed. This is just like someone running to a realtor and hoping to buy a flat with a single gold coin. Big brother, is your head really all right? There is no way there is an artifact here that is worth only 8 gold coins. How about this? You can freely choose from this pile of items. After you're done, I will pay for you. If you make an earning, it will all go to you. If you lose, we will just go by what we promised earlier. An apology will do. Master Mo Yang stares at the young man contemptuously with both of his hands placed behind him, revealing an attitude of superiority. As expected of Master Mo Yang, what incredible generosity. This young man is a clown, coming here just to make a fool of himself. I concede to the master's morals. Hearing that the master is willing to pay in the stead of his adversary, the crowd can't help but feel impressed by his generosity. Do you see that? Look at how the master carries himself. Then look at that lad. Forget it, it is better not to compare the two of them. I am afraid that I might vomit. Are you sure? Xianxia's eyes twinkle. Knowing that the other party is a scammer, Xianxia doesn't feel any guilt spending his money. Of course, I always mean what I say. Master Mo Yang seems just like a saint who has descended to the mortal world, unsullied by worldly dirt. Hee, I shall start picking then. Xianxia smiles faintly, walks over to the platform and scans through the artifacts in the pile. Since the other party chose a small one, naturally, he is restricted to choosing smaller items as well. Besides, the larger the artifact, the longer it takes to clean it up. This lad is too shameless. Indeed, I have no idea why would Master Mo Yang treat him so well. If I were to meet such a fellow, I would have surely smacked him away with a palm of mine long ago. To insult the master and even use his money to buy an artifact. Shameless. Seeing how the young man isn't ashamed at all. Rather, he is browsing through the items excitedly. The crowd is speechless. They have met thick-skinned people before, but they had never met one whose skin is that thick. You were the one who insulted the master as a scammer first. No matter what, the both of you should be in a hostile relationship. Under such circumstances, don't you feel embarrassed using the other party's money to buy an artifact to compete with him? That's enough of you. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Xianxia touches every treasure that enters his vision. Soon, he also chooses a treasure of the size of a palm and hands it over. It costs 200 gold coins as well. The dealer takes a look at it and says flatly, "Master, hurry up and foot the bill." Unashamed, Xianxia gestures the master to hurry up. A dark line streaks across Master Mo Yang's face. He intended to ridicule the other party, but he didn't expect that he would accept his help so proudly, to the point that he seems like his servant instead now. Suppressing the urge to strangle the other party, he pays the sum. All right, let's clean it up here. With everyone watching here, no one will be able to accuse me of falsifying the results. Xianxia gestures. Humph. Let's see whether you can continue being so haughty after the object is cleaned up. The actions of the young man also infuriate the dealer. He casually fetches the tools used for cleaning artifacts and starts to clean it bit by bit. Soon, the moss and rock covering the object fall off, and the true form of the item inside is revealed. It is a semi-transparent rock that emits a warm glow. This is Linglong stone. Observing the appearance of the stone, someone from the crowd shouts in disbelief. What is Linglong stone? Some in the crowd recognizes it while others don't. You don't even know this? Linglong stone is one of the main ingredients to crafting a phantom tier equipment. Every single stone is extremely valuable, and it is the type of good which is always short in supply. The person who spoke earlier explains in Agitation. Equipment can be split into God, Saint, Spirit, Phantom, and Mortal. In a location like Xianxia Kingdom, there is almost no mortal pinnacle equipment, needless to say, phantom tier equipment. Thus, every single one of it can be sold at an exorbitant price. As the main ingredient to crafting phantom tier equipment, the moment it is put up for auction, countless families and experts will go frenzied over it. How much can it be sold for? Those who don't recognize this item can't help but ask. It is difficult to perceive an item's value just by its rarity itself. The best way to ascertain its value is still through its price. I've heard that the Luzhu Kingdom had auctioned one of it a few years ago. It was smaller than this, around the size of a chicken's egg, but it was already priced at 50,000 gold coins. Look at how big this one is, not to mention its level of purity. No matter what, it is worth at least 1,000,000. The one speaking swallows his saliva at this point. 1,000,000. Everyone on the spot almost goes mad. An object bought for 200 gold coin is sold for 100,000? A revenue of 500 times in an instant. Is this for real? This. The dealer's hands tremble as he stares in disbelief at the object in his hands. As a dealer of a treasure speculation hall, he is capable of identifying plenty of treasures and is aware of their prices. He knows that there isn't a single error in the words of the person who just spoke. This item is definitely worth that price. Impossible. I must be seeing things. Seeing the shock washing through the crowd, Master Mo Yang's face twitches. He thought that the other party would be unable to choose anything of value and that he would be able to make use of it to display his superiority once more. Never in his dreams did he expect for such an incredible treasure to be chosen. Both the items are priced at 200 gold coins, yet his was only sold for 2,000 whereas the other party's one is valued at 1,000,000. Isn't the difference too massive? I will be auctioning this Linglong stone now. The highest bidder wins. Aware of what this object is beforehand, Xianxia isn't surprised in the least. He grabs the treasure from the hands of the dealer and gazes at the crowd. I offer 100,000. The one who recognized the Linglong stone earlier shouts his bid first. 100,000 gold coin may be a huge sum, but compared to a treasure like Linglong stone, the latter is much more valuable. I offer 110,000. There are a few within the crowd that are aware of its value as well. 120,000. Soon, the price is finalized at 153,000, and the stone is taken by a wealthy middle-aged man. This is a banknote from Tianchuan Bank. With this, you are able to withdraw 153,000 gold coins from any single bank in Tianxian City. The middle-aged man grabs the Linglong stone and passes over a stack of banknotes. The weight of gold coins is considerable, so moving them around isn't very convenient. Thus, just like in the ancient times of Earth, banknotes and similar paper notes started appearing. After taking a look, he knows that those notes are real and places it into his embrace. Then, he retrieves a banknote worth 1,000 and walks over to Master Mo Yang. You paid 200 gold coins for me earlier. Here is 1,000, keep the change. Treat it as a tip. Tip. Hearing these words, Master Mo Yang staggers and almost pukes blood. Tip your head. I am a master appraiser. I don't lack money. Like I will take your tip. With a hardened face, Master Mo Yang is on the verge of exploding. At this point, he will be placed in an awkward situation regardless of whether he takes it or not. If he takes it, it means he would be accepting the tip of others' tip. In that case, he would be no different from a waiter or a servant. If he refuses, just the action of the other party alone causes him to feel embarrassed. Suddenly, a thought floats into his mind. Could the lad have foreseen this in advance? That's why he took his money, so as to intentionally cause him embarrassment? You don't want it? Great, I can save 1,000 then. You must know that one can buy a lot of things with 1,000 gold coins. Sensing his hesitation, Xianxia places the note back into his embrace and mutters by the side. Hearing these words, Master Mo Yang is on the verge of collapsing. You sure are lucky, choosing the right one. However, this doesn't mean that you have won. All right, I still have things to attend to, so it is about time for me to leave. With coldness in his gaze, Master Mo Yang stands up, flings his arm and prepares to leave. His decisive action impresses Xianxia, as expected of a professional scammer. The moment things go awry, he leaves. His decisiveness is truly worthy of respect. Regardless of whether Xianxia is lucky or he is truly skilled in appraising, he would no longer be treated as a lunatic after earning so much in an instant. Rather than grinding it out with him, it is much wiser for him to end it here. After all, he has already profited greatly from appraising for the others. The longer the argument carries on for, the higher the possibility of something going wrong for him. The results of our competition isn't conclusive yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Given Master Mo Yang's previous actions, there is no way Xianxia can allow him to escape just like this. Indeed, Master, don't be in such a hurry to leave. You also made a profit from the item you bought. This can't be considered as his victory. Master has only underestimated his enemy. That's why he didn't choose the most valuable treasure from the start. We believe in you. After numerous days of effort, the Master has roped in a large group of loyal followers. I have already said before that I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Master Mo Yang waves his hand. Even if you have urgent matters to attend to, I doubt that a few minutes will matter much. There are still things that I would like your guidance on. Xianxia blocks the other party's escape path. What kind of things? Master Mo Yang stops and harumphs coldly. This friend. Seeing him cease his movements, Xianxia smiles faintly and stares at the elderly who had obtained the slot for appraisal and bought the ornamental vase. What is it? The elderly walks over. He is still hugging the artifact containing the ornamental vase as though he is hugging a precious treasure. Given its size, he will be unable to clean it up within a short period of time. Thus, he chose to stay to join in the spectacle. If I'm not wrong, the item you spent 80,000 gold coins to purchase is an ornamental vase. Furthermore, it is a broken one, and it is not even worth a single gold coin. Xianxia points to his artifact and states, ornamental vase? Not even worth a single cent. What kind of joke is this? This is something the Master chose for me. The face of the elderly darkens as he chastises Xianxia. Cleaning up such a large artifact will take a long time. At the minimum, you will require at least a day. How about this? You smash it on the floor directly, and if I'm wrong, I will pay you 80,000 gold coins. However, if I'm right, it means that you have fallen into his trap and got scammed. If so, you can just demand the money back from the one who scammed your money. Xianxia offers with a grin. Smash it. The elderly is taken aback by his words. The words of the other party make sense. Cleaning up such a large artifact will surely take a lot of time. However, if he were to smash it on the floor, it would only take an instant. If it was truly as the other party claims and it turns out to be just an ornamental vase, then he would have made a big loss. Even for him, a loss of 80,000 gold coins is enough to send him into bankruptcy. If the artifact turns out to be a fake, he will probably commit suicide. If the young man were to say these words a moment ago, he would simply scoff and disregard his words. However, the other party has just bought a treasure which won him a revenue of 765 times. This very fact makes his determination wavers. Worry not. A true treasure won't shatter that easily. Even if you were to smash it, it is very unlikely for it to break. You won't make a loss. Sensing his hesitation, Xianxia pushes on. All right. After a short moment of contemplation, the elderly casually smashes the artifact in his embrace on the floor. Dang lang. With a crisp sound, the giant artifact shatters apart. and its true form reveals itself amidst the moss and mud. Indeed, it turns out to be a shattered vase. It is really an ornamental vase. After taking a look, the crowd verifies that it is indubitably an ornamental vase. Even if this object is an antique left behind from the ancient times, it still isn't worth much money. Needless to say, 80,000 gold coin, no one would buy it for even 10 gold coins. What is going on here? Seeing the broken fragments on the floor, the elderly freezes in shock. Initially, he had placed all of his hope on this artifact to earn him big bucks, yet it all ended up like this. How can he possibly not go berserk? What is happening? You will have to ask this Master Mo Yang. If I'm not wrong, he worked together with the dealer to build his fame as an appraiser, so as to attract everyone's attention. Then, through his appraisals, he is able to get you all to spend big bucks to buy the artifacts he decides upon, thus profiting from it. Xianxia looks at Master Mo Yang and the dealer, and the corners of his mouth creep upwards. As for why he was able to choose objects of high value, the reason is simple. Since the cleaning process did not happen before you, they are able to switch the item inside with another treasure they prepared beforehand and claim that it is the one he had just picked out. Anyway, no one saw the cleaning process, so no one is able to refute his claims. Is that true? Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone's trust in Master Mo Yang wavers. After picking out a treasure before everyone else, Xianxia successfully exposes a fake treasure that Master Mo Yang appraised. The crowd who had complete trust in Master Mo Yang a moment ago is starting to get suspicious. Dang Lang. While they are still busy contemplating over who is right and who is wrong, another crisp sound echoes amidst the crowd. Another fellow who had received the appraisal slot smashed the artifact he bought as well. This time, it isn't an ornamental vase but a useless pottery. It is clear with a single look that it isn't worth much. Fake. It is a fake. I spent 60,000 gold coins to buy this. They are scammers. Seeing the broken shards on the floor, those who bought the appraised items know that they have been scammed as well and started roaring frenziedly. Pong! Hong! Puha! With the two precedents, the remaining few can no longer hold it in. One after another, towards the artifacts they just bought, they throw, smash with a hammer or cut it open with a blade. Taking a look at what is inside, all of their faces pale. They are all fakes. They are all worthless trash. We have been duped. This Master Mo Yang is a fraud. If there was only one fake, the crowd would still be able to accept it. After all, even an appraiser can't possibly pick treasures out of artifacts 100% of the time. However, when all 9 of the artifacts that he had appraised turn out to be trash, it can only mean to say that he is a scammer. To think that you still acted so compassionate and benevolent. Pooey, you are just a fraudster. The berserk crowd surrounds Master Mo Yang and the dealer tightly as they stare at them intensely. At this moment, even the thought of killing them flashes through their minds. After all, no one's money came from the sky. If no one saw through the sham, and they only realize that it is a scam after they are done cleaning, who can they find to redress their grievances? Don't listen to the nonsense of this lad. Even master appraisers have moments when they are off. I am truly unacquainted with this artifact dealer. Seeing the murderous glare in the eyes of the crowd, Master Mo Yang realizes that it is no longer possible to fool them and roars in anger instead. If it was a moment ago, the crowd would have definitely listened to his words. But now, no one pays him any heed anymore. Pung 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 pung. The sound of someone hitting on a human sandbag echoes from the congregation of the crowd, following which, cries of agony can be heard. In this ordeal, not even the artifact dealer is spared. As for the initiator of the incident, Xianxia, he had sneaked off the moment chaos broke out inside. The world is humongous, and every day, there are people who are going about scamming others, and there are people who are scammed by them. He isn't an omnipotent god, and it is impossible for him to interfere in all of them. If it wasn't for Master Mo Yang's excessive mouth, he couldn't be bothered to exposing him. Now that those who were scammed are aware of the situation, naturally, they have their own way of dealing with the problem. There is no need for Xianxia to worry about them. Huang Yu Bookstore. Walking slowly along the market, a giant store appears before him. In it, there are all kinds of books filling the bookshelves within. The store deals with medicinal herbs, weapons, savage beasts, and naturally, books. That is also his main motive for choosing to enter this store. Let me take a look. Xianxia lifts his leg and steps into the store. Gongzi, are you here to buy books, or to browse through books? Gongzi, it's mean gentleman. The moment he steps into the bookstore, a young lady steps forward to welcome him. Around 17 to 18-year-old, her pure face and appearance are particularly alluring. Even though she is still slightly lacking compared to Shen by Ru Laosher, she is considered as an exceptional beauty. Is there secret manuals on Fighter 6 Dan cultivation technique here? Xianxia reveals his objective here to her. Fighter 6 Dan cultivation technique? Gongzi must be joking. Such secret manuals on cultivation technique cost a hefty sum. A little business like ours doesn't have the qualifications to be selling them. If you want some entrance-level cultivation technique manuals, we have a few of it here though. The lady shakes her head. The books sold in their store mainly consists of human geography, biographies of reputable figures and such. Cultivation techniques are something highly confidential to cultivators, so how can it be allowed to be browsed through or sold freely? Then, do you know any stores that sell them? Confirming his suspects that the manuals aren't on sale here, Xianxia sighs and looks at her in expectation. Sell them? The lady shakes her head. It is impossible for anyone in Tianxian Royal City to be selling cultivation techniques of this level. However, some experts do collect quite a few of them. If you have an amicable relationship with them, it might be possible for them to allow you to look through them. Allow me to look through them? Taking a look is great as well. Xianxia's eyes light up. With the Library of Heaven's Path, there is no need for him to buy the books. As long as he is able to lay his hand on those books, just by flipping through it, a corresponding book will be compiled automatically. Do you know any seniors who collect such manuals in their residence and allow others to browse through them? He can't resist asking. Allow others to browse through them? The lady frowns, and just as she is about to shake her head, she suddenly thought of something and slyness flits across her eyes. She smiles and says, I do know of one. However, he is known for being eccentric. When he is in high spirits, he won't mind even if you were to take all of the books in his house. But if he is in a bad mood, ignoring the fact whether he will allow you to browse through his books or not, he might not even allow you to walk through his door. Such a person exists in the world? Xianxia frowns. He continues, Then, may I trouble you to guide me to seek that senior? It just happens that there isn't much business today. I will bring you there now. The young lady smiles. Thanks for the trouble. He doesn't expect the lady to be so helpful as to bring him there personally, so he nods his head in gratitude. With the lady leading ahead, the two of them walk out of the bookstore. Through their idle chatter, Xianxia learns that the name of the lady is Huang Yu. This bookstore is opened by her. Judging from the appearance of the bookstore, it seems to be newly opened, at maximum around 10 days or so. You are saying that there are many books in the home of that senior? After walking a distance, Xianxia can't resist asking. Naturally, that senior is a famous scholar in the entire kingdom, and he was once Emperor Shen Jue's tutor. He is a person who is able to freely go in and out of the kingdom's book collection vault. Do you think that it is possible for the books in his home to not be many? Huang Yu says reverently, Emperor Shen Jue's teacher? That means he used to be an emperor's tutor? Xianxia is stunned. The current emperor of Tianxian Kingdom is named Shen Jue. No one is aware of the specific level of his cultivation. They only know that he is the strongest person in the entire kingdom, unmatched by anyone. The tutors of such a figure are carefully handpicked and have to undergo numerous selection processes before their positions are confirmed. Even the principal of Hongtian Academy doesn't possess such qualifications. He is his painting and calligraphy teacher, and not his martial arts teacher. Even so, he is still an incredible figure who is deeply respected by the emperor. At this point, Huang Yu's face turns solemn as she warns Xianxia. This old Mr. Lu Chun is an elegant person who is very particular about decorum. He detests juniors talking nonsense before him. When we arrive, it is best for you not to speak too easily. Otherwise, it will be impossible for you to be given permission to browse through his books. Xianxia nods his head. I also have my own matters to attend to. When we arrive, you will have to deal with the matter of borrowing books yourself. Don't mess up my matter along with yours. Huang Yu glances over with her beautiful eyes as she speaks. Don't worry, I won't put you in a difficult position. Comprehending the meaning behind her words, Zhang Xian smiles in response. He is already grateful for the fact that she is willing to bring him over. If he is capable, he will be able to borrow the books. However, even if he ends up in failure, nothing can be done about it. No matter what, he is still a teacher. How can he put a young lady in an awkward position? The old Mr. prefers juniors who are more obedient. No matter what the old Mr. says, you just have to nod your head. You should also know that a great scholar like him tend to be more conservative, so his thoughts may diverge from that of us youngsters. Just try not to squabble with him over these. Huang Yu reminds him once again. The two of them soon walks out of the market. After passing by a series of alleys that would leave one confused, they arrive at a residence. This is the residence of old Mr. Lu Chun. Huang Yu points towards the residence. Zhang Xian raises his head to take a look at the entire residence. It isn't as vast and extravagant as he expected. It seems like the residence of an ordinary household, and there isn't even a door plaque at the entrance. If it weren't for Huang Yu leading him here, he might have thought that this is the residence of a normal civilian. This is the place where the emperor's tutor lives? Zhang Xian finds it hard to believe. Old Mr. Lu Chun lives a thrifty life. There were many times when Emperor Shenjue offered to reconstruct his residence, but he firmly rejected the offers. Noticing his doubt, Huang Yu explains. Zhang Xian nods his head as his respect for the emperor's tutor grows. Despite possessing such social status, he is able to remain incorruptible and thrifty without being changed by power. It seems like this old mister is a sentimental and straightforward person. Just as they are about to knock on the door, a carriage rushes over. The distinct sound of the galloping of the horse echoes through the alley. Jaira! The carriage stops beside the two. A young man parts the curtains of the carriage and walks out. He is a 17 to 18-year-old youth dressed in white. Tall and slim, his face is exquisite, similar to a white jade. With a single look, it is clear to see that he is Scion, and he exudes an aura of superiority. Xiaoyu? You are here too. Xiaoyu, it's mean little Yu, a pet name for Huang Yu. Seeing Huang Yu, the white-clothed Gongzi's eyes twinkle and immediately tries to fawn upon her. Gongzi, it's mean gentleman. I am Huang Yu. Don't give me such a mushy nickname. We aren't that familiar with one another yet. Huang Yu curls her lips contemptuously. Given the relationship between our families, it isn't too much to call you Xiaoyu. Besides, wasn't that how I called you when you were younger as well? Are you here to visit old Mr. Lu Chun as well? The white-clothed Gongzi smiles and flings his robe. He strikes a pose, as though declaring that victory is in his hands. Hee, don't think too much about that object. It will definitely come under my possession. It is hard to tell whose it will be at this point. I only fear that you will cry then. Huang Yu doesn't step down to his taunting. We'll see then. The white-clothed Gongzi chuckles. At this point, he finally notices Zhang Xian and frowns. Who is this? Xiaoyu, why did you bring an outsider here? No matter who is it that I bring, it is none of your business. Huang Yu purses her lips, not sparing the other party any face. Lad, no matter who you are, I advise you to stay away from Xiaoyu. She isn't someone a small figure like you can lay your hands upon. Looking at Zhang Xian, the white-clothed Gongzi narrows his eyes and spits coldly. Zhang Xian didn't expect to be threatened when he is here only to borrow a book. A strong feeling of helplessness surges through him. Using the words from his previous world, he is lucky like a dead mongoose. All Huang Yu did is to bring him here. They are just barely acquaintances. Do you really have to go that far? Threatened by someone, Xianxia feels displeased. He stretches his back and waves away his concerns. You interfere too much. My apologies, but I don't think that you need to concern yourself over this. Fine. I hope that you don't regret your words. He didn't expect that a lad he had never met before would dare to speak to him in such a manner. The white-clothed Gongzi's eyebrows shoot up and his eyes narrow. Turning around, he ignores the other two and walks over to the front of the courtyard to knock on the door. Why are you so rash? As the white-clothed man knocks on the door, Huang Yu's anxious voice sounds by Zhang Xian's ears. Why? Zhang Xian looks at her in puzzlement. Do you know who he is? For you to dare to speak to him like that? Seeing the oblivious look on the other party's face, Huang Yu feels a little helpless. It is truly hard to tell whether this fellow has a strong heart or that there is something wrong with his head. Who cares who he is? Zhang Xian shrugs. What does his identity have to do with me? You. Seeing the expression on the young man's face, Huang Yu is starting to doubt if she had brought a fool over. Seeing the indifferent look in his eyes, she is able to tell that he truly isn't bothered over the identity of the person he just offended. At a loss for words, she could only introduce the person before to him. He is the sole son of Zhenan Wang. By soon, Zhenan Wang is known as the #1 authoritative subject of Tianshan Kingdom. His position beneath only that of Emperor Xinjue. Offending his only son means that it will be hard for him to make a living in Tianshan Kingdom. Initially, she thought that revealing the identity of the other party will induce fear in this fellow, and that he would ask her how he should resolve the problem. Contrary to her expectations, Zhang Xian looks over with a confused expression. Zhenan Wang, who is he? Huang Yu feels the vision before her spin and she almost faints on the spot. To not even know Zhenan Wang? Dude, are you really from Tianshan Kingdom? Are you sure you didn't pop up from some remote corner? At this moment, she is starting to regret bringing this fellow here. Given how ignorant he is, it is likely he will say something wrong and pull her down along with him. Actually, Zhang Xian really isn't putting on an act. He is truly ignorant on this matter. His previous self is the worst teacher in the academy. All along, he has been occupied with how he could stop himself from being expelled from the school. Thus, he never tried to look into the internal affairs of the kingdom and knows very little about it as well. The previous him doesn't even know what section, division, and bureau are, so how could he possibly know who Zhenan Wang is? Jia. Just as she is about to explain the glorious war accomplishments of Zhenan Wang, the door in front of them creaks and opens. A butler-like person appears in their view, welcoming them. Uncle Chung, I am prepared now. I hope to receive Master's guidance again. Towards the butler he calls Uncle Chung. The white-clothed Gongzi by soon speaks respectfully. The arrogance he had a moment ago absent in his voice. Gongzi, it's mean gentleman. So it is by Gongzi and Huang Gunyang. Please follow me to wait at the lounge. Upon catching sight of the three standing at the entrance of the door, the butler bows and ushers them in. Gongzi, it's mean gentleman, Gunyang, it's mean lady or miss. The three of them follow behind him into the residence. Zhang Xian gazes around the surroundings. The residence may not be extravagant in its renovations, inferior even when compared to certain parts of the academy, but it brings about a wholly different atmosphere. Every moment of stillness and every movement in the courtyard feels like a tranquil ink painting which exudes indescribable elegance. What an incredible natural ink painting! Zhang Xian can't help praising. Oh, Gongzi seems to have some aptitude towards painting. Hearing his praise, the butler turns around and asks. It is just a casual comment. He didn't expect that a casual comment that he spoke would attract the attention of the butler. Zhang Xian hurriedly shakes his head. In his previous life he was a librarian, and his job is deeply related to literacy. Even though he had seen many different paintings back then, he had never picked up a brush, needless to say, paint. Our Laoi used his heart as his brush and the courtyard as his paper to turn the entire residence into a painting. You aren't mistaken in your words. The butler nods his head and continues moving forward. Laoi, it's mean old master. Soon they arrive at the lounge. The lounge isn't very big, but is rich in paintings. giving the room a kind of classical elegance. It has a soothing effect on those who step into it. It is unlike the other places, where strength-measuring rock pillars can be found everywhere, which makes one feel as though they would be thrown out if they display insufficient strength. I will be reporting to Lei Oi. After arranging the seats for the three of them, the butler turns around to leave. You know a thing or two about paintings? The moment the butler leaves, Huang Yu looks over curiously. She seems to have heard the conversation back there. Come to think about it, she doesn't know a single thing about the young man she brought here. I only felt that the arrangement in the courtyard is reminiscent of a painting. Xianxia replies. Xiao Yu, don't listen to his nonsense. This fellow is just putting on a show to attract your attention. Baisun's glare is so intense that fire may emerge from it. What do you know? My friend here is extremely knowledgeable and talented. Do you think that everyone likes to act mighty the way you do? Hearing the other party insult the friend she brought, Huang Yu is displeased. Knowledgeable? Him? Xiao Yu, you should be careful. I think this lad is just a useless playboy. Despite being young, he is skilled in the art of deceiving to win the favor of girls. He truly has no shame. Luoluo, hearing the lady praise Xianxia, Baisun feels the rage in him boiling even more intensely, and he grits his teeth furiously. My friend here is skilled in zither, chess, literature, and painting. There is nothing he is incapable of. There is nothing he doesn't have expertise in. Not only is he outstanding in the younger generation, there aren't many of the older generation who can match up to him. On the contrary, look at yourself. You aren't skilled in anything, and your mind is only filled with fighting and killing all day long. You are the one that is useless. Huang Yu doesn't back down. Skilled in zither, chess, literature, and painting? You mean him? He doesn't look much older than me. Even if he started learning in the womb, how much can he learn? You are probably the only one who will get scammed by him. Baisun glares savagely at Xianxia. Just because he is young means that he isn't skilled? What if he is talented? Don't doubt others just because you are untalented, Huang Yu retorts. Hearing their argument, the innocent Xianxia who had arrows fired at him frowns. If you want to argue, just argue among yourselves. Why must you all rope me in? Did I offend any of you? Zither, chess, literature, and painting, you said. I have never touched any of the four in my entire life. If I am talented, how can I possibly be the first teacher in history to score a 0 in the teacher qualification examination in Hongtian Academy? Just as Baisun is about to counterattack with words of his own, footsteps sound from the outside and a figure walks in. It is an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. He carries with him a unique aura which grants him a majestic disposition. The butler from before follows behind him. Emperor Shen Jue's ex-tutor, Lu Chun, paying respect to master. Upon seeing him, Baisun and Huang Yu dare not bicker any longer and bow simultaneously. I heard that someone was able to tell that the arrangement of my courtyard is an ink painting. It is rare to see such a refined youngster nowadays. Ignoring the two who are paying respect to him, the moment the elderly man walks in, his eyes is fixated upon Xianxia. It is apparent that the butler has informed him of Xianxia's previous words. Master, this fellow is just spouting nonsense. There's no need to bother about him. I have already revised beforehand, so master, you can feel free to test me. Upon seeing the master's attention fixated on the lad, Baisun feels displeased and hurriedly says, Did I allow you to talk? Master Lu Chen frowns. I. Baisun's face turns completely red, but he dares not talk back to him. He might be of high standing, and his father is formidable as well. However, before the emperor's tutor, he still pales far in comparison. After reprimanding Baisun, Master Lu Chen's attention returns back to Xianxia. Since you are learned in painting, it just happens that I have a work here for you to appraise in my stead. After which, he gestures with his hand. The butler hurries forward and unfurls a painting scroll on the table. It is a simple and elegant ink painting. The moment it is unfurled, a refreshing aura assaults its viewers. In a peaceful village, Children are frolicking around and smoke emerges from the chimneys. If one concentrates, it seems as though one can hear the call of the cicada and see the dance of the tree leaves. It is a painting of a scenery. This. Xianxia scratches his head. He doesn't know a single thing about painting. All he can tell about this painting is that it isn't bad. Asking him to appraise? What is he supposed to appraise about it? You must think carefully before you speak. This is a test by the master. He likes to test others. Anyway, when I first came, I was tested by him too. If you manage to speak well, you will be able to borrow as many books as you like. But if you were to screw this up, you will be sent back instantly. Just as he is hesitating, Huang Yu's agitated voice sounds beside him. Test. Xianxia smiles bitterly. If only he knew that Master Lu Chun has such interests, he wouldn't have said anything when he walked into the courtyard. Is this considered as courting trouble? However, based on Huang Yu's words, it is likely that the other party will test him even if he says nothing. After all, this is a habit he has cultivated. He probably can't shake it off even if he wanted to. As for appraising it, what the heck is he supposed to appraise? He isn't even learned in that aspect. What problems can he see from it? What kind of comments should he be making? After all, the other party is the emperor's tutor, a master of painting. If he were to spout nonsense, he might be chased away with a stick even before he is done speaking. Why? Is there any problem? Upon seeing his expression, Master Lu Chun inquires. Nothing. Xianxia scratches his head. Just as he is at a loss on how he should organize his sentences to come up with words that the other party is unable to find flaws with, a thought suddenly flashes through his mind. Since the Library of Heaven's Path is capable of authenticating items, then, is it possible for it to tell the flaws in paintings? At this point, he can't resist stepping forward to touch the painting lightly. Wang! A sound echo in his head and a book appears in his mind. Xianxia is overjoyed. After reading the contents of it, he raises his head and gazes at Master Lu Chun with bright eyes. Smiling faintly, he asks, Master really wants me to appraise this? Master Lu Chun doesn't respond, indicating his silent consent. I have 8 words of evaluation on it. Xianxia says. I am willing to listen to it. Master Lu Chun looks at Xianxia. Xianxia nods his head. His eyes scan through the painting once more and he shakes his head. The 8 words are, downright senseless. What the heck is this toy? Gongzi, please mind your words. Initially, he was curious on the evaluation Xianxia could give. Upon hearing these words, the butler almost faints on the spot. Flustered, he tries to stop him hurriedly. This is a painting that was just drawn by the master. A painting left behind by the master? By the side, Huang Yu feels like she is going insane. She almost loses her balance and falls to the floor. In the past, Master Lu Chun had brought out paintings for them to appraise, as well as to test them. However, he had never brought out his own works. This time, why would he? If the fellow before her had praised the work the master took out, perhaps, the master will be delighted with his evaluation and let it pass. However, what did you say? Downright senseless. What the heck is this toy? Is this something a human should say? To evaluate Master Lu Chun's drawing as downright senseless. What the heck is this toy? Huang Yu feels like vomiting blood. Didn't you say that you won't put me in a difficult position? What is going on? If she knew that Xianxia had decided afterward that as a teacher, he shouldn't put her in an awkward situation, more blood will probably come spurting out from her mouth. Is this what you call not putting me in an awkward situation? You are obviously pushing me down the cliff. She is regretting her action of bringing this fellow here. Master Lu Chun favors youngsters who learn with humility. He never discriminates against people, and he likes people coming over to learn from him. This fellow seems scholarly on the surface, as well as a person who knows his boundaries, so she thought that he is the type to learn with humility. Thus, she brought him over so she could please the master. If things go well, she could make use of the opportunity to achieve her goals as well. Yet, she never would have expected that. He is so unreliable. Huang Yu feels her guts turn green with regret. If only she knew that this would happen, she would have rejected him on the spot. Why did she guide him over just to bring trouble on herself? While she is on the verge of going berserk, Bai Sun is on the verge of laughing. Indeed, what is scary is not a godlike opponent, but a pig-like teammate. This fellow actually dares to describe Master Lu Chen's work as, "What the heck is this toy?" Needless to think, he must have offended the master thoroughly with his words. Even if he doesn't make a move, the master will probably teach this ignorant lad a lesson. Is this the knowledge and talent you speak of? Skilled in zither, chess, literature, and painting. Chuckling softly, he gazes at Huang Yu teasingly. Huang Yu had just praised Xianxia a moment ago, yet in the next the latter spoke such words. Have you ever seen a knowledgeable and talented person act like this? Silence. In contrast to Butler Uncle Cheng's anxiety, Huang Yu's regret, and Bai Sun's glee, Master Lu Chen doesn't get mad due to the other party's words. He interrupts the commotion going on and looks at Lu Chen calmly. This little brother over here, why would you make such an evaluation? Is there a problem with my drawing? I didn't know that it was Master's work. I seek your forgiveness for my brashness. Xianxia feigns shock and hurriedly bows apologetically. The book compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path allows him to look into the flaws of the painting, and the artist is also labeled in it. Naturally, he knows that the painting before him is Lu Chen's work, just that he is intentionally feigning ignorance. Don't worry about it. This is just a painting. I am only asking you to appraise the strengths and weaknesses of the painting, and not the painter of it. Master Lu Chen gestures. With your words, I am reassured. Xianxia smiles. Facing the painting again, he strokes it and says, if we are just talking about this painting, even if it is drawn by the master, I can only use these 8 words to evaluate it. Downright senseless. What the heck is this toy? Huang Yu and the butler look calm on the surface, but panic on the inside. To say such words after knowing that this is a work of the master. Lad, are you insane? However, Xianxia pauses for a moment. However what? This painting is indeed nothing much. Any artist by the street would be able to draw it. It is already an overestimation by calling it a toy. However, if one is able to see beyond its surface, then it is definitely an astonishing creation that will leave its viewers in disbelief. Xianxia says, look beyond the surface? How should we look? Master Lu Chen smiles gently. Simple. Xianxia looks at the butler Uncle Cheng. May I trouble you to bring a dagger over? All right. After taking a look at Master Lu Chen and noticing the lack of disapproval, Uncle Cheng turns around and walks out. After a short moment, he returns with a dagger and passes it to Xianxia. Then, I will be making an embarrassment of myself. Grabbing the dagger, Xianxia walks over to the painting and stabs the dagger into it. What are you doing? Seeing his actions, Bai Sun steps forward. That is the master's work. Every single painting of his is incomparably valuable that some even label them as priceless treasures. Are you sure you can compensate him if you damage it? Huang Yu also looks at his actions in bewilderment. Why would you need a dagger to appraise a painting? Ignoring Bai Sun's rebuke, Xianxia cuts the unblemished painting with the dagger. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The sound of paper being cut echoes in the air. The portion of the drawing that was cut curls upwards. Tugging lightly on it, the top portion of the drawing separates from the bottom layer. This is similar to how there are different levels to a building. A layer of Xian paper forms the top layer of the painting, whereas the bottom layer consists of goatskin. Xian paper, it's mean, a type of paper suitable for drawing. Voila! The tearing of the top Xian paper exposes what is on top of the goatskin. There is also a painting on top of the goatskin, and it is similar to what was on the Xian paper. However, there is more spirit to this one and the depictions are much more vivid. It is as though the mountainous rocks, trees, village and children would pop out from within at any moment. If I'm not wrong, the drawing on top of the Xian paper is just a layer of deception. The true drawing is imprinted through the Xian paper, onto the goatskin. This is the true secret behind the master's drawing. After tearing the Xian paper carefully away, Xianxia smiles. This, regardless of whether it is Huangyu, the butler, or Baisun, all of their eyes widen in disbelief. To imprint the ink beyond the Xian paper onto the goatskin through force. Not to mention that the drawing on top of the paper must retain a certain level of clarity such that no flaws can be seen on it. This is way too incredible. These two paintings are stacked on top of one another flawlessly. How was he able to tell? Not bad, not bad. Upon seeing the young man easily exposing the secret behind his painting, Master Lu Chen's eyes light up. This time, his gaze towards the youngster is full of praise. At the same time, he is also filled with shock. His ability to imprint on goatskin through a layer of paper via force is something he just comprehended. He had never showcased it in front of anyone else. Yet, this youngster is able to see through it in an instant. His eye of discernment is way too formidable. Then, what about this drawing? Master Lu Chen turns around and points to a painting hung on the wall. There is a giant savage beast painted on it. Similar to a savage tiger descending from the mountain, its ferocious aura leaves its viewers with astonishment. If a timid person were to catch sight of this painting, they might fall limply onto the ground, fearing to make a single noise. Xianxia steps forward and strokes it lightly. Then he smiles. This painting isn't bad, but it is lacking in disposition. If I am not wrong, the painter of the work has never seen the savage beast portrayed in the drawing before. This drawing is just based on his personal interpretation. This. Master Lu Chen's body trembles as his eyes widen into complete circles. Others might be confused by what Xianxia is saying, but he understands what the other party means. That is because this painting is his work as well. The savage beast on the painting is known as Qi Xiong, and it is a rare life form. It is said to possess boundless strength and invincible defense, to the point that no weapon is able to wound it. Just like what the other party said, it is true that he has never met such a life form. The reason why he was able to draw this painting is because he had flipped through numerous books so as to feed his imagination. This painting is one of his prided works. This is also the reason why it is hung on the middlemost location of the lounge. Innumerable painting masters have come to visit and they are filled with praises for it. They all find the painting majestic and lifelike. Why would the youngster say that it is lacking in disposition? Since the other party is able to see through the overall situation behind the other painting in an instant, his eye for such stuff should be top-notch. Furthermore, he was able to tell that he had never seen a Qi Xiong just by glancing at the painting, so it is very probable that he has his own reasons for saying so. Which part of it is lacking in disposition? Would you be kind to enlighten me? At this point, Master Lu Chen no longer has the attitude of superiority from before as he hurriedly asks. Ah! Seeing the Emperor's tutor who kept testing them, causing them to scratch their heads helplessly innumerable times, seeking guidance with humility from a young man who isn't even 20 yet, Huangyu and Bai soon stare at one another and they feel like fainting. Especially Huangyu, her eyes can't stop blinking. The shock strikes her mind like billowing waves. That fellow, how did he do it? That's simple. Oblivious to the shock and the thoughts going through the minds of the others, Xianxia smiles. Even though the Qi Xiong is known for its invincible defense, its body is streamlined like a sharp sword. It specializes in quick assaults and overcomes its opponents through speed rather than strength. From this, it can be inferred that its disposition should be that of a sharp sword rather than a heavy mountain. Given how the painter got the disposition of the savage beast wrong, it is clear to see that it is an interpretation. Master Lu Chen's body sways. It isn't that the other party is inaccurate in his appraisal, but he is too accurate in it. All along, he had thought that since the Qi Xiong is known for its invincible defense, its disposition should be heavy like a mountain. The reminder from the youngster makes him recall an introduction on the savage beast from a book. It mentions that it is extremely fast, killing its opponent without even revealing itself. This is precisely the reason why very few people have seen its true form. One of the greatest taboos of a painter is to mistake the disposition their painting should carry. If even the disposition is unfitting for the subject, then even the most valuable of paintings will be reduced to trash. Xianxia is already sparing his pride by saying that the painting isn't bad, instead of saying something more extreme. Excellent! Incredible! With his face flushed red with excitement, Master Lu Chun expresses his high appraisal of Xianxia. If it is just a single painting, it is possible that it might just be luck or coincidence. However, to see the crux behind two different paintings in an instant, he can confidently say that the youngster before him might look young, but he is a true master painter. His skills can only be superior to his own. It is easy to make friends, but it is hard to find a soulmate. Throughout his career as a painter, he is unable to find an equal in the entire Tianxian kingdom. Usually, when he deciphers a painting to the others, they would only respond to it perfunctorily and instead focus their efforts on praising him. No one was able to truly understand the essence of those paintings, needless to say, to point out the flaws in them. Friend, kind of soulmate. This is precisely the reason why he feels desolate, and often opens up his residence to encourage diligent juniors in the hope that there will be someone to succeed him. At this moment, upon meeting someone who is able to point out the flaws and weaknesses of a painting, he feels as though he has met a soulmate. How can he not be delighted over it? If not for his strong will and self-control, he might have leaped in joy on the spot. Seeing the master so exuberant, Huang Yu and Bai Sun no longer bicker and stare at one another. Their eyes widen into complete circles, almost popping out from their heads. They have been acquainted with this master since young. He is always calm, and no matter what comes in his way, he never allows it to interfere with his mind. The last time the emperor sent some servants to deliver the Harshland's night illumination pearl to him, a gift that is worth a king's ransom, he didn't even take a look at it before ordering a servant to keep it in the warehouse. Yet, a casual answer from the young man leaves him in such a state. Could it be that his words are true? At this point, the two of them shot their gazes towards the young man. However, no matter how they stare at him, he looks nothing but ordinary to them. Xiao Yu, aren't you going to introduce this Gongzi to me? While she is still struck with bewilderment, Master Lu Chen's words echo in the room. Introduce? Upon being questioned, Huang Yu is taken back. Only now does she realize that she had not asked for the other party's name. Her face turns red and she scratches her head awkwardly as she turns towards Xianxia and asks, "Ah, right, what is your name?" Hearing these words, Bai Sun, who is sitting beside her, looks constipated. Just a moment ago, he was still overwhelmed by jealousy, thinking that someone has beaten him to his goddess, causing the urge to beat up this youngster to well up in him. Only now does he realize that Huang Yu doesn't even know his name. If only he knew earlier, he wouldn't have gotten so angry over nothing. However, his dilemma doesn't end here. Immediately after, he hears Master Lu Chen's angry voice. "What do you mean by he? No decorum at all. This little brother here is a peer of mine. You will have to address him as a master in the future." Peer? This time, not only Huang Yu and Bai Sun feel dizzy-headed, even the butler Uncle Chung freezes in shock. The three of them stare at Xianxia as though they are looking at a monster. What kind of standing does Master Lu Chen possess? Emperor Shen Jue's teacher. A true emperor's tutor. There isn't a single person in the entire kingdom who dares to claim to be his peer. If one were to do it, it would mean that one is claiming to be the senior of the country's emperor. For a person of such standing to view a youngster who isn't even 20 as a fellow peer of his? Surely I am hearing things? Didn't you all hear my words? Seeing the two of them in a daze, Lu Chun chastises them again. Yes. Bai Sun and Huang Yu hurriedly bow, paying respect to the master. There is no need to be so formal. Xianxia didn't expect Lu Chun to be so polite. He nods his head helplessly and says, "I am Xianxia. I just happen to understand master's paintings out of coincidence. I am not fitting of the title of a master. So it is little brother Xianxia. You can't put it like that. Manners are manners. You are able to see through the flaws in my work with just a glance. This means that you are well versed in paintings, and you possess an exceptional eye for them. If you aren't worthy of the title of master with your standards, wouldn't that mean that I am unable to live up to my title as a master as well? Lu Qin says. Xianxia laughs dryly. It is true that he is able to point the flaws in the paintings, but that isn't because of his abilities in that aspect. He only made use of the cheat called the Library of Heaven's Path. Without this, needless to say appraising it, he might be scratching his head with a confused expression, unable to even identify what is being drawn. Alright, stop being so polite. Feel free to reprimand these juniors when you meet them in the future. Unsure about what Xianxia is thinking about, Lu Qin casually says. Juniors? Feel free to reprimand. By Sun and Huang you are on the verge of crying. The heck, we are around the same age, and yet you became a senior of our grandfather's generation in an instant. Dude, you are way too formidable. Ignoring the despondent duo, Master Lu Qin looks over in puzzlement. Little brother, to follow Xiao Yu here, you probably aren't here for leisure. May I ask what is it that you require my help on? I have heard that Master has a wide collection of books. The reason why I am here today is to find some Fighter 6 Dan cultivation technique manuals to browse through. Hearing Master Lu Qin question his purpose, Xianxia hurriedly replies. The main aim of his journey here is this: he mustn't let this opportunity slip him by. My collection of books is quite vast, but they are mainly on painting. I do not possess many books on cultivation techniques here. As for those on Fighter 6 Dan, I only have a couple of them. They are in my study. Come, I will bring you over to take a look. Hearing his purpose, Master Lu Qin strokes his beard with a smile and stands up. Laoi, your study? The butler Uncle Chang quickly walks forward and asks questioningly. Laoi, it's mean old master. Laoi's study does possess quite a lot of one-of-a-kind limited edition books, and each of them are extremely valuable. He has never allowed any outsiders to enter his study, and even Emperor Xinjue was blocked at the door when he came the previous time. There was a maid who wasn't aware of the rules and ran in to clean the room. In the end, she was beaten to death. This is precisely the reason why the study of the Lu residence is the forbidden zone within forbidden zones, and no one dares to enter it. Yet, Laoi intends to bring in a young man who he had just met, leaving him at a loss. The reason why I don't allow others to enter my study is for fear that they would afflict it with their vulgarity. Little brother Xianxia is a fellow peer of mine and a master painter. It is an honor of mine to have him enter to offer me some pointers. There is no reason for me to stop him from entering at all. Master Lu Qin's face darkens. Yes. Uncle Chang retreats in a fluster. He may be ignorant about painting, but even he is able to tell at this point that there isn't a single error in the appraisal of the young man. Otherwise, it is impossible for Laoi's attitude to do an 180-degree turn and act so amiably. Let's go. Master Lu Qin leads the way while Xianxia follows behind him. After a moment, they reach a wide room. As expected of a master whom Huang Yu was full of praises for, the collection of books in his study is massive. All kinds of manuals fill the shelves, and there are at least hundreds of thousands of books here. Xianxia feels as though he has walked into a library. Walking between the shelves while taking a casual look, it is exactly as the other party said. The books are all on painting, and there are barely any on cultivation techniques and martial arts. Those on cultivation technique are over here. There are only a handful of them. They were left behind from back when I was still cultivating. Master Lu Qin introduces with a smile as he brings Xianxia towards the corner of the study. By the corner, books are stacked densely on the bookshelves, and they are all on cultivation techniques and related subjects. There are manuals on Fighter 1 Dan, 2 Dan, 3 Dan, and 4 Dan. Similar to Hongtian Academy, the higher the tier is, the less the number of books there are on it. As for Fighter 6 Dan manuals, there are only about 10 books or so on it. The number of books may be few, but it beats having none at all. Initially, he thought that it would be like the Compendium Pavilion and that he would be able to find a few hundred or even 1,000 books here for his choosing. Now, it is clear to see that he is overthinking it. However, after pondering over it for a moment, the reason for the difference between the two becomes apparent to him. Everyone has a different physique, and thus the suitable cultivation technique for them differs from one individual to the other. Thus, it is clear that the Academy would require a huge amount of secret manuals and books so as to ensure that there are sufficient resources for the teachers to cater to the needs of their students, as well as to expand their horizons. However, for an individual, they only require 1 or 2 cultivation techniques suited for them. It is already considered a huge collection for Lu Chun to have over 10 books on Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques. Casually picking up the 10 books, he flips through them lightly, walala, and corresponding secret manuals appear in his mind. Why? Are these cultivation techniques too inferior to appeal to you? Seeing the youngster pick those books up, flip through them and put them down before taking a good look at the contents, Master Lu Chun is slightly bewildered. That's not it. I am just taking a casual look. Xianxia shakes his head. Scanning the surrounding once again, he affirms that there are only these few books in here. Just as he is about to take his leave from the study, he suddenly catches sight of a pile of manuals placed not too far away from his current position. Curious, he asks, "These are... Oh, these are left behind by that disappointing son of mine. He likes brute strength, so he collected quite a few secret manuals on enhancing one's physical strength. In fact, he even went to the kingdom's book collection vault and moved all related books here." Master Lu Chun smiles bitterly. In the cultivation of a fighter, Xianxia is the most important factor of all. One's physical body only plays a small role in it, and it is not worth mentioning at all. Xianxia its mean true essence. Although there is the Pigu realm which tempers one's skin and bones in a fighter's cultivation, what truly matters is still Xianxia. Only when one's Xianxia is pure and concentrated can they be truly strong. In the eyes of most cultivators, the physical body is just an auxiliary tool to one's strength, and is of little importance. Can I take a look? Seeing the thousands of secret manuals on heightening the strength of one's physical body, Xianxia feels a little moved. Thus, he can't resist the urge to ask Master Lu Chun for permission to browse through them. He possesses the Library of Heaven's Path, so he doesn't need the cultivation techniques in his possession to be profound. With sufficient quantity, he is able to extract the essence of each to authenticate the true and the false and distill the truly useful portions from each of them. Even though training one's physical body may seem to be unimportant, and it may be unable to allow one's strength to soar up rapidly, if there are this many books to correct the errors and point out the correct path, the effects might turn out to be significant. Anyway, he doesn't have sufficient books in his hands on 6-Dan cultivation technique for him to raise his cultivation realm, so he might as well flip through these first. Perhaps, he might even get some pointers on it from the information contained within them. Little brother, feel free. Master Lu Chun smiles. Since he had already brought him in, he wouldn't be stingy about it, allowing him to browse through the books. I will be impertinent then. Xianxia nods his head and walks over to the pile of manuals. Just like before, he casually flips through them. Walala, walala. He is. Looking at his actions by the side, Master Lu Chun is bewildered. I thought that he wanted to read the books? What is he doing, flipping through them like that? Could it be that these books do not fit his taste? That makes sense though. Given how he is trying to look for Fighter 6-Dan cultivation techniques, he is probably already at Fighter 5-Dan pinnacle. Given his current strength, he has already undergone the Pigu realm, and it matters not whether he trains his physical body or not. Perhaps he might be browsing through them out of curiosity. Coming to a realization, he no longer bothers about it. Casually picking up a treasured painting left behind by a master, he examines it attentively. Xianxia finishes flipping through that pile of physical body enhancement techniques within 10 minutes or so. The correct cultivation method. Thousands of manuals appear in the library. Xianxia's mind jolts and light envelopes his sight. Then a flawless manual appears in his mind. Similar to the cultivation technique manuals from before, the book contains the perfect sequence of the correct methods recorded in the thousands of books. Let me take a look. Flipping over the cover, a line of words assaults him and enters his mind. Xianxia is reminiscent of water, whereas the physical body is the bucket containing the water. With a sturdy bucket, one can fill more water, and the quality of which would be higher. The opening verse causes him to feel enlightened. That's right. Xianxia's eyes light up. Previously, his thoughts were like the others. He felt that it is of no importance whether he cultivates his physical body or not. What truly matters is his Xianxia cultivation. Only upon reading this does he realize how shallow his thinking was. If one loses their skin, where can their hairs lodge into? The same goes for the relationship between Xianxia and one's physical body. Only a powerful physical body is capable of withstanding violent Xianxia strength to exert even greater prowess. Feeling as though a door has just opened before him, Xianxia can't resist the urge to read on. The more he reads, the more exhilarated he feels. The Xianxia within his body subconsciously follows the method recorded in the book and flows continuously. Jai. Under the flow of Xianxia, his physical body, which wasn't weak from the start, evolves once again. His muscle fibers thicken and his skin membrane becomes more sturdy. His body evolves towards a much more correct and rational path. Kacha. As his mind is absorbed in the explanations contained within the book, Xianxia isn't aware of the astounding changes that are occurring within his physical body. It is as though an infrastructure has been washed with molten metal. His body is gradually becoming a powerful weapon that surpasses that of ordinary humans. As expected of a technique filtered by the library, it is indeed formidable. From now on, I will call this Heaven's Path Golden Body. An hour later, Xianxia finally finishes his book. His Xianxia has also circulated a single time through his body according to the methods recorded in the book. Wang. After he finishes naming the book glows radiantly and 4 large words appear on the cover of the book, Heaven's Path Golden Body. In the future, I will have to make sure to train in it properly. I am already done training. After finishing the book, just when he has decided to cultivate using the methods recorded on it after returning, he realizes that he had unknowingly completed the cultivation of this body enhancement technique while looking through it. That is to say, he has mastered this body enhancement cultivation technique. There are no errors in the cultivation techniques of Heaven's Path. Thus the pace of training is swift. Even though I knew this beforehand, never would have I expected that I would be able to master Heaven's Path Golden Body unknowingly like this. With the experience from Heaven's Path Divine Art, he knows that a flawless cultivation technique is much more effective and allows one to cultivate at an extremely rapid speed. Thus he had expected the cultivation of the Heaven's Path Golden Body to not be too difficult as well. Just that he never imagined that he would complete the cultivation just by reading through the contents of it once. At this moment, he doesn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Forget it. Even though I wasn't able to find sufficient Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, my strength should have increased significantly with this set of physical body enhancement cultivation technique. Coming to Master Lu Chen's house, he might not have accomplished his objective of finding sufficient Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, but in exchange, he received the Heaven's Path Golden Body, so it is still a meaningful trip. Just that, the physical body is different from Xianxia. Xianxia can be easily quantified, and it isn't difficult to gauge how much strength one possesses after one is done with one's training. On the other hand, muscles are hidden beneath the skin, so it is hard to measure one's improvement clearly. That's to say, even though he has mastered Heaven's Path Golden Body, he has no idea how strong he has grown, or even whether his physical body had grown stronger or not. Of course, this isn't important. Since he has successfully completed his cultivation of it, he can simply find a strength-measuring rock pillar when he returns to test his strength. What is little brother Xianxia doing? At this moment, Master Lu Chen, who accompanied him here, has his mind filled with question marks. While reading his book, he sneaked glances towards the other party occasionally. After flipping through the manuals, this fellow has been standing on the spot without moving at all for 2 whole hours by now. What the heck is he doing? Could it be that he has read too many books and went berserk? It isn't like this kind of situation has never happened before. In the past, there was an extremely talented genius in Tianxian Kingdom. The cultivation techniques and battle techniques that took other people 2 to 3 years to learn, he only took 2 to 3 days. This is precisely the reason why he wanted to learn all of the cultivation techniques and battle techniques to piece them together so as to create a set of new skills In the end, before a new mystical cultivation technique could be born, he went berserk. The youngster before him was able to raise his level of cultivation to Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle at such a young age. At the same time, he possesses a master-level competency in painting. Could it be that, just like that senior, he got greedy and some problems popped up within him? Little brother. Filled with suspicions, he can't hold it in any longer. Thus, he steps forward and tries to interrupt Xianxia's thoughts to prevent him from sinking in even deeper. Just as Xianxia is impressed over the might of the heavens path divine art, he hears a shout, and following which, a palm nudges his body. Oh, Master Lu Chun! Returning back to his consciousness, he hurriedly turns around and his shoulders accidentally bump into the ladder. Pong! A deep echo and Master Lu Chun is sent flying instantaneously. His back knocks onto a bookshelf, and the books scatter on the floor. Ah! Xianxia is taken aback. He didn't turn around that quickly, neither did he use that much strength. Why did Master Lu Chun fly backward? Could he be jumping around for fun? Master! He rushes forward to help the other party up. He places his palm on the back of Master Lu Chun's body to support him up. I'm fine. So, before his words can escape his mouth, Master Lu Chun feels his entire body go weightless as he somersaults forward. His head knocks into another bookshelf, causing his face to be showered with books. The master is on the verge of tears. Are you playing with me? Must you use so much strength to help me up? Master! Seeing his current state, Xianxia rushes forward to continue helping him up. Upon seeing the sight, Master Lu Chun hurriedly struggles upwards and says, You! Don't come over. I can do it myself. Kong! Xianxia can only stop on the spot. He blinks his eyes as he looks at the elderly before him doubtfully. He can't help but ask the question that has been plaguing his mind. Master, are you jumping around for fun? Jumping around for fun. Master Lu Chun almost cries on the spot. The heck? You are the one who is jumping around for fun. Your whole family is jumping around for fun. I am a master painter, an elegant person. How bored must I be to be jumping around for fun? Besides, even if I wanted to play, I won't be doing it here. My collection of books, my treasures, are here. Master Lu Chun feels a stifling sensation in his chest which causes him to be short of breath. Why? Are you feeling uncomfortable in your chest? Xianxia walks forward to aid him, and he pounds his back to relieve his discomfort. No! Pong! Before Master Lu Chun can finish his words, Xianxia's fist lands on his back, causing his eyes to narrow. So, he flies forward and crashes into the wall of the study, creating a huge crevice in it. Master! Seeing him charge ahead, Xianxia scratches his head in bewilderment. What is this master trying to do? Jumping backward a moment ago and jumping forward now. Is he afflicted with epilepsy? If his epilepsy is acting up, it won't do for Xianxia to ignore his current situation. He immediately rushes forward towards Lu Chun to try to help him up again. Don't come over here. Master Lu Chun wipes the fresh blood off the corner of his lips and hurriedly retreats. He stares at the youngster before him as though staring at a monster, and he looks as though he could cry at any moment. I only felt a coldness in my heart. I am not trying to seek death. Your pound. I owe my old arms, my old legs. Master, what is going on? Seeing him in such a state, Xianxia asks. You acted so maturely a moment ago, so why would you pounce and leap around suddenly? What are you trying to do? What is going on? Master Lu Chun stares at him fearfully as tears threaten to fall from his eyes. You don't know what is going on? Fearing that you might have gone berserk, I came forward to remind you out of goodwill. Yet, with a single turn, you sent me flying. Then, you ran over to push me forward. The final blow was the most vicious of them all. A straight pound at my back. If it weren't for the slight cultivation that I possess, I might have lost my life already. Yet, you dare to ask me what is going on? Right when he is about to lash out, he sees the puzzled look on the youngster and he doesn't seem like he is lying. A thought flashes through his mind and he recalls something. With his eyes filled with disbelief, he asks, could you have just achieved a breakthrough? Indeed. Xianxia nods his head. Mastering the Heaven's Path golden body should be considered as a type of breakthrough. But, even if it's a breakthrough, it is impossible for one to improve so swiftly. Master Lu Chen finally understands what is happening, but he still dares not believe it. There are a few people who use special means to allow their cultivation to leap in an instant. After the gigantic soar in strength, their bodies are unable to adapt to the difference in strength in the short run, causing them to be unable to control their might. What seems like their normal exertion of strength would become an attack of full strength in the eyes of others. When one who possesses 100 kilograms of strength exerts a tenth of their strength, it would be only 10 kilograms. With such strength, they are able to freely lift cups and such without much hindrance. However, if one tries to use the same ratio of strength to lift a cup after his strength has suddenly surged to 10,000 kilograms, the overwhelming strength of 1,000 kilograms would exceed the durability of the cup and cause it to shatter instantly. It is very possible that this is the case with Xianxia, as the person in question isn't even aware of how much his strength has grown. Thus it is natural that Lu Chen would be unable to take it when he is using his previous strength ratio to operate. He has read of this condition in books before, and it will take a period of time before the person in question is able to adapt to the difference in strength. Initially, he thought that it was only a legend. Never would he have thought that such a thing really exists. Just that, he finds it unbelievable that the strength of this fellow would surge by simply after flipping through some books and daydreaming away afterward. Could this be a sudden leap due to his deep accumulation? He might have happened to read something which caused his enlightenment, allowing him to break through in an instant. If that was the case, then his luck is really way too bad. Follow me to the lounge. While holding doubts in his mind, Master Lu Chen doesn't say anything more and instead leads the way back to the lounge. It is easy to tell whether the situation is as he suspects. He only needs to find a strength-measuring rock pillar for Xianxia to test his strength on. Since the youngster is seeking for Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, then he surely has yet to break through Pishua realm. Since he had not reached Fighter 6 Dan, then as a Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle, he could only possess a maximum of 4 ding of strength. If his strength were to exceed this amount, this would mean that he has improved significantly. If so, the situation back then can be explained. In the lounge, Huang Yu and Baisun have yet to leave. They are still sitting in the living room as they stare in the direction of the study anxiously. They came here with a request, but Master Lu Chen took Xianxia away with him right after he finished testing him, not even giving them an opportunity to speak. At the same time, it isn't appropriate for them to leave abruptly, so they could only continue waiting patiently. Xiao Yu just now that, Master Xianxia, has he really reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle? Baisun no longer views Xianxia hostilely as he did previously. On the contrary, his voice held a tinge of excitement. Actually, he isn't interested in painting at all. If it wasn't for his father coercing him, he definitely would not have come here. What truly interests him is cultivating. He only feels excitement upon meeting powerful people. All along, he had thought of himself as a genius. Despite being just 18 this year, he has already reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle. There aren't many in the capital who can compete with him in terms of cultivation speed. Yet, he didn't expect that a seemingly average young man who isn't much older than him would have reached such a realm as well. How can he not feel excited over this? I'm not sure as well. I've already told you that he only came to my store to buy books. I don't know much about him as well. However, since he is looking for Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, he should have already reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle. Huang Yu says. As Xianxia has yet to make a move, they aren't very sure about Xianxia's exact prowess. However, since he is looking for 6 Dan manuals, it is very probable that he has already reached 5 Dan pinnacle. Otherwise, there is no point to him looking for such a high-tier manual. To be able to reach such a level at a young age, I wonder how powerful he is. Let me try it out myself later. Baisun titters. He is a battle maniac, and his heart can no longer suppress the urge to duel with someone of the same age who has attained the same level as him. Da-da-da. Just as the two of them are speaking, someone walks over. Turning around to take a look, the both of them are taken aback. Master Lu Chan, who was still incomparably elegant a moment ago, is currently extremely gloomy, and red blood fills his entire face as he walks over disheveled. This. The crowd stare at one another, dumbfounded. This is Master Lu Chan, the Emperor's tutor. Who is the one who dared lay his hands on him, beating him into such a state? Besides, didn't you two go to the study? Why did he return like this? Could it be that they didn't go to the study to read books, but to fight? The elegant Master Lu Chan has such interest? I'm fine. Master Lu Chan waves his hands awkwardly. After all, he can't possibly say that Xianxia has just achieved a breakthrough and unintentionally injured him due to lacking control of his strength. He also knows that it will be difficult to explain. Thus, Master Lu Chan walks over to the main seat, then turns to look at Uncle Chang and says, "Ah Chang, go and fetch a strength-measuring rock pillar over." He is a master painter, not a fighter. Thus, no strength-measuring rock pillars are placed in his lounge. However, as this item is related to one's cultivation, there are still a few of them in his house, so it will be fine bringing one over. Yes. Despite being unsure of what his master is up to, Uncle Chang nods his head and retreats out of the room. Master Zhang, have you really reached Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle? Upon seeing the room turn silent, Bai Sun can't resist walking up towards him with an excited expression. It might be inconvenient to speak of it in the academy, but it isn't any secret here, so there's no need for Xianxia to conceal the fact. I'm also on the same level. May I exchange some blows with you? Hearing the young man's confirmation, Bai Sun's eyes burn with enthusiasm. Bai Sun, what are you doing? Look at where you are. Taken aback, Huang Yu quickly tries to advise him otherwise. Master Lu Chan is an elegant person, and he hates people arguing and fighting before him. Don't you think that it's a joke to be issuing a challenge in his lounge? It is just as Huang Yu said. Lu Chan doesn't like others to be brandishing their spears and swords before him. However, while the strength-measuring rock pillar isn't here yet, the best way to test whether Xianxia has improved is through Bai Sun. He is aware of the fact that the latter has reached Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle. With the same level of cultivation, he should be able to see whether Xianxia's strength has surged. At this point, he raises his head and says, I don't have any objections if it is just ordinary sparring. However, don't go too far. Great. Initially, Bai Sun thought that Master Lu Chan would object to it. However, contrary to his expectation, he approves. Bai Sun almost leaps up due to overwhelming excitement. With a delighted expression, he takes 2 steps towards the center of the lounge and with a cool pose, he beckons Xianxia. Come. All right. Xianxia has just completed his cultivation of Heaven's Path Golden Body, and he is curious to know how far his strength has progressed as well. Thus, he doesn't reject the other party's challenge and walks over to the center of the lounge as well. The strength behind my fists are great, so be careful. With hardened eyes, Bai Sun no longer has that gentlemanly look he usually has, and replacing it is the aura of a powerful person unmatched by anyone. As Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle, in terms of strength, he is above even Shang Bin. Voila! After gathering his might, Bai Sun steps forward. With his strength as a sword, the shock wave of his punch as a blade, he sends a jab straight towards Xianxia. To test his level of cultivation, Xianxia doesn't bother to look at the flaws on Bai Sun compiled in the library of Heaven's Path, and instead, he faces his fist with one of his own. Who? The 2 fists connect midair and Xianxia frowns. Why is the strength behind his fist so lacking? Could it be that he isn't Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle? Xianxia's fist goes straight through the other party's fist without slowing at all, completely overpowering him, as though a stone has met with a bubble. Thinking that the other party isn't well prepared and has yet to exert his full strength yet, Xianxia quickly reduces his strength by half. Even so, Bai Sun's face pales and he is sent flying like a rubber ball. So, he only comes to a stop when his back crashes onto a pillar forcefully. Why aren't you using your full strength? Retracting his fist, Xianxia walks forward and stretches out his hand to help the ladder up. Don't! Upon seeing this sight, Master Lu Chen's eyes narrow. He immediately tries to stop them, but he is too late. So, Baisun, who was pulled by the young man, flies away like a kite who had its strings snapped. With a whistle of the wind, he flies in the air once again. Paji, after flying for a dozen meters, his face crashes into the wall and fresh blood spurts out from his mouth and nose. Woo! Baisun almost cries on the spot. Big brother, I know that I'm not a match for you, but you don't have to be so merciless. My dashing features, my face. Why are you? Seeing Baisun fly away with a pull of his, Xianxia scratches his head with an innocent look. What are they doing? First Master Lu Chen and now Baisun. Is it really all right for the both of you to be leaping around? If the two of them were to know the thoughts that are running through his mind, they would have surely vomited blood on the spot out of depression. You are the one who is leaping around. We were thrown by you, all right? This fellow. Standing by the side, Huang Yu's eyebrows twitch and she finds her head unable to cope. Baisun can be considered one of the outstanding ones among the younger generation. Except for a few others, he is practically unmatched. This is precisely the reason why he cultivated a competitive, but reluctant to admit defeat personality. He thought that the latter would not be able to match up to him in a duel, but never did he imagine that he would be sent flying with a single punch. He lost thoroughly. This fellow looks ordinary. How can he possess such overwhelming might? Are you all right? Unsure of what the others are thinking about, Xianxia walks up to Baisun with an apologetic look. I'm fine. Baisun struggles upwards and pats the dust off his clothes. As Fighter 5 Dan, who has tempered his bones and skin, small wounds like these do not pose a problem. Great. I realized that you have not used your full strength previously. How about this? Let's spar once more with you using your full strength. Xianxia says with a serious expression. Again. Baisun's face twitches and he almost cries. If we were to continue fighting, I might die here. He immediately waves his hand and says, No need, Master is indeed stronger than me. I don't think there's a need to continue sparring. There's no need to be courteous. It is just friendly sparring, so you don't have to be so restrained. Also, don't call me Master. That sounds so distant. Xianxia thought that the other party was acting cautiously due to his identity as Master Lu Chen's peer, causing his reluctance to give his all in the spar, thus resulting in his weakness as perceived by Xianxia. When his cultivation had just reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle, he crossed blows with Yao Han, and the latter gave him a lot of pressure through his formidable strength. Yao Han's cultivation realm is higher than Baisun, but as there isn't too much of a difference between the two, he thought that it would be the same as when he faced him. Yet, Baisun was sent flying with a single fist. Finding it unbelievable, he attributed it to him not exerting his full strength. Otherwise, with his 8 ding of strength, it is impossible for him to send a Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle who possesses 4 ding of strength flying with a single fist. Spar. Baisun trembles in fear. You call this sparring? With just that single fist of yours, I almost ascended to the heavens, you know that? Besides, as a fellow peer of Grandpa Lu Chen, what do I call you if not master? A thought flashes through his mind and his face twitches, seemingly on the verge of tears. Since you said that it feels distant calling you master, then why don't I call you Grandpa? Grandpa Zhang, I admit my mistake. Okay? I shouldn't have been so hostile towards you, so I beg of you, stop asking me to spar with you. The strength measuring rock pillar is here. At this moment, Uncle Chung walks over and sees such a sight unfolding before him. Upon hearing Baisun's shouting plea, he petrifies on the spot. What? Who is this? The sole son of the number 1 authoritative subject of Tianxin Kingdom, Jinan Wang. For him to be crying Xianxia as his grandpa? Surely I am hearing things. Uncle Chung only feels his vision blurring before him and almost loses consciousness. I just stepped away for a moment to grab a strength-measuring rock pillar. What happened? Can anyone enlighten me? Cough cough, all right? Little brother Xianxia. There are plenty of opportunities for the both of you to spar in the future. Bai Sun is injured and needs to regulate his cultivation for a while. Anyway, since the strength measuring rock pillar is already here, I think it would be best for you to try out your strength first. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Master Lu Chun quickly steps in. All right. Seeing that Bai Sun is unwilling to spar, Xianxia shakes his head in disappointment. He looks at the strength measuring rock pillar which is just inserted into a crevice on the ground and walks over to it. With a slight smile he says, "Actually, I have tested my strength yesterday and it was about 4 ding or so. There probably won't much of a difference testing it today. It was just this morning that he had beaten Yao Han into a pighead. Before that, he had tested his strength and had ascertained it to be 8 ding. He had been busy the entire day. Furthermore, without a cultivation technique for him to cultivate, not a single one of his acupoints have been broken through yet. Thus, there shouldn't be a rise in his strength. Although he has cultivated the Heaven's Path golden body, in Xianxia's opinion, even if there was an improvement with his physical body, it can't possibly rival up to the significance of Jinqi in determining one's might. As for why he said that his strength is 4 ding, it is because this is the standard strength a Dingli realm pinnacle would possess. He doesn't want to reveal too much of his secrets. At worst, he just has to hold back half of his strength when testing it later on. Since the pillar has been brought here, give it a try, Master Lu Chen says. All right. Xianxia smiles as he accepts the offer. With the intention to only use half of his strength, his fist flies towards the rock pillar before him. His fist propels forward as though a lightning strike and the shock wave of his fist causes the wind to rustle. Pong! Light shines from the pillar and figures start to slowly appear on it. Look, as I said, for ding. Seeing the figures that had floated onto the surface of the pillar, Xianxia waves his hands and turns around to look at the others with a smile. However, before he could finish his words, he sees Bai Sun, Huang Yu, Master Lu Chun and Uncle Chung look at him as though he is a monster. Every single one of their eyes are almost popping out of their sockets. What's the matter? Xianxia frowns. He lowers his head to look at himself. There shouldn't be anything off about him, though. Look at the strength measuring rock pillar again, Huang Yu says in agitation. What is wrong with the strength measuring rock pillar? Isn't it just 4 ding? Do you all have to be so shocked? Turning around to take a look, Xianxia's body staggers and he almost falls to the floor. Unsure of when it happened, but the number 9 had appeared behind the number 4 that he saw previously. Putting it together, 49. The fist that I just threw had the strength of 49 ding. Xianxia is also astonished. When he tested it this morning, he only had 8 ding of strength. Furthermore, he intentionally restrained half of his strength when striking on the rock pillar, so how could he had possibly reached a might of 49 ding? Doesn't this mean that if he didn't contain his strength, his fist could hold a might of almost 100 ding behind it? A fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm pinnacle possesses 4 ding of strength, while the strength of a Pishua realm pinnacle expert wouldn't exceed 80 ding. To be capable of hitting 100 ding with his fist, doesn't this mean that his strength is equal to a fighter 6 Dan Pishua realm expert, surpassing the latter even? Could it be that the strength measuring rock pillar is malfunctioning? A thought flashes through his mind and Xianxia can't resist raising his doubt. The rock pillar isn't malfunctioning. Didn't you achieve a breakthrough in the study previously? Caused your strength to soar. Furthermore, you have yet to adapt to your newfound strength. That's why you thrashed Bai Sun so overwhelmingly. Seeing his thoughts being verified, Master Lu Chen explains. Initially, he wanted to say that he himself was beaten into a pulp by Xianxia, but he stopped at the crucial point. After all, no matter what, he is still a master and has to consider his reputation. A breakthrough? An inflation from 4 ding to 49 ding? It can't be that you broke through 45 acupoints at once. It is one thing to not hear his explanation, but the moment they hear it, Bai Sun and Huang Yu almost faint on the spot. Surely you are jesting? At Fighter 6 Dan Pishua realm, one opens up his acupoints to raise one's cultivation. For every acupoint opened, one will gain 1 ding of strength. It is said that there are a total of 108 acupoints in the human body. However, only 72 of which can be opened. Furthermore, there is a specific order to opening these acupoints. Due to the difference in physique for every individual, they require a different sequence in breaking through them to achieve the optimal effect. If one fails to find the ideal sequence, they could possibly only end up opening 30 to 40 acupoints in their life and find themselves unable to advance forward. Normally, one breaks through them one by one, and one's strength will increase slowly one ding at a time. For Xianxia's strength to increase by 45 ding in an instant, dude, you are about to bash through the heavens. It is not that I have never seen people breaking through, but I have never seen someone break through in such a way. Actually, it isn't just the others who are giddy and in a state of disbelief, even Xianxia himself doesn't know what is going on. Was such a massive improvement induced just from cultivating Heaven's Path Golden Body, allowing his strength to increase by 90 ding instantaneously? Normally, when he casually sent Master Luchin flying and defeated by Sun, he should have understood how much of an improvement he had made and how much his strength had grown by, and not be as ignorant as he is now. However, as a transcender and someone who has just started cultivating 2 days ago, it is already incredible that he is able to control his cultivation to exert the correct amount of strength. Going into the specifics to control his strength so as to manipulate it as he pleases is simply expecting too much of him. This is just like an ordinary person who is suddenly granted superhuman strength. He wouldn't be able to get used to it initially, and, perhaps might even feel slightly lost about the matter. This is exactly the situation that is occurring with Xianxia. Initially, he only possessed 8 ding of strength. However, it suddenly increased by 90 ding, an increment of more than tenfold. Furthermore, as this increment originates from his physical body, it is undetectable. Rather, it would be weird if he knew it in advance. It is already a blessing for him to not have reduced by Sun into a lump of meat. Little brother Zhang, you can't possibly have opened 45 acupoints just now? Seeing him in a daze, Master Lu Chun asks slowly. It is unheard of to open 45 acupoints in an instant, but if that isn't the case, where could have the sudden boost of strength possibly came from? I am still Dingli Realm Pinnacle. My cultivation has yet to advance. Just that. My physical body grew stronger by a bit, Xianxia says. Physical body? Master Lu Chun is astounded, not daring to believe what he has just heard. I have heard that there are some treasures in the world that allow one's physical body to rival steel when consumed, giving one the strength equivalent to a Pishue realm pinnacle. Could it be that it is possible to reach such a level through cultivating one's physical body as well? Kang, I seem to have eaten some unidentifiable fruit today. Initially, I felt my body heat up after eating it, but I didn't pay much heed to it. Perhaps that could be the reason for the sudden increase in the strength of my physical body, Xianxia says. As a member of modern civilization, he understands the logic that possessing a treasure beyond one's ability will attract calamity. If he were to acknowledge that he has reached such a level through cultivation, innumerable people might go red-eyed and try to extort him of his cultivation technique. Perhaps some might even kidnap him to research on. Since Master Lu Chun had mentioned that there are some treasures that can induce a massive enhancement in one's physical body, he decided to go along with it. Fate. This is truly fate. Master Lu Chun doesn't doubt Xianxia's words at all. Actually, it isn't that he isn't doubtful, but even if he is, he has no choice but to believe Xianxia's words. For one's physical strength to increase by a few dozen ding through 2 hours of cultivation? Isn't this daydreaming? It is as laughable as trying to get a male to bear children. Rather than believing that nonsense, it is more probable that he might have consumed some treasure. May I know the appearance of the fruit that little brother ate? Master Lu Chun continues asking. Appearance? Xianxia scratches his head. He was spouting nonsense, so how could he have possibly known how it would look like? However, since they have already gotten to this point, keeping silent would seem much more suspicious instead. Thus, he replies, it is a red-colored fruit. Previously, when he was flipping through the books in the Academy's Compendium Pavilion, he recalls seeing a record of a fruit similar to what Lu Chun has just described. The book is an epic of a person's travels, and a character in it had eaten a red-colored fruit and had his strength raised massively. At this moment, he could only blindly try his luck. Red-colored? Could it be crimson-colored? Indeed, it is that thing. Master Lu Chun seems to have thought of something and his breathing hastens. Master knows of it? It is the Hongjin pearl fruit. Legend has it that consuming it will allow one's physical body to soar rapidly, granting one the strength that even a Pishue realm pinnacle expert is unable to withstand. Master Lu Chun says excitedly. Hongjin pearl fruit? Xianxia says with a bizarre look on his face. Could it be that such a thing really exists? Chatting for a moment longer, Xianxia was questioned on where he obtained the Hongjin pearl fruit from. He casually replies that he got it from the market, causing Master Lu Chun and the rest to exclaim at his fortune. Right, Brother Xianxia, are you a local or? Lu Chun asks. I am a teacher at Hongtian Academy. Xianxia replies. No wonder you possess such strength and a deep understanding towards painting. Master Lu Chun praises him. He turns around to Huang Yu and Bai Sun, who are sitting by the side, and says, painting can mold a person's personality and train their character. Don't let fighting and killing occupy your mind all day long. Since Brother Xianxia is a teacher of the academy, go and visit him to learn from him whenever the both of you are free. I will consider giving the person who learns a thing or two from him a pass and give them what they want. Yes. Huang Yu replies with a bitter expression, whereas Bai Sun's eyes are glittering with excitement. Through their crossing of blows, he understands that Zhang Xian's current ability far surpasses him. To be able to learn from such an expert is definitely much more interesting than simply just learning boring painting. At the very least, he feels more relaxed learning from him than Master Lu Chun. My apologies for the sudden intrusion today. It is getting a little late, so Master, I will be bidding you farewell. I will visit you another day. After accomplishing what he came for, Xianxia decides to take his leave and clasps his hands together towards Lu Chun. This time, you came here to look for Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, but it is a pity that I don't have many of them here. I will speak to Xinjue about this matter a few days later to bring you to the Kingdom's book collection vault to browse through them. It just happens that he seems to be out hunting these few days, so he isn't in the capital at the moment. Master Lu Chun says, You have my utmost gratitude, Master. Hearing these words, Zhang Xian's eyes light up. It is impossible to find more than a few Fighter 6 Dan cultivation technique manuals at any ordinary location. However, in the Kingdom's book collection vault, the location that is reputed to have the most complete collection of books in Tianxian Kingdom, he is surely able to find many of them. If he is able to enter the vault to browse through the Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, he might be able to form Heaven's Path Divine Art and break through successfully. You're too courteous. Lu Chun nods his head with a smile. Leaving the master's residence, Zhang Xian heads towards the academy. The sun had already set when he was still having dinner with Shen Bairu. At this moment, the moon hangs high up in the sky, illuminating the ground with a cold silver glow. Going by the clock of his previous life, it should be around 12 already. Despite the time, he doesn't feel fatigued in the least. Instead, his eyes are glowing with exhilaration. The trip to the master's residence was truly worth it. Compiling the Heaven's Path golden body has propelled the strengthening of his physical body, causing his prowess to soar. With his current cultivation, even if he were to meet with a Pishua realm pinnacle expert, he would be able to easily subdue them. Besides, he also found a dozen books or so on Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques. Even if it is insufficient for him to compile a complete version of Heaven's Path Divine Art, it should still be beneficial to his training. My physical body has already reached 90 ding of strength. If I were to find higher-tier physical body enhancement techniques, will I grow even stronger? There may be many different secret manuals on training one's physical body in Master Lu Chen's study, but they were the simplest and most basic cultivation methods. If such books could possess such effects after being compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path, does this mean that if he were to assemble together a set of more profound physical body cultivation manuals, the book compiled would be even more incredible? If this is true, His physical body will probably play a significant part in his battle prowess in the future. Just as he is immersing himself in his delight, his ears suddenly quiver. The growth in strength of his physical body has also caused his hearing and vision to sharpen. He suddenly realizes that someone is stalking him. His footsteps sway and he comes to a stop. Those friends who are following behind me, come out. Hee. I didn't expect that you would be so wary. What is the use of being wary? Lad, you made us lose money. Don't even dream about escaping from us today. Walala. As his voice trails off, a few human silhouettes dash out from the darkness and surround him. Every one of them look at Xianxia coldly, as though staring at a corpse. It's you all. Xianxia recognizes them. He recognizes two of those in the group as Master Mo Yang, who was exposed in the market earlier today by him, and the artifact dealer who was working with him. The remaining few should be the supports who were hidden within the crowd. At this moment, Master Mo Yang's face is swollen red and the skin around his eyes is bruised black. A few parts of his clothes are torn off and he no longer possesses the serene and enlightened disposition and appearance from before. In fact, if one were to claim that he is a beggar on the street, people would believe him. Looks like after being exposed, those victims didn't let him off the hook so easily. But that's to be expected as well. After all, which of those who were able to engage in the expensive sport of treasure speculation didn't come from extraordinary families? After realizing that they were scammed, they can already be considered to be kind for not killing him on the spot. The artifact dealer doesn't seem to be in a much better state than him. His two eyes are bruised black and two sausage-like swells hang by his mouth, causing his speech to be indistinct. Glaring at Xianxia, the resentment and anger in their gazes are clear to see. This was a ploy that they spent a fortune to set up, only for it to be wrecked by this young man here. Not mentioning how they had to spit out the meat that was already in their mouths. They even almost got beaten to death. Thus, it is understandable that they would feel intense resentment against him. You little bastard, you sure ran away fast back then. Let's see where you can run off to now. A maniacal gleam flashes across the eyes of the artifact dealer. You all want to kill me? Noticing the aura of the surroundings growing eerily cold, Xianxia frowns. If you have to blame it for your big mouth for saying things that shouldn't be said. In your next life, remember to keep your mouth in check. Master Mo Yang sneers savagely as he clenches his fists, causing Jia sounds to echo in the surroundings. The reason why their fraud failed was due to this fellow. It took them a while before they managed to find him. So naturally, they wouldn't allow him to escape easily. I'm sorry, but I don't wish to die for now, and neither do I wish to keep my mouth in check. Xianxia says. You don't wish to die? Ruthlessness flickers across in the eyes of Master Mo Yang. This isn't up to you. Brothers, kill him, slice him apart and feed him to the dogs. Roger. With a cold snort, one of the support steps forward and lifting his arms up, he sends a palm down towards Xianxia. The moment he makes his move, his cultivation realm is made apparent. Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle. No wonder he could still escape to Tianxian Kingdom to conduct fraud even after being outlawed by Luzhu Kingdom. He does indeed possess some capabilities. If it was yesterday night, even if Xianxia was able to emerge victorious against this fellow, he would have to utilize the strength of the Library of Heaven's Path to exploit his weakness. However, with an overwhelming progress in the strength of his physical body, possessing nearly 100 ding of strength now, Dingli Pinnacle means nothing to him now. Chuckling softly, he sends a slap towards his attacker. You're courting death. Number 4's nickname is Metal Palms. His hands are capable of splitting rocks. Back then, in Luzhu Kingdom, a Pishue realm primary stage was killed by a single palm of his. Yet, this fellow dares to exchange blows with him without any preparation? The ignorant sure are fearless. To think that we were done in by such a fellow, what misfortune. Seeing that fellow going against number 4 without dodging at all, Master Mo Yang and the rest sneer. This support may not seem unexceptional, but his strength isn't for show. His palms are capable of even striking through metal. What does a young man who isn't even 20 mean before that? To face it head on, What else can he be doing other than courting death? Just when they thought that Xianxia will be crippled by the blow, they see the one whom they call number for metal palms being as weak as a slab of tofu. Unable to withstand Xianxia's blow, his bones shatter and his rib cage sinks in as he is blasted away by the force of the blow. His head stabs onto the ground first, causing him to look like a bulb of wild onion. So it seems that he isn't weak. No wonder he is so arrogant. Seeing number for being sent flying by a single palm, Master Mo Yang freezes for a moment before his expression turns even more savage. Waving his hands grandly, as though he is in control of the entire situation, he says, "However, your luck ends here." After which, he turns to look at the artifact dealer by the side and says, "End it fast. We still have matters to attend to." The artifact dealer nods his head and advances forward. Boom! Before he even strikes, he emanates an aura from his body. It is similar to the mountains and the oceans, immeasurable. If one were to close their eyes, they could clearly feel 10 acupoints in the other party's body absorbing and exuding spiritual energy, each of them bright as though the stars. Pishue Realm Expert? Xianxia is taken aback. At Fighter 6 Dan Pishue Realm, one starts to open up the acupoints within their body to absorb the spiritual energy from the world and refine it for their own usage. At this level of cultivation, regardless of whether it is reaction speed or strength, they would be enhanced significantly. In Hongtian Academy, this is the level of strength an elder possesses. It is beyond his expectations that a scammer would possess such strength. Are you afraid? If so, kneel down, apologize and compensate our losses. Otherwise, death awaits you. Noticing Xianxia's astonishment, he thought that he is apprehensive of his strength. Thus, with a long cry, he steps forward, reminiscent of a god who governs over life and death. Kneel down? Apologize? Compensate your losses? Xianxia shakes his head. I am not that free to be apologizing and compensating to a scammer. If you all have such an interest, you all could kneel down to me instead and compensate my losses from your assault today. This way, I can consider letting you all off the hook. What did you say? Is this fellow mad? Master Mo Yang and the artifact owner start to suspect whether this fellow is insane. Our people far outnumber you. Furthermore, we have Pishue Realm experts on our side. Yet, you expect us to kneel down to a lonesome young man like you? What are you trying to act cool for? Besides, compensate your losses for the assault? You have losses my ass. The head of our number Furies still lodged into the ground. If we are speaking about losses, ours are significantly greater. Okay. Stop spouting nonsense with him. Just kill him. Master Mo Yang gestures. The artifact owner nods his head. Exerting force on the soles of his feet, he charges towards Xianxia with his fingers wide open in the shape of a palm. Hoo-hoo! Before he could get close, the rustling of the wind could be heard, as though an eagle trying to prey on a rabbit. It gives others an oppressing sensation, a massive pressure that they are seemingly unable to withstand. It is number 2's battle technique Soaring Eagle. This battle technique can be considered to be superior even among those in the mortal intermediate tier. Isn't it a little too excessive to be using it to deal with a young lad? It isn't excessive. This lad is able to smack away number 4 with a single palm strike of his. This shows that he is pretty capable as well. However, his luck has come to an end, now that he is facing number 2's Soaring Eagle. Seeing the artifact dealer executing such an incredible technique, the crowd nod their heads in approval. Soaring Eagle is in the forefront even among the mortal intermediate tier battle techniques. The moment it is executed, one will emit a majestic aura, reminiscent of an eagle hunting down a rabbit, leaving his opponent with the impression of mountains and oceans, as well as a feeling of helplessness before such overwhelming might. Even if their leader Master Mo Yang were to encounter it, he would have to retreat temporarily so as to avoid facing it head-on. Soaring Eagle? The moment the other party executes his battle technique, a manual appears in Xianxia's head and written on it is the flaws and the history of this artifact dealer. Scanning through it with his consciousness, Xianxia imprints this information into his mind and suddenly, a bizarre expression appears on his face. Who? Due to the lack of time, it isn't the time for him to be pondering. The battle technique executed by the artifact dealer is already right before him. A battle technique allows one to better unleash their strength, thus bringing them to greater heights. As a Pishue realm expert who has opened 10 acupoints, the artifact dealer isn't weak at all. Complemented with the mortal intermediate tier battle technique, he carries with him a very powerful and oppressive aura. Die! A savage smile appears on his face is similar to the radiance of a flower. However, before this flower can finish blooming, his eyes narrow and a ghastly cry sounds. Ah! A tragic howl echoes across the night sky, as though a stone grinder has crushed the ears of a dog. What happened? At the very start, Master Mo Yang and the rest thought that Xianxia will be crushed in an instant by the strength of number 4. However, they didn't expect that the latter would end up so tragically. Recalling the defeat of number 4, they swiftly turn their heads to take a look, and the sight before them causes their face to twitch and they almost pass out on the spot. The young man before them totally ignores the magnificence of the artifact dealer and sends a kick upwards toward his dignity as a man. Kacha! The sound of egg breaking apart causes everyone's face to twitch uncontrollably. So, the next moment, the artifact dealer is sent flying as though a rubber ball, crashing into a wall not too far away, forming a Da word. Initially, it should have been a Tai word, but from the looks of it, there probably isn't a chance for it anymore. Incredible! Seeing how he was able to easily kick away the Pishue realm artifact dealer, who was in the midst of executing his battle technique, Xianxia nods his head in approval. Even though his physical body is significantly stronger than the other party is skilled in fighting techniques and possessed great speed. Xianxia would have to resort to several means to cripple him, and even so, it would have taken several blows to do it. However, with the Library of Heaven's Path, he is able to clearly see through the flaws of the other party. As such, subduing him became an easy task. With a single kick, the bird flies away and the egg shatters. Even if he is a Pishue realm expert, he is not too far off from death from that kick. Something is amiss about this lad. Let's attack him together. Seeing Xianxia smack number 4 into the ground and kick number 2 to the point that he no longer possesses his lower companion, no matter how foolish Master Mo Yang could be, he clearly understands that the lad before him isn't simple, and his previous contemptuous gaze hardens. Walala! Upon hearing the orders, even though the remaining few are sweating profusely and a numbing sensation pervades their crotches, they dare not disobey the orders and step forward to encircle Xianxia. Go! A bellow and the remaining few immediately charge forward. All kinds of powerful attacks fall relentlessly onto Xianxia. Their Jinchi gushes through their meridians and the might of their attacks generate powerful shock waves. Just like the previous number 4, the rest of them are all Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm experts. Despite the fact that they outnumber Xianxia, due to his ability to see through the flaws of others and his Pishue realm pinnacle level fighting prowess, they do not pose a threat to him at all. Something is not right. Why are there only these few attacks? Parrying all of the attacks that come flying towards him, a thought suddenly flashes through Xianxia's mind, causing him to pause for a moment. The artifact dealer, who is only number 2 in their midst, possesses the strength of Pishue realm. Logically speaking, the fake Master Mo Yang should be significantly stronger than him. However, why is he not attacking with the rest of the lot? If he were to attack, perhaps Xianxia might have a difficult time coping with the attacks. Just as he is bewildered over the bizarre situation, he notices a figure who had already retreated 10 meters away. In the midst of his run, he shouts, "You all kill him. I'll be back soon." Ah! Hearing these words, the attacking crowd stagger. There is no need to guess the situation. It is clear to see that their boss, upon sensing that the situation has gone awry, has abandoned them and fled. Shameless! Xianxia shouts in surprising harmony with the rest of the supports. Just a moment ago, he was still bellowing so righteously. Yet, at the next moment, he turned around to flee, leaving his subordinates in a lurch. No wonder he was able to escape the pursuit of Luzhu Kingdom. He is simply way too shameless to be caught that easily. You won't get away that easily. This fellow had Zhang Xian surrounded, and demanded him to kneel down and compensate him. Naturally, Zhang Xian can't possibly let him off the hook so easily. Zhang Xian does a quick job out of the several Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm pinnacle supports, and turning his body around, he heads straight for the Master Mo Yang ahead of him. With the significant breakthrough in the strength of his physical body, Zhang Xian's body movement is reminiscent of a frog. Every single time the base of his foot comes into contact with the ground, he will fly forward 10 meters. Despite not possessing any footwork techniques, his speed is swift like a rock. The heck! The frantically escaping Master Mo Yang turns his head, just to see the other party flitting towards him with large strides, his movements similar to that of the immortals. The overwhelming shock causes him to forget to breathe for a split moment, and he almost tumbles over. He thought that Zhang Xian is a lamb that he can easily squeeze to death, so he fervently hunted him down to wash away the shame from the incident earlier this day. Yet, never did he expect that he would run into a lion's den. If only he knew that Zhang Xian was that formidable, he would have never come looking for him. Judging from how young that fellow is, even if he started training inside his mother's womb, it is still illogical for his strength to rise that quickly. Master Mo Yang feels endless regret, to the point that even the thought of suicide pops in his head. If only his mouth wasn't that inauspicious for him to pick out that fellow out of the entire crowd when he was scamming the others in the treasure speculation hall. The other party would not have exposed his deeds, and he could have walked out of the hall pompously under the gazes of respect from the crowd, despite scamming their money. Even after his ploy was exposed, he could have just escaped the capital, and nothing would have happened. Yet, he just had to decide on exacting vengeance. Now, not only did he fail to exact vengeance, on the contrary, he became the one who is being chased like a weakling. What the heck is this? Truly, if one doesn't dedicate his soul to committing suicide, one wouldn't die. On my heart, despite being just 19, Zhang Xian had cultivated the Heaven's Path Divine Art and Heaven's Path Golden Body. His body had been nourished by Jinqi, cleared of impurities, and his bones had been tempered and forged anew, causing him to look younger than his real age. At one look, he looks barely 17 or 18. At such an age, an average person would only be at Fighter 1 Dan or 2 Dan. Yet, the moment they all made a move, it is clear to see that not even with all of them combined could they match up with Zhang Xian. Thus, it would actually be more bizarre if he didn't choose to escape. Stop! While complaining in his mind, he feels a stifling sensation in his chest, following which a flat voice sounds from his back. Pong! Before he can turn around to counterattack, he feels a sharp pain at the center of his spinal cord. He stumbles forward, and with his face in contact with the ground, he flies forward, creating a deep gorge on the ground in his track. My face! Master Mo Yang is on the verge of tears. Without taking a look, it is clear that his face is already ruined. Kacha! As though not sparing the moment for him to wallow in self-pity, a foot steps on his head. You should have thought of the possibility of such an outcome when you came for my life. Zhang Xian steps on the head of the other party with an impassive expression. He had only been an ordinary librarian in his previous life. However, ever since becoming a part of this world, he had comprehended the logic of might reigning supreme here. If his strength turned out to be inadequate today, he might have possibly died already. Don't kill me, Lord. As long as you do not kill me, I am willing to hand over my years of savings to you. Clearly feeling the other party's ability to crush his head by exerting force through the foot that's on his head, Master Mo Yang trembles uncontrollably. Comparing money with life, it is clear that the latter is much more valuable. Oh? Show it to me then. I'll see if it is sufficient to buy your life. Zhang Xian replies blandly. Yes, yes. Hearing the other party's words, Master Mo Yang hurriedly takes off his ring with trembling fingers and presents it to Zhang Xian. Everything is inside. I beseech Lord, to take a look. Inside. Zhang Xian frowns. What can be fitted into a ring? However, as an expert, he can't be posing such an inquiry to the other party. His mind jolts and a book appears. Low-tier storage ring. Possesses 3 meters square of space within. Flaws. Inferior method of creation. The book describes the details of the ring thoroughly. Storage ring? To think that a giant fraudster like him would possess such a good item. Looks like I've made a huge earning this time. When browsing through the books on the Academy's Compendium Pavilion, he became aware of the existence of the mountain in a seed mystical treasure. Initially, he thought that it was a treasure that was far from his reach. To think that this fellow would possess it. Even though it is a low-tier storage ring, it should be worth at least 500,000 gold coins. Even the elders of the Academy might not be able to afford such a luxury. He can't help but feel surprised by a fraudster possessing such an item. However, after giving this matter some thoughts, he comes to a realization. Without this item, how can he bring away the money he earned? If he were to carry the stack of money around, it would just be a matter of time before he gets discovered, caught, and executed. Looks like this fellow had spent much of his fortune just to buy this. As Xianxia expects, a face of heartache appears on the face of the other party as he passes the object over. Recalling the details of storage rings in the book he read regarding it previously, he drips a drop of fresh blood on it. Wang! With a jolt of his mind, a 3-meter square space appears in his vision. It is filled with gold coins, numbering up to 100,000. His character may be subpar, but he does have quite a bit of saving. Lord, since you have accepted the item, I beg you to spare my life. Seeing the young man, Master Mo Yang hurriedly says, "Spare your life? It is not impossible for me to do that. If you hand over the banknotes that you have secretly hidden on your body, sparing you is just a small matter." Xianxia looks at him with a bright smile. You! With narrowed eyes, Master Mo Yang looks as though he had met a ghost as disbelief shrouds his features. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As an experienced scammer, he has already prepared a course of action in case he gets captured. Thus, when he was running away, he secretly moved to his body the banknotes he had accumulated throughout the years. This is also the reason why he generously offered his storage ring over. The goal of it is to numb the other party so that he wouldn't conduct a body search on him. As long as he was able to get away safely, even if he loses the storage ring and the wealth stored within it, with such banknotes in his possession, he is able to live without worries as a wealthy man and start anew. He thought that his actions were extremely covert. He couldn't have imagined that this young-looking man had seen through his actions from the start. How did he know? Even if he is powerful, it is impossible for him to see through his clothes and notice the banknotes hidden within. Voila! Can't be bothered to argue with the other party. With a claw, Xianxia rips apart his clothes, and in accordance with his expectations, 10 banknotes expose themselves between the tattered clothes. Each of them is worth 100,000, and they added up to a massive sum of 1 million. Looks like I have made a huge profit this time. Delighted to see the enormous amount of money, Xianxia's eyes radiate light. I have given you all my money, so you can let me go now. Seeing how the other party is aware even of his hidden stash, Master Mo Yang becomes disconsolate. His previous haughty aura gone without a trace as cries threaten to escape from his throat. Yang Mo, an apprentice appraiser. A scammer in Luzhu Kingdom who made his name as an appraiser, notorious for his frauds to earn wealth and the favor of women. Skilled in voice of allurement, which beguiles the mind of others through words, making it easier to convince them. Xianxia's foot remains firmly on his head, as he revealed the information compiled on this master from the library with a smiling face. You, how did you know? Who the hell are you? Master Mo Yang's eyes narrow as his whole body trembles intensely, as fear reflects on his face. A moment ago, when his hidden stash was exposed by Xianxia, he panicked, but a portion of it was still feigned. However, the current fear that he is expressing on his face at this very moment is completely real. He feels a chill rushing down through his body, threatening to freeze him into a snowman. It wouldn't be weird if the other party could identify him. After all, he can be considered a wanted serial offender, so there's always the possibility of an attentive person seeing through his disguise. However, The fact that he practices the voice of allurement is something that not even Lao and the rest are aware of. Furthermore, he had not dared reveal the fact to anyone. So how could this fellow be aware of it? This was a secret manual that he attained with much difficulty during a chance encounter. He had hidden this fact in the depth of his heart, and he could proudly declare that not a second person in this world knew of this secret. Yet, the other party was aware of it. The overwhelming shock he is feeling at the moment is about to scare him to death. There are many kinds of secret manuals. There are those on the physical body, battle techniques, cultivation techniques. However, most of these can be found easily. If one had to talk about the most valuable secret manuals in the entire kingdom, most probably, the position would have to go to those regarding secret arts that affects one's psyche. Voice of allurement is an extremely low-tier psyche secret art. However, no matter how low-tiered it is still an attack on one's psyche. Once it is executed, no matter how powerful a person is, if they are unprepared, they will still fall for it. Previously, he had been captured by a Fighter 7 Dan expert. He relied on this to coax the other party into sparing his life. The reason why he intentionally begged for his life is to numb the other party through such a method. Never would he have expected that not only was the other party unaffected by his tricks, he seemed to be omniscient, as though nothing about him could escape his notice. Before Xianxia, he feels his facade falling off, and that he is standing buck naked before him without a single concealment. How can he possibly not feel anxious? If he was afraid a moment ago, right now he is feeling terror-stricken. You don't have to bother how I was made aware of these. You just have to know that these aren't the only things I am aware of. Your Ming men and such, I am also cognizant of them. I can spare you, but from today onwards, if I were to find out that you are still scamming others, bringing harm onto others, death would be the only thing that awaits you. Stopping there, Xianxia kicks the other party's body. Kacha! The sound of an egg shattering. The scammer Yang Mo senses a resounding blast from his dantian, and strength derived from his many years of cultivation seeps away. Without strength, he dares not scam others even if he wanted to. My cultivation! Sensing the loss of his strength, Yang Mo is filled with hatred, but he does not dare to snap at him. The other party is simply too frightening. He is no human, but a demon. How can he possibly dare to retaliate when it's a demon who broke his dantian and ruined his cultivation? Scram! After receiving his benefits and dealing with the scammer, Xianxia walks back to the academy with widened strides. The other party is just a scammer. He isn't worth soiling his hands over. It is already around 1 in the morning by the time he reaches his dormitory. However, Xianxia isn't fatigued at all. Too many things had happened tonight, with events coming one after another. If it wasn't for the godly cheat library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia would have been at a loss for dealing with those situations. Let's see if I can organize those Fighter 6 Dan cultivation technique manuals that I got from Master Lu Chun. Back then, he was too preoccupied with cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body, so he has yet to take a good look at the Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques. Now that he has free time, it is a good opportunity for him to examine them. Soon, the correct cultivation method of the dozen or so secret manuals are extracted. However, taking a look at it, Xianxia feels his head bloating up. They aren't connected with one another in the least. If I were to cultivate this, my cultivation would definitely go berserk and I will die. Xianxia shakes his head helplessly. He might have a dozen secret manuals in his possession, but there are still too many flaws in it. Even if he were to extract the correct methods from them, he is still unable to form a complete cultivation technique set. In fact, the cultivation technique set formed would be filled with even more gaps, making it impossible to cultivate it. Forget it. I better find a way to look for more manuals first. Knowing that the cultivation technique cannot be used, Xianxia doesn't panic. Instead, he recultivates the cultivation techniques of the first 3 dawn compiled by the library. Only after ensuring that his cultivation has completely integrated as one does he go to sleep. Oh! Xianxia doesn't know that in the period that he went to the market to purchase items, in the academy, Elder Xianxia's backyard is on the verge of exploding. Grandfather, you have to redress my grievances. With tears and snot flowing down his face, Shang Bin's cry tremors even the heavens. As the grandson of an elder, he is born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Furthermore, being talented, he has always been respected by others. Yet, he had suffered all the setbacks he had never suffered in his whole life today. It is already a great blessing that he has yet to go insane. When bringing trouble upon someone, a lunatic dashed out and beat him up to a pighead. When going out for dinner, he sees his goddess dining happily with that lad. He could still take it if his framing fails and if he embarrasses himself, but, "Grandfather, didn't you say that this sky-shattering lion is very obedient? I ordered it to teach that useless Xianxia a lesson, but not only did it not obey my orders, it even beat me up instead." The more he thinks about it, the more furious he gets. At this moment, Shang Bin is full of tears for himself. This sky-shattering lion before him has been squandering off his family. Yet, at a crucial period, not only did it not obey orders, it even helped an outsider to assault him. He feels like tearing his hair out whenever he thinks about it. It is usually rather obedient. Shang Chun feels a little awkward. He looks at the sky-shattering lion on front of him with a puzzled expression. He is just a normal beast tamer, and his expertise in the field isn't particularly high. Even if he were to tame savage beasts, he could only interact with them on equal footing, and not that of a master and servant. This is precisely why the sky-shattering lion needs not bother about his emotions and second-guess his thoughts whenever it wants to do something. However, no matter what, they are contractually related to one another. After asking it to protect his grandson, why did it listen to the words of the outsider and assault Shang Bin instead? Roar! Upon noticing Shang Bin, the sky-shattering lion holds its head up high with a proud expression on its face, seemingly proud of its deed. Seeing the expression on the sky-shattering lion, Shang Bin receives another 10,000 damage internally. When it was with Zhang Xian, it licked the other party's hand affectionately and treated him respectfully, as though a pug. Yet now it is acting as haughty as a king. The heck, is my grandfather your owner or he is? Cough cough. I'll persuade the sky-shattering lion later when I get back. Seeing his beast pet behaving like this, clearly rejecting cooperation with him, Elder Shang Chen's face turns red as he waves away the matter. Grandfather, this time you have to teach this Zhang Xian a lesson in my stead. It would be best if his teaching license is revoked and he is chased out of the academy. Knowing that his grandfather is of a relationship of equals with the sky-shattering lion and is unable to teach it a lesson, Shang Bin doesn't dawdle on the matter and, gritting his teeth, diverts the topic towards Zhang Xian. A trash who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination had caused him so much embarrassment and left innumerable wounds all over his body, causing him to almost die even. This kind of grudge cannot be washed away even by the rapid flow of the river. Rest assured, I will settle this matter. But this Zhang Xian, who knows what kind of luck did he stumble over, he actually managed to recruit 5 students. Without a reasonable excuse, even for me, it will be difficult to expel a registered teacher. Elder Shang Chun says. Registered with the continent's teacher guild, Zhang Xian can be considered formally as a teacher. Even as an elder of the academy, the head of the education bureau, as long as the other party doesn't sin deeply, he has no rights to expel him. While shaking his head, doubt flashes across his eyes. As a fellow who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination, everyone thought that it would be impossible for any student to acknowledge him. Yet, contrary to their expectations, not only did students acknowledge him, there were 5 of them. Furthermore, a few of them were within the top 100. No one would have thought it possible if they didn't witness it for themselves. In fact, despite seeing the results compiled by the Education Bureau, he still finds it unbelievable. This fellow, how did he do it? It is totally irrational, isn't it? I have already found an excuse for grandfather to take action. Chao Xiong Laosher has a student named Lu Yang, and this Lu Yang was coerced by Zhang Xian to become his student. Chao Xiong Laosher has already applied for an enlightenment will trial, which will be conducted tomorrow. By then, as long as grandfather makes a move, it would be an easy task to strip him of his license. Shang Bin squeezes these words through gritted teeth. The deception Chao Xiong spoke of turned into coercion through his words. There is a world of difference between these two words. Deception only means that there's something wrong with that person's personality. On the other hand, coercion is a matter of morals. Coercion? Are you sure? Elder Xianxia is taken back. I'm sure. Shang Bin nods his head affirmatively. If that's the case, how about this? Tomorrow I will invite Elder Mo over for him to witness the process. If the result of the Enlightenment will trial shows that Lu Yang did not willingly become his student, then there is the possibility for him to be stripped of his teaching license. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Xianxia says, "Thank you, grandfather." Excitement shines in Shang Bin's eyes. With the presence of teachers comes qualifications, and the organization that protects the identity of teachers is the Teacher Guild. The guild has the authority to inspect the actions of teachers, as well as to strip them of their license. There was a similar organization called the Ministry of Education in Zhang Xian's previous world. Teachers are role models. To guide a student along their path, they must first make the students concede to them, so that they are willing to learn from them. If they were to coerce them, thus causing the student to be jaundiced, it is possible for their licenses to be revoked. As for how to gauge whether one is truly willing to become the student of a teacher, the Enlightenment will trial is the most impartial method. Brat, you might be gleeful now, but let's see how you can continue being so arrogant when your teaching license is revoked tomorrow. Upon the thought that he would be able to exact vengeance for all of the grudges in the past, Shang Bin clenches his fists subconsciously and a surge of exhilaration runs through his body. Oh! Zhang Xian doesn't know that someone has already set up a ploy against him. After a night of rest, he feels energized. Looking into the mirror, he notices that after cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body yesterday, his body became even whiter and smoother, similar to that of an infant. There isn't a single scar or such on his body. Overall, he looks much younger as well. Those who are oblivious to his identity might even think that he is a student. Not bad, he says before heading to the classroom with giant strides. Arriving at the classroom, the first thing he notices is that the interiors of the room has been cleaned spick and span by his 5 students, and even the drinking water has already been boiled. Wang Ying, Lu Yang, Zheng Yang, Xiaoya, and Yuan Tao are all energized. All of them stare at Zhang Xian with looks of reverence and excitement. Initially, these few students had all thought that they were deceived into acknowledging a fellow who was last in the teacher qualification examination as their teacher. However, after the lesson yesterday, they realized that even though his reputation is terrible, he is indubitably an incredibly capable figure. This feeling resonates especially so for Wang Ying. After reciting those theories her teacher spoke of to her father and the elders of the family, they were all filled with praises for him. In fact, there were even some parts of it that they were incapable of comprehending. After which, they insisted in bringing Wang Tao over to acknowledge him as his teacher. From this incident itself, his standards are clear to see. How can one not feel excited upon having such a person as their teacher? Seems like everything is in order today. Xiaoya, take this medicinal herb, crush it into powder and swallow it along with water. Also, this is a cultivation technique that I have just handwritten. If you cultivate by the methods written on it, you should be able to fully recover in 3 days or so. Seeing the expressions reflected in everyone's eyes, it is impossible for Zhang Xian to not know what they are thinking. Nodding his head, he passes the frigid sun mother grass, which he bought yesterday night, and a book to Xiaoya. Xiaoya's illness was caused by her cultivation of a pure cultivation technique. After browsing through all of the books in the teacher's compendium pavilion, Zhang Xian used the Library of Heaven's Path to derive a solution for her problem. Even though the cultivation technique pales far in comparison to his Heaven's Path divine art, it is still a skill derived from the extraction of the essence of 10 different books, and it is still extraordinarily valuable. There are still flaws within it, but the remaining ones don't really affect the whole situation. Yes, Xiaoya grabs the medicinal herb and places it into her embrace before casually flipping open the book. She notices that the ink is still fresh, and it is clear that it was just written. After taking a brief look at it, her eyes narrow and she looks at him in disbelief. Zhang Laosher, although I am new here, I have heard of most of the renowned secret manuals in the academy. This manual is several times more incredible than my white jade pure maiden skill. Why have I never heard of it? Furthermore, why isn't there a name on this book? As the daughter of a city lord, Xiaoya has a massive collection of books in her home. She has browsed through many different secret manuals, which help to build her eye of discernment. This book in her hand is clearly several folds stronger than the white jade pure maiden skill that she cultivated before. However, why has she never heard of it? Whenever one copies a cultivation technique, one would always write the name of the creator on it. However, not a trace of information on its creator can be seen on this book, causing Xiaoya to be puzzled. Oh, this book is something that I have just compiled and wrote down based on your physical condition, so there's no name for it. If you find it difficult to refer to it like that, you can name it as you like. Xianxia says. The Library of Heaven's Path extracts the correct portions of each secret manual and compiles them into a book. The book that is compiled by the library does not have a name, and he can't be bothered to name it either. Thus, he passed it to her right after he casually copied it down. He didn't expect for Xiaoya to ask about it. Thus he answers it casually. What? Teacher wrote it himself? This means, this is a cultivation technique created by teacher. Not only Xiaoya was taken aback, the others also narrow their eyes and all of them nearly pass out on the spot. Every single one of those who managed to successfully create a cultivation technique were grandmaster-level figures, experts who left a mark in history. For their obscure teacher to be capable of creating a cultivation technique, not to mention such an advanced one, are you for real? You can say so. The Library of Heaven's Path cannot be explained, and these books came out of nowhere. Thus, it doesn't matter whether Zhang Xian says if he is the one who created them or not. Thinking nothing about it, he casually nods his head. Incredible! White Jade Pure Maiden Skill. This skill was created by a fighter 8 Dan Zhongshe realm expert in our family. For teacher to be able to create a cultivation technique of much higher tier than this so easily, exactly how strong is he? Seeing him admit to it, the 5 students find themselves on the verge of going insane. Since the inception of Hongtian Academy, there had been less than a few who had successfully created a cultivation technique throughout its century of history. Every single one of them were reputable and influential figures. Yet, their own teacher is capable of the very same feat as well. They find themselves giddy-headed from the reverence they are feeling towards him. Furthermore, the most important of all, what did Zhang Laosher just say? He said that, if you find it difficult to refer to it like that, you can name it as you like. The heck? Every master went through a lot just to create their own cultivation technique. Thus, they view it as their treasure and only pass it down to their main disciples. Yet, after creating a cultivation technique, not only did this Zhang Laosher freely gift it to others, he is even lazy to name them, allowing his students to name them as they please. One must know that the future generations tend to only remember the one who names the skill, rather than the creator himself. Such an opportunity to leave his mark in history, but he isn't bothered about it in the least. Isn't he way too indifferent to material successes? One's conduct can't get any nobler than that. No wonder Zhang Laosher still remains as an obscure figure despite being so capable, even carrying the notoriety as the worst teacher in the academy. To think that he would be such a noble person, a person who views fame as dirt. Zhang Laosher. Upon thinking about these, the eyes of the 5 students redden. They are so moved that they are on the verge of bursting into tears. What's wrong with you all? Seeing his students who were still acting normally a moment ago suddenly staring at him with reddened eyes, Zhang Xian is confused. These students, could they have gone mad at the same time? Zhang Xian is a transcender, so how could he have known that creating a cultivation technique would result in such astonishment and commotion? As such, he is unable to understand the reason behind the expressions of the students. With a calm face, he takes out another book. Lu Yang. This manual is something I just wrote based on your situation. Cultivate according to it, and your right hand should recover completely within half a month or so. Before anyone can even react, he takes out a few more books again and passes them over. Yuan Tao, you have good defensive abilities. The book I passed you the previous time is your fundamental cultivation technique, while this one is aimed at improving your defensive abilities. Wang Ying and Zheng Yang as well. I have compiled your unique characteristics and wrote a book for you two each. If you two were to train according to it, your cultivation should rise swiftly. Since they are all his students, naturally he can't favor one more than the other. Thus, there is a gift for every one of them. These cultivation techniques are made from combining multiple secret manuals from the teacher's compendium pavilion using the Library of Heaven's Path. They are tailored specially for Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and the rest of them based on their physical conditions. There are still flaws in there, but there are significantly less of them compared to the other secret manuals. These secret manuals. What an impressive cultivation technique! Regardless of whether it is Wang Ying, Lu Yang, or Zheng Yang, they are all people who are capable of telling the value of a manual. Just by taking a look at these nameless manuals, all of them tremble vigorously in agitation. The manuals can be said to be tailored perfectly to them, not to mention how incredibly high-tiered they are. Comparing the manuals they just received with the ones they cultivated before, the other ones are like trash among the trash. There is totally no way to put the both of them together. Teacher, these books, we are allowed to name them? Unable to hold it in anymore, Wang Ying asks. Feel free to do so. Xianxia waves his hand. Ah! His students stare at one another. Their fists subconsciously clench tightly together. Writing a single cultivation technique is already an incredible feat, yet to write 5 of them, and everyone is tailored for each of them, even allowing them to name their technique themselves. This capability and this generosity. It is unheard of in the entire Hongtian Academy. The crux of it all is that these cultivation techniques are made specially to cater to their needs. No matter how vast one's knowledge is and how enlightened one is towards the path of cultivation, they would have surely expended a lot of effort to create them. It is very likely that he hasn't slept for the entire night. Their teacher stayed awake for the entire night to toil on these cultivation techniques for them. And yet they doubted if their teacher possessed the abilities to guide them. This is too. The eyes of the crowd turn red again. This sentiment is equivalent to changing their entire lives. Thank you, teacher. The 5 of them kneel down simultaneously, staring at Xianxia, who is standing before them. Unwavering determination appears in their eyes. Zhang Laoshe, rest easy. We promise to never divulge these cultivation techniques outwards. Whoever divulges them will receive any type of punishment you mete out willingly. Never divulge them? All right. These cultivation techniques created using the Library of Heaven's Path pale far in comparison to the Heaven's Path divine art. So Xianxia isn't too bothered about it. At this moment, hearing his students say these words, he agrees with it nonchalantly. This is the disposition of a true master. Seeing Zhang Laoshe indifferent to this matter, the students concede to him willingly. What is a master? This is a master. Who is the greatest person? He is to be capable but humble, misunderstood but unfazed, humiliated but composed and calm in the face of sudden situations. To have such a teacher is a tremendous blessing of theirs. Xianxia doesn't know that in this moment, he has already ascended from the ranks of a mortal to a god within the hearts of his students. After instructing everyone to cultivate as soon as possible, Xianxia is free once more. A teacher should not be keeping a watch on his students, but rather allow them to train and learn by themselves. A teacher is only responsible for pointing out their faults and direct them towards the correct path. Now that all of them have suitable cultivation techniques, as long as they cultivate as per normal, they will be able to achieve acceptable results. Oh! Hesitation appears on Xin Bairu's flawless face. However, thinking about the wonders the young man showed her yesterday, her curiosity burns once more and she determinedly walks over. She is the goddess of the academy, the idol of all male teachers and students. Every day, the number of flowers and presents the teachers and students gift her is countless. Even so, she is nonchalant to it and never tries to approach a teacher of the opposite sex on her own. However, the young man yesterday attracts her as though a mystery, causing her to walk over without any say on the matter. In fact, she wasn't even able to conduct a lesson properly this morning due to it. I'm just going over to expose him. There isn't any other reason to it. Finding an excuse for herself, she heaves a sigh of relief and proceeds forward in large strides. Speaking of this Xianxia Lauscher, she has known him since a long time ago. However, as she never really interacted with him, she isn't too knowledgeable of his affairs. Even so, based on the descriptions of others, there are only 3 adjectives to describe him. Worst, worst, and finally still worst. He is reputed for being the worst teacher in the academy. All along, she has thought so as well. However, yesterday her thoughts were overturned. He could remember all the contents of a book just by casually flipping through it. Despite scoring a 0 in his teacher qualification examination, he is able to come up with multiple answers for the questions in it. Just by eating a meal, she realizes that he is a gourmet. Furthermore, to be able to persuade the sky-shattering lion to listen to him so easily, what used to be the worst teacher in her eyes became an enigma. Incomprehension clouds over her no matter how she contemplates over it. Forget it, I will stop thinking about it. Today, I will definitely get an answer out of him. Harumphing coldly, she raises her jade-like face. Only then does she realize that she is already standing right before Xianxia's classroom. Just as she is about to enter, she sees a mummy-like person standing outside the door. Yao Han is in a dilemma. Yesterday, when he made a move and roared publicly at Xianxia in the classroom, he was reprimanded by the young mistress when they returned. After which, when he returns back to his dwelling at night, he thinks about the matter and rage wells up in him. The origin of this mess is that trash of a teacher, Xianxia. If not for him committing something indecent to the young mistress, causing the young mistress to be blackmailed by him, how could her face blush completely red as she insists on becoming his student? If not for that, he wouldn't have been beaten up to such a state when he went over to assault him at night. Unable to persuade his young mistress, his original intention was to inform the city lord of the matter, so that he can step forth and settle the issue. However, Bayou City is a long distance away, and even the best horse would take at least half a month for a 2-way journey. If he were to really leave, what if that beast of a teacher were to do something immoral? If so, even if he were to die, it would be hard for him to swallow the blame. What should I do? Young mistress would definitely be unhappy with me if I were to barge in right now. However, if I do not barge in, she might get bullied and hurt. Just like that, Yao Han stood at the entrance for a very long time, perplexed. Who are you? While he is still in a dilemma between the 2 course of action to take, an Oriole-like voice sounds. Lifting his head to take a look, he sees a beautiful lady standing at a short distance away, looking at him with a puzzled expression. This beautiful lady is around 20-year-old or so. She is dressed in a light purple robe which brings out her elegant figure perfectly. With skin as smooth as cream, despite not moving much, she is still absolutely gorgeous. I don't think that there's any need for me to tell you who I am. No matter what, Yao Han is a veteran who has experienced the harsh world. Thus, he recovers quickly and harumphs. You are just a little girl, while I am the butler of Bayou City Lord's residence. Are you worthy of having me report my identity to you? Besides, most importantly of all, how can I dare to proclaim my identity in such a state? Refusing to identify yourself? What do you intend to do here by covering your face then? The beautiful lady frowns. Getting. Her heart suddenly pounds and a thought flashes through her mind. This fellow, it can't be that. He is hired by Shang Bin to teach Xianxia a lesson. After inviting Xianxia out for dinner yesterday, they ended up meeting with Shang Bin. For him, the grandson of an elder and a high-level teacher of the academy, to be pummeled to such a state, it would be bizarre instead for him not to seek vengeance. However, since the academy bans private duels between teachers in its compounds, could it be possible that the fellow sent someone else to intentionally mask himself so as to assault Xianxia here? It is no wonder that Xin Bairu would think so. After all, Yao Han's dress-up is way too bizarre. A thick layer of white cloth covers his entire face, revealing only his eyes. At a glance, the impression he gives others is of one unwilling to reveal his true identity. Furthermore, he refuses to answer upon being questioned. Thinking about it now, The reason why Xianxia forbade her from following him yesterday was because he knew that Shang Bin would be unable to take it lying down. He knew that Shang Bin would definitely find someone to take revenge on him. A cold gleam flashes across Xin Bairu's narrowed eyes. She is the cause of this entire situation, so naturally, it isn't right for her to be watching by the sidelines. Do you know the punishment for attacking a teacher in the academy? Attacking a teacher? Yao Han doesn't expect the beautiful lady to ask such a question. He is first taken aback, but he soon recalls the event with Shang Bin yesterday. In an instant, realization strikes him. Could it be that you are that Xin Bairu? The cause of Shang Bin pummeling him was due to Shang Bin getting jealous of Xianxia, as the both of them were vying for Xin Bairu's favor. He will never forget this incident even if he is beaten to death. Yet, at this moment, a beautiful lady suddenly pops up and asks him whether he knows that attacking a teacher can result in a penalty. Who else can this beautiful lady be other than her? Looks like she is here to seek vengeance for Shang Bin after he pounded her pursuer yesterday. That's right. Xin Bairu puts on a wary expression as her fists clench tightly together. Her aura billows. If you want to avoid any trouble, leave right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Being a fighter 5 Dan pinnacle, she exerts intense pressure on others upon releasing her full strength. Impolite? Aren't you here to find trouble with me? What a lousy excuse. Seeing how she is preparing to make a move when the both of them had barely spoken a few words, Yao Han's face darkens to the extremities. As a butler of Bayou City Lord Residence, he is a powerful figure in Bayou City. No matter who he meets, they would always show some deference to him. Yet, over here he was first beaten to a pulp by someone, and now a lowly ordinary teacher doesn't even show him respect. Rage surges through him. How can he still tolerate it after hearing these words? His complexion darkens as he clenches his fist. Without a word, he charges forward. The moment he makes a move, the rebuke that Xin Bairu is about to direct towards him chokes in her throat. With no other choice, she can only face up to him. Pung pung pung. In a moment, the both of them start crossing blows. Xin Bairu might just be fighter 5 Dan pinnacle, but she possesses incredible stamina and profound techniques. Furthermore, even though Yao Han's fighting prowess surpasses her, due to his injury, he isn't able to take her down within a short moment. Oh! Shang Xiaoya, what did Elder Shang say? Xiaoya, it's mean young master. On the pavement in the academy, Chao Xiong can't resist the urge to ask the young man walking over. Rest assured, as long as that student of yours did not willingly acknowledge Xianxia as his teacher, he is dead meat this time. Shang Bin sneers coldly. This morning, Elder Shang ran over to the teacher guild to find Elder Mo and invited him here. As long as he brings Xianxia and his student to the Enlightenment will tower, the latter's reputation will be ruined and he will be expelled from Hongtian Academy. That's great. The moment Xianxia is expelled from the academy, Xin Laosher would definitely give in to Gongzi's persistence. By then, it would be difficult for her to stay away from you. Gongzi, it's mean gentleman. Chao Xiong flatters him with a smile. No doubt about it. Xin Bairu was deceived by that lad's flowery talk yesterday. That's why she gave in and had a meal with him. As long as that lad scrams from the academy, I don't believe that my efforts to woo her will remain in vain. The moment Xin Bairu flashes through his mind, self-confidence wells up in Shang Bin once again. He is the grandson of an elder, as well as a high-level teacher, not to mention that he is tall and dashing. Regardless of which aspect one is speaking of, he is countless times more outstanding than Xianxia. In the entire academy, only he is worthy of an enchanting lady like Xin Bairu. As long as he persists on, who else can she fancy other than him? Then, I will be giving my blessings to Shang Xiaoya to bring the beauty home soon. Chao Xiong quickly follows up with a fawn. Rest assured, if I were to become a couple with Xin Laosher, I will make sure to reward you greatly. Shang Bin wanted to laugh heartily, but the next moment, he accidentally tugs on his wounded muscles and excruciating pain surges through him. Also, other than Xianxia, I will not forgive the one who beat me up yesterday, Yao Han. So what if he is the butler of Bayou City Lord Residence? This is Tianxian Royal City, not a place for him to do as he pleases. That fellow pounded his face in public, leaving him disfigured. How can he possibly forgive him? Naturally, Chao Xiong nods his head. Suddenly, he freezes before quickly pointing forward. Xianxia. Quickly, look. What happened? Shang Bin is bewildered. Unable to hold in his curiosity, he turns to take a look. In that instant, his eyes narrow. Isn't that Xin Laosher? Why is she battling with someone else? That is Yao Han. Right outside Zhang Xian's classroom, the two are fighting intensely. One is the goddess that he thinks of even in his sleep, Shun Bai Ru, while the other is the person whom he just spoke of, the one who makes him grind his teeth in resentment, Yao Han. The two of them aren't acquainted with one another. Why would they be fighting? Xianxia, could it be? Xin Laosher found out that you were beaten up by this fellow, so she felt angered and wanted to take revenge for you? After hesitating for a moment, Chao Xiong suddenly thought of a possibility and comments. Is that true? Shang Bin is taken aback. Indeed. Otherwise, there is no reason for the two to be fighting one another. Xin Laosher has a gentle personality and treats others kindly. She doesn't get into fights easily. You should be well aware of that as well. Right after you were beaten up, she gets into a huge fight with him. If she didn't do it for Xianxia, I can't think of any other plausible reason behind this. To be willing to go so far for you, I dare to confirm that Xin Laosher has some feelings for you, and very possibly it could be love. Chao Xiong says. She loves me? Shang Bin's body freezes, as a wave of happiness gushes through his heart. That's right, there's no other possible reason for Xin Bai Ru to fight with that guy. Never would he have thought that this woman, despite refusing his dates and keeping her distance from him, she would actually love him so much and care so much for him, even going to the extent of battling a Fighter 6 Dan expert despite being at Fighter 5 Dan. This cannot do. I cannot allow her to get injured because of me. Agitation fills his heart. Shang Bin feels as though he has been revived and fighting spirit gushes through him. The debt that is the hardest to bear is one from a beauty. The other party has already gone this far. What does he have to hesitate? If he continues hesitating, then he wouldn't be a man anymore. Xin Laosher, I am here to help you. With a furious roar, Shang Bin rushes upwards. Yao Han is in the midst of battling with Xin Bai Ru. After testing her out for a few dozens of blows, he has already grasped onto the offensive methods of the other party. He is confident that as long as he gets serious, he is able to defeat her within a few blows. Just as he is about to execute his ultimate technique, he hears a shout and Shang Bin appears before him. As I expected, they are a team. Damn it! Damn it! Seeing his arrival, Yao Han's rage flares up once more. He was suspecting whether the incident might just be a misunderstanding a moment ago. But by the looks of it now, the heck it is a misunderstanding. It is obvious that these two are in it together, and they are intent on finding trouble with him. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. As such, he no longer holds back and strikes down mercilessly upon Shang Bin. Shang Bin rushes in all of the sudden spiritedly, and in the turn of an eye, he starts crossing blows with Yao Han. Shun Bai Ru is unable to react to the sudden change of situation. Upon seeing the two of them battle one another, she can't help but to be taken aback. Can it be that I have guessed wrongly, and this man isn't sent by him? The moment such an idea pops into her head, another possibility flashes through her mind and her face darkens. I see. He is trying to kill two birds with one stone. No wonder I found it weird. If this masked fellow wanted to find trouble with Zhang Xian, he could have just rushed in straight. There is no reason for him to be loitering around the entrance. From the looks of it now, it seems that he wants to play out the act of a hero rescuing the beauty so as to attract my attention. Humph! No matter where a beauty goes, she would always attract the attention of males. For her, many have came up with all kinds of methods just to make her spare them an additional glance. This kind of hero rescuing the beauty is one of the lousiest tricks in the book. In such a play, either he would showcase his incredible prowess, or he would allow the other party to bash him up, thus inducing her to feel pity for him. From then on, the pity would slowly give rise to love. In any case, regardless of which, those are doings with purposeful intentions, and it incurs her irritation. Upon coming to this realization, Shun Bai Ru retreats from the circle of battle. Since the both of you are doing it purposely, I won't bother with it then. You can carry on doing whatever you like. Pong 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 pong. Seeing his nemesis charging in frenziedly, Yao Han gives his all without showing any mercy whatsoever. In just a few moments, the fearless and resolute Shang Bin is beaten to a pulp once again, and fresh blood trickles down his face. Yao Han isn't any better either. Blood permeates through the layers of cloth on his mummy-like face. Such realistic acting. Go on with it. Shun Bai Ru comments with arms akimbo. Shin Laosher, help Xianxia quickly. He is on the verge of losing. Seeing Shang Bin beaten to the verge of death, Chao Xiong can't resist stepping forward to persuade her. Being just fighter for Dan Pigu realm, he pales far too much in comparison to the two who are battling at the moment. He will just be courting death if he interferes in the fight. As such, the only viable solution is to plead with the Shin Laosher standing before him. Is it all right for me to help him? Seeing the other party's support coming up to her, Shun Bai Ru sneers coldly. Yes, if you don't save him, Xianxia will definitely die. Unable to see through her cold intentions, Chao Xiong hurriedly says, Fine, I will go then. Shun Bai Ru steps forward. Who? Seeing her walking over to join the fray once more, Yao Han pushes Shang Bin away with both of his hands, causing the latter to retreat 2 steps. Then he steps out of the battle and says, Very well, I will remember this. Your nobility, as well as the favor the both of you have showered me with, I will make sure to return it in the future. He is wounded at the moment, just Shun Bai Ru herself is already pushing it for him. Furthermore, even if he is able to defeat the both of them, they are currently in Hongtian Academy. The longer the battle drags on herefore, the more likely troublesome matters will come his way. If the other party has prepared some scheme beforehand, he might even find himself unable to escape then. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, he decisively chooses to leave. The two of them might have failed to exact vengeance upon him, and the other party has been reduced to quite a pitiful state by him as well, but this grudge has been established. It is just a matter of time before he returns it back to them, after which Yao Han turns around to leave. In an instant, he disappears from the vision of the crowd. If a Fighter 6 Dan Pishua realm expert were to flee, even Shin Bai Ru will be unable to catch up with him. Besides, she doesn't have the intention to pursue him either. At this moment, the cold intention on her face deepens. The moment she is about to step in, the other party flees. What does this mean? Simple, it means that the show has come to an end. Naturally, he would have to leave. Shin Laosher, I didn't expect that you would treat me so well. I understand your intentions. Seeing Shun Bai Ru charging ahead to save him, Shang Bin is filled with joy. He turns his completely swollen red face over, smiles and strikes a pose that he finds dashing. Actually, I love you as well. Still furious with him, she is curious to see what kind of lousy tricks this fellow would use to attract her attention. Hearing these words, Shun Bai Ru almost explodes from rage. My intentions? My intentions your head. You hoodlum! Shun Bai Ru spits through gritted teeth. Pa! A slap flies over. What? After mustering his courage to confess, just as he thought the beauty would leap into his embrace, he feels intense pain on his face. Uncontrollably, his body staggers and he knocks onto the metal gate. Shang Bin's eyes spin and he almost faints on the spot. The heck did you slap me for? Didn't you battle with someone else for me? He is almost going crazy. What the heck is going on? Friendly at one moment, furious at the next. Spring at one moment, winter at the next. Did I offend you or what? Jia. Just as Shang Bin's heart has broken down and he is still trying to comprehend the situation, the door to the classroom slowly opens. Zhang Xian walks out and frowns upon seeing everyone else. I am in the midst of my lessons. It is unbecoming for you all to be making a ruckus here. Zhang Xian, You came at the perfect timing. Just as his heart is in the midst of crumbling, upon seeing Zhang Xian's appearance, Shangbin's rage immediately flurries. Chao Xiong Laosher has already submitted an appeal to the school, accusing you of using deception to coerce his student, Lu Yang, to become your student. The Academy has already approved the usage of the Enlightenment Will trial, so I advise you to quickly bring Lu Yang over. Enlightenment Will trial? Zhang Xian is puzzled for a moment. Then, recalling the memories of his previous self, he comes to a realization and frowns. Indeed, right now, I am passing this message to you as a representative of the Education Bureau. If you don't go, that would be disobeying the rules of the Academy, and similarly, you will be fired as well. Shang Bin sneers coldly. He might be unable to defeat Yao Han, and he doesn't dare to say too much to Goddess Shin. Thus, he can only direct all of his wrath onto this trash of a teacher. Zhang Xian Laosher, don't go. Shin Bai Ru's beautiful eyebrows knit together. She might not know what tricks Shangbin has under his sleeves for doing this, but regardless of what, this is definitely a ploy directed towards Zhang Xian. The moment he agrees and a problem occurs with the Enlightenment Will trial, not only will he lose his teaching license, he might even get fired. However, before she can finish her words, Zhang Xian interrupts her with a hand gesture and says, "All right, I'll go." It is true that Lu Yang felt indignant upon becoming Zhang Xian's student before. However, at this moment, Lu Yang is already completely impressed with him. Even if the latter were to tell him to jump off from a tall building to practice movement techniques, he would most probably agree to it without any hesitation. With such level of trust, what does he have to fear from an Enlightenment Will trial? Given how confident this fellow is, let's see who will be the one to be embarrassed in the end. If you dare not go, I will inform the Security Bureau in the Academy and have them take you. Thinking that Zhang Xian would be resistant to it, Shangbin goes on shouting righteously when the situation finally strikes him. "Ah? What did you say? You will go." Zhang Xian doesn't reply. With a faint smile, he turns around and walks to the entrance of the classroom. "Lu Yang, come with me." "Yes." Lu Yang walks out from the classroom. Not expecting the other party to be so cooperative, traces of hesitation appears on Shang Bin's confident face. "Shang Xiaoye, don't be worried. This Lu Yang is a student that I brought in specially. I am confident that he wishes to be my student," Chao Xiong says with a suppressed voice. "All right." Hearing his guarantee, Shang Bin nods his head and walks forward with large strides. "Let's go." "You." Seeing the young man agreeing so recklessly, Shun Bai Ru feels anxious. The Enlightenment Will trial is a method of settling disputes when two teachers have fallen out with one another but are still unable to settle the matter. The moment the trial starts, the side that is proven to be guilty of deception will receive a severe punishment. How can such a thing be accepted that easily? No matter what, he should try to push it down and ideally settle it peacefully. Otherwise, he could be in deep trouble. It's nothing much. Knowing that the other party is worrying for him, Zhang Xian smiles lightly. Without explaining anything, he lifts his leg and follows behind Shang Bin towards the Academy's Enlightenment Will tower. This fellow. Seeing how the young man takes her advice for granted, Shun Bai Ru is furious and anxious. As a beauty, others would always happily listen to her own words. Yet, not only does this fellow ignore her advice, he charges towards what she is warning him against. Isn't this courting death? One must know that Shang Bin's grandfather is the head of the Education Bureau. If he dares to do so, then he must have already prepared a trap beforehand against him. Leaping into misfortune on your own accord. You deserve it if anything happens to you. Shun Bai Ru stomps her leg furiously. However, after a slight moment of hesitation, she still quickly catches up with the lot. Towards Zhang Xian, she only feels curiosity. Love is not in the equation. However, she is the reason why Shang Bin is going against him. No matter what, she can't just stand idly by the sidelines. Elder Mo Xiang. In the lofty Enlightenment Will tower. Elder Mo, I will be depending on you this time. Elder Shang Chun looks at the elderly who is sitting by his side. An elder from the teacher guild, Mo Xiang. Elder Shang, there is no need to be so formal. After all, we are already old friends. Elder Mo Xiang is in his 50s and a sparse gray-colored beard can be seen on his face. Worry not. If this teacher really resorts to coercion and forces others to become his students, I will definitely report it up to the guild to strip him of his teaching license. Sigh. It is negligence on my part. Elder Shangchun shakes his head. With a bewailing look, he laments. When this teacher scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, I gave him an ultimatum. If he doesn't recruit any students, he would be fired immediately. Perhaps due to pressure, he resorted to such means. It is all my fault. He sighs. Elder Shang, you shouldn't blame yourself. Out of sheer kindness, you gave him another chance. Yet, this fellow knows no gratitude and, instead, he chooses to commit such despicable actions. He is truly shameless and vile. Elder Mo's face darkens as he exudes a forceful aura. As a teacher, instead of pondering on how to better nurture others, he spends his time on such underhanded tricks. I would like to see who is the one who gave him the guts to resort to such means. Elder Mo Xiang is well reputed for his hatred towards villains and villainous acts. Upon hearing about a teacher coercing the students, he is on the verge of erupting from anger. If it wasn't for Chao Xiong Laosher's righteousness in reporting the incident to say that his student has been coerced by that teacher, even going to the extent of applying for the Enlightenment Will trial to resolve the issue, I would still be oblivious to all these happenings. With both of his hands behind his back, Elder Shangchun shakes his head continuously. His contemplating eyes are directed towards the empty sky, as though he has committed the world's greatest negligence. If Zhang Xian is here, he would definitely be surprised. This fellow's ability at Zhuangbi is far more superior than him. Zhuangbi, it's mean, acting cool, putting on an act. Although the Enlightenment Will trial wounds the harmony and camaraderie between teachers, it is still worth it if it weeds out the poisonous ones of the lot. Don't blame yourself too much. Seeing his expression, Elder Mo Xiang is secretly impressed. Often, a student whom several teachers favor at the same time would appear in the academy. At such a moment, everyone would try to settle the issue privately. This way, not only is the fellowship between colleagues not wounded, order is also maintained in the institution. Only when the problem is truly unable to be settled privately will they apply for such a method to resolve it. Enlightenment Will trial, just as its name dictates, is a test on the heart of the student, allowing him to make a choice based on his true will. However, this means that the relationship between the competing teachers will become totally hostile, thus wounding the harmonious spirit between teachers. This is the reason why in the century since the inception of Hongtian Academy, there are only slightly more than 10 applications for the Enlightenment Will trial. They didn't expect that they would be able to encounter such an incident as well. After feigning contemplation, Elder Shangchun secretly chuckles upon seeing that he has managed to rile up the rage of the other party. He gestures with his hand and passes down an order. Let them enter! Jia. Immediately after his words sound, the heavy doors slowly open and Zhang Xian, Chao Xiong, Shang Bin, Shun Bairu and Lu Yang walk in. Chao Xiong Laosher, are you the one who has applied for the Enlightenment Will trial? The moment everyone stops in their footsteps, Elder Shang Chun asks with raised eyebrows. I beg of Elder to redress my grievance. Chao Xiong cries loudly. This Zhang Xian coerced my student, Lu Yang, who has already acknowledged me as his teacher, thus violating the rules of fair competition among teachers. As such, I specially applied for the Enlightenment Will trial so as to bring Lu Yang justice. At the same time, I hope that the Academy can punish this shameless fellow. Bring justice. Lu Yang is oblivious to what was going on as he was simply ordered to follow the group here. Upon hearing the words of the other party, he finally understands that Chao Xiong is trying to make use of him to deal with his benefactor. As such, he hurriedly sends a gaze towards Zhang Xian. Teacher. Before he can finish his words, he sees fluster flashing across the Zhang Laosher, who was calm and formidable a moment ago in the classroom. Indignantly, he says, Chao Laosher, you are spouting nonsense. Lu Yang is willing to become my student. I had never coerced him. His voice carries a trace of unconfidence and panic, as though his lie has been exposed. Unable to believe his sight, Lu Yong blinks his eyes. After 2 lessons, he is already completely impressed with Xianxia, even to the extent of thinking that he is omnipotent. He feels that becoming his student is a result of fair competition between 2 teachers and that it can be explained easily. How did the situation evolve to such a point all of a sudden? Xianxia's eyes are filled with fear and his body trembles slightly, as though he was caught red-handed in the bed with someone else. Lu Yong is unable to make heads or tails of the situation. Which nerve of Zhang Laosher's brain is convulsing for him to behave like this? Teacher? Lu Yong looks over, but before he can voice out the doubts in his heart, he sees Zhang Laosher turning over to Harumph. Lu Yong, you better explain it properly. Did I coerce you or not? As he says so, he secretly blinks his eyes. No. Lu Yong hurriedly shakes his head. No matter how dim-witted he might be, it is clear to see that Zhang Laosher is trying to pull one over the other party. It will do as long as he cooperates with him. The both of them are aware of what is going on. But in the eyes of others, it seems as though Xianxia is threatening Lu Yong to say something against his will. Otherwise, why would Lu Yong answer so hesitantly? As expected, upon seeing this sight, Elder Mo's complexion turns slightly awful. You must be Xianxia. I will give you one more chance. As long as you obediently cancel the lessons of this Lu Yong and allow him to come under Chao Laosher's tutelage once more, I can choose not to proceed ahead with the Enlightenment Will trial. Cancel lessons? Xianxia scratches his head. Lu Yong has acknowledged me as his teacher out of his own will. It would be unfair to him if I were to push him away. Unfair? Own will. The corner of Elder Mo's lips twitch. Don't you feel embarrassed for saying these words? You are just a teacher who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. He can't be happier to push away your lessons. Yet you speak of unfairness. Where did your self-confidence come from? Just as he is about to continue speaking, he hears Chao Xiong and Shang Bin shouting simultaneously, Elder Mo, this won't do. Why? The Enlightenment Will trial is something very troublesome. The moment it starts, someone has to be punished. Otherwise, if everyone were to follow through with this process, the Academy would be unable to upkeep with the expenditure. Initially, Elder Mo intends to have this incident resolved peacefully. Upon hearing the obstruction of the duo, he turns around and looks at them. Elder Mo, Chao Laosher has already applied for the Enlightenment Will trial and the Academy has already agreed to it. If it were to stop abruptly at this moment, doesn't this mean that the Academy's rules are being taken lightly? Shang Bin hurriedly says, what kind of joke is this? It wasn't easy for them to set up this situation to push Xianxia off the cliff. If they were to settle peacefully, doesn't this mean that all their efforts would be in vain? If so, wouldn't the humiliation he was put under yesterday be in vain? Indeed, Elder Mo, I am also thinking in the stead of the student. I hope that he can follow his own heart and choose the teacher that he favors the most, rather than being coerced into making a choice. Chao Xiong hurriedly says, his words are righteous and emotional. If not for the crimson-red palm print from Shang Bin's slap yesterday, he would surely be able to impress many. All right then. Upon hearing the words of the two, Elder Mo nods his head, no longer holding up the process. Since you all have chosen the Enlightenment Will trial, then naturally, I will have to list the rules out clearly first. After the test is completed, whoever the examinee Lu Yong ultimately chooses to acknowledge as his teacher will be victorious in this trial. Of course, the one who loses will be punished. Thus, let's clarify the punishment first. At this point, the quiet Elder Shangchan surveys the surroundings before saying, this time, Chao Xiong Laosher has chosen the harshest punishment. That is, upon the end of the trial, the losing side will be expelled from the Academy. Xianxia, do you have any objection to it? Upon hearing that it is the harshest punishment, Xianxia looks over in disbelief. With a sincere face, he says, there isn't a deep grudge between me and Chao Laosher. To have him expelled, isn't it going a little too far? Upon hearing these words, Elder Shang and the others freezes. They turn and stare at Xianxia as though they are looking at an idiot. Is there something wrong with the head of this fellow? You are the one who is going to be expelled, all right? Humph, regardless of your opinion, you will have to agree to undertake the Enlightenment will trial. It is already too late to turn back now. Thinking that Xianxia is spouting rubbish to reject the trial, Chao Xiong sneers coldly. I am really doing this for your good. I still think that expelling straight away is too harsh. How about this? Xianxia hesitates for a moment before saying, why don't we drop with the expulsion? We will just strip the losing side of his teaching license then. Add in another 100 god slaying flogs. Strip teaching license? 100 god slaying flogs. The crowd blink their eyes simultaneously and stare at one another. Every single one of them feels as though they are going mad. It seems as though the losing side has managed to retain his position so that he won't end up jobless. However, in reality, this is much harsher than a direct expulsion. Are you sure that you didn't misspeak? If one is expelled from the school, at the very least, he would still be a teacher. Even if not in Hongtian Academy, he can still teach at other academies. On the other hand, if one's teaching license is revoked, it would mean losing their identity. No matter where they go, it will remain as a stain on their history, and they would suffer from the mocking of others. That's precisely the reason why Elder Shangchun got Elder Mo from the Teacher Guild here. After all, despite being the head of the Education Bureau in Hongtian Academy, he doesn't have the qualifications to strip a teacher of his teaching license. He didn't expect that. Before he could even talk about it, this fellow has already brought it up. Furthermore, adding 100 god-slaying flogs into the mix. God-slaying flog is a unique object created specially within Tianxian Kingdom. One's flesh will tear apart and they will feel excruciating pain when beaten by it. Yet it doesn't hurt their core. No matter how powerful a person is, they would probably be half dead by the time the sentence is completed. Do you find the punishment insufficiently harsh, or do you think that you aren't dying fast enough? Everyone looks at the young man as though he is an idiot. Zhang Xian Laosher, you? From behind, Shun Bai Ru Laosher barely managed to avoid fainting on the spot. Are you really unable to tell that this is a trap Shang Bin and Chao Xiong specially dug out for you? Their purpose is for you to leap in. Initially, being expelled from the school is already harsh enough. Yet, not only do you not try to push it down, you even raise the stakes up higher. Have you really gone insane? Don't blame anyone else since you are courting death. Harumphing coldly, Chao Xiong looks at Shang Chun, who is standing in the middle of the crowd. Elder Shang, I concur with Zhang Laosher's suggestion. I hope that the Academy can grant our request. Seeing him accept it so readily, Lu Yang slaps his forehead and looks at him with eyes of sympathy. Zhang Laosher is really evil. He first feigns guilt so as to boost the other party's confidence. After which, he makes use of the situation to up the stakes. Most probably, Chao Xiong Laosher won't even know what is going on even after he is played to his death. It is fortunate that he became my teacher. Otherwise, my life would be over. Upon recalling how he almost became the student of this Chao Laosher, Lu Yang shudders and cowers backward. All right then. Since both parties have agreed on the stakes, then let's start the process. Elder Shang Chun nods his head. 2 crystal balls, about the size of a watermelon each, are brought forward and placed on a stone pedestal. Completely transparent, they radiate warm light. These are crystal balls made of Will Inquisition stone. Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong, both of you will drip a droplet of fresh blood on one of them each, after which Lu Yang will touch them and the crystal balls will reflect the true thoughts in his mind in the form of trust level. The one whose trust level is higher, he will emerge victorious. Are there any other questions? Elder Shang Chen asks. None at all. Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong nod their heads. The Enlightenment will trial is actually a simple process. It only involves making use of the Will Inquisition stone to peer into the innate world of the student. Whichever teacher the student trusts more, that teacher wins. The rules might be simple, but the Will Inquisition stone is an expensive commodity, not to mention that it is the type of product that is exceptionally rare. Furthermore, it is a single-use consumable. Thus, unless required, the Academy is unwilling to use such means. As for the expenditure required for the process, normally, it is compensated by the losing side. In the eyes of Chao Xiong and the rest, Xianxia is just an incapable trash who had scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. How can it be possible for Lu Yang, a student among the top 100, to become his student willingly? He is bound to lose the moment the trial starts. By then, not only will he be expelled from the Academy shamefully, he will be bankrupt as well, and his reputation will be in the gutters. Truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Let's begin. Seeing that the two have no objections to it, Elder Xianxia gestures with his hand. Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong walk upwards to a crystal ball each and drip a droplet of their fresh blood on the crystal balls. A warm glow radiates and their faces reflect in the Will Inquisition crystal balls. Go! Elder Xianxia says. Lu Yang walks over and places his left and right hands on a crystal ball each. Wang! The crystal balls immediately light up and their radiance envelopes his entire body. The Will Inquisition stone has hypnotic abilities. The moment one comes into contact with it, one will descend into an illusory realm. In there, all actions done will be a result of one's true will, and no external factors will influence one's will. If one was truly forced to become a student, not only will one not hold any trust towards his teacher, one might even hold feelings of abhorrence towards him. As such, the Enlightenment Will trial is the most straightforward and accurate method to differentiate whether a student is truly willing to acknowledge a teacher. Gazing upon Lu Yang, who had already closed his eyes and descended into the illusory realm, Elder Mo Xiang slowly says, "Indeed, trust level represents the level of trust one holds towards another, and the maximum of which is 100 points. Every 10 points is a demarcation zone and 0 points means an absolute lack of trust. 10 points means slight trust, 20 means average trust. The relationship between a teacher and student tends to be around 30. It is said that the more incredible teachers can make a student's trust in them reach 50. That is considered an extremely fearsome result, and it is extremely rare for such results to appear, even considering the entire Tianxian kingdom. After all, a child's trust towards their parents only hovers around 60 or such." Elder Xianxia strokes his beard as he continues. The conversation between the two is, in fact, telling the others about the concepts behind the Enlightenment Will trial. Humans are thinking creatures and each of them has their own thoughts. It isn't that easy a feat to have one trust in another. Not mentioning others, even one's parents, who have lived with them since young, are unable to reach 100 points of trust. Needless to say, a teacher, only through long periods of interaction can one's trust level in another slowly rise up. Yet, it has been barely 2 days since the start of school. Furthermore, given Zhang Xian's horrid reputation, how can he induce trust in any of his students? It is clear to see even when thinking with one's toes. Right, Elder Mo? I heard that one of the prerequisites to become a master teacher seems to be the student's trust level. May I know if it is true? After explaining the process, Elder Xianxia remembers something and is unable to hold in his curiosity. He asks. Teachers can be divided into low-level, intermediate level, and high-level. Zhang Xian belongs to the bottom category, low-level, whereas Shen Bairu and Shang Bin have already attained the ranking of high-level. Most people's journey comes to an end as a high-level teacher. The 2 famous teachers of Hongtian Academy, Lu Sun and Wang Chao, are also at this level. Master teachers are a level above that of high-level teachers. Master teachers aren't just famous for their reputation. They possess their unique insights into cultivation. One can only become stronger under the tutelage of such a person, allowing them to eventually becoming a heroic figure of a territory. Emperor Xinjue is neither the queen's son or the eldest son. By logic, it is impossible for the crown to be passed down to him. However, it is said that during his youth, he once studied under a master teacher for a few days, causing his strength to increase by leaps and bounds, thus becoming the strongest of the younger generation. Eventually, he even became the #1 expert of the royal family, therefore forming the basis for him to inherit the throne to further the country's greatness. It is the dream of countless people to study under a master teacher, Teachers can only be considered as a lower occupation of the upper 9 paths. However, if one were to become a master teacher, then even among the numerous occupations among the upper 9 paths, they are without a doubt and indisputably a member of the number 1 occupation. This is especially so, given the occupation's frightening ability to rally people. Even the popular occupations apothecary, blacksmith, formation masters aren't able to compete at all. Teachers are known to have innumerable students all over the world. This is even more true for master teacher. It is very possible for any expert one sees or hears of to be his student. The moment something happens, many people will answer to their calls, to the point that even those in authority dare not offend them. It is said that there was once an emperor from a great kingdom who offended a master teacher. With a single call, dozens of fighter 8 Dan Zhongshe realm experts surged in, and in less than a day the entire kingdom was destroyed. The royal family was completely purged. Not a single descendant of their bloodline remains. This is precisely why it is a known fact among cultivators that one can offend anyone, just not a master teacher. Who knows how many students he has? Who knows how many experts there are in their midst? Offending them is equivalent to stirring a hornet's nest. Even if one doesn't die, he will be crippled. Of course, the title of a master teacher isn't that easily attainable. There are many conditions and prerequisites to it, and earning a student's trust rapidly is one of it. Indeed, one of the requirements to becoming a master teacher is to have a student's trust in him exceed 60. This is a standard prerequisite. Otherwise, they won't be qualified. Elder Mo Xiang nods his head. 60. Elder Shang Chun can't help but be astonished. This level of trust is equivalent to the position of their parents in the heart of the students. Despite being together for their entire life, the trust level between parents and children are only 60. It is clear to see how difficult it would be for the relationship between a teacher and a student to reach such a level as well. It is no wonder that there isn't a single master teacher in Tianxian Kingdom. The prerequisites are simply too harsh. If Lu Sun and Wang Chao of your academy were to maintain this standard for 30 years or so, there is a possibility of them becoming an associate master teacher. Elder Mo strokes his beard. There's no need for master teacher to do everything by themselves. Sometimes they would delegate tasks to their assistants to help them. The role of an associate master teacher is just like an apprentice. It is a path one must walk on if they intend to become a master teacher. Associate master teacher? Elder Shang Qin gasps in surprise. For them to be able to become associate master teachers, this clearly shows the standards Lu Sun and Wang Chao possess. I wonder what the trust levels the students the both of them are guiding have towards them are. He can't help but ask. Throughout these years, they have garnered quite a positive reputation. Those older students whom they have guided for many years should be able to reach up to 40. However, it will be difficult for it to rise any higher. Elder Mo shakes his head. Being an elder from the teacher guild, he is knowledgeable about the circumstances of many teachers. That's true. Shang Chen nods his head. It is difficult to accrue trust, and yet, it falls exceptionally easy. Often, it could be torn apart by just a small incident. If that isn't the case, master teacher Wald possess such tremendous reputation. I've heard that a genius young lady has appeared in our teacher guild. Despite being just 18 or 19 this year, she has already become a low-level associate master teacher. Upon recalling a news, Elder Shang Chun can't resist asking. She's the daughter of our guild leader. She is indeed a talent. Upon bringing up this person, Elder Mo strokes his beard and nods his head in commendation. Associate master teacher can be split into low-level, intermediate level, and high level as well. To join one of their ranks under 20 is a fearsome accomplishment, even considering the fact that she is only a low-level associate master teacher. Incredible! Upon receiving confirmation of the fact, Elder Shang Chun nods his head in commendation. He might be the head of the Education Bureau of Hongtian Academy, but in reality he is just a high-level teacher. He doesn't have the qualifications to become a low-level associate master teacher. After which, Shang Chen doesn't go on further on the topic. Instead, he looks at Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong. Elder Mo, How much trust level do you think the both of them will receive? Oh. It's best for you to leave now. Leave Hongtian Academy and never come back. Seeing the young man stand there foolishly to await the results of the Enlightenment will trial, Shun Bairu can't help but to walk forward and direct these words to him with a suppressed voice. In her perspective, Zhang Xian and Shang Bin are two people from completely different worlds. If it weren't for her, there is no way the two would mix together. Such a circumstance has arisen because of her. If Zhang Xian were to be beaten 100 times by the god-slaying flog and have his teaching license revoked, she will definitely feel guilty about his plight. You wish to leave now? It's a little too late. Seeing his goddess showing concern towards another man, Shang Bin spits these words through gritted teeth. You don't even show the slightest concern when I am reduced to this state, and yet you worry about this fellow who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination. Damn it! Damn it! His face turns savage, and he is so angry that he might explode at any moment now. That's right, the Enlightenment will trial has already begun. You wish to leave? Dream on. Chao Xiong walks forward and reveals a face of enthusiastic savagery. The results are about to be out. By then, you will understand how foolish your actions were. Are you that certain that you will achieve victory? Seeing how confident the other party is, as though the winning ticket is in his hand, Zhang Xian shakes his head and asks, Hee. Staring at the young man as though he is a fool, Chao Xiong sneers coldly. Let me tell you the truth then. This Lu Yang was specially invited here by me. I have been living with him for half a month and our trust level should probably exceed 20. What about you? Do you think you are capable of reaching 10 points? After deceiving him over to your side from me forcefully, I think it is very possible for your score to be negative. While 0 means no trust whatsoever, negative means resentment. The greater the resentment, the more negative the number will be. He still clearly remembers Lu Yang's lingering and reluctant gaze when he was pulled away from him. How can someone who has guided a student to go berserk make this proud fellow concede to them? It is very probable for the relationship between the two to still be frosty. So how can Lu Yang not bear any resentment towards this fellow? Hongtian Academy is the #1 academy of Tianxian Kingdom. If a student were to really hold a trust level below that of 10 points towards his teacher will probably become a laughingstock and the event will be known across the entire kingdom. Shang Bin laughs mockingly. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Since your reputation is already as bad as it can get, there is no need for you to worry about becoming a laughingstock. You all. Seeing the two of them putting him down, Shun Bairu's angry face flushes pink. Just as she is about to refute them, she notices that the person in question, Zhang Xian, is still maintaining an impassive and calm face towards their insults, as though he isn't bothered by their mocking at all. To tell the truth, Zhang Xian really doesn't care about it. These fellows can talk as much as they can now. When the result comes out in a while, it will be interesting to see them cry. Oh! The two of them? Hearing Elder Shang Chen's words, Elder Mo Xiang hesitates for a moment before deducing. This Lu Yang was recommended here by Chao Xiong Laosher, so his trust level towards him should be slightly higher. Even so, in my opinion, it should only be around 18 or 19. After all, 20 is a large hurdle to overcome. As for Zhang Xian, if he truly coerced Lu Yang, then it is likely for the trust level to be negative. If the trust level turns out to be negative, Hongtian Academy will be embarrassed. At that moment, I will be depending on Elder Mo. Elder Shang Chun says. Naturally, Elder Mo's eyes are bright and stern. As an elder from the Teacher Guild, I will not allow such scum to appear in our midst. If it turns out to be negative, then there is no doubt that Lu Yang has been coerced into acknowledging him. I will report the incident up to the guild and adamantly push for Zhang Xian's teaching license to be revoked. Hearing the other party's promise, Elder Shang Chun smiles. Then, his eyes twinkle and he points forward. Look, the results are about to be out. The moment his voice sounds, the light the two crystal balls are emanating from the center of the room starts to waver and gradually dims. In the Enlightenment will trial, The person who is involved in the trial has to go through all kinds of illusory realms before they are able to make a choice from the bottom of their heart. At this instant, the fading of the light means that he has already undergone the experiences required for the test, and the results are about to be revealed. Wang. Numbers lightly waver into existence on the crystal ball by the left. The results are out. Misfortune is about to befall you. Seeing the numbers slowly floating into existence on the crystal ball, Chao Xiong's excited eyes gleam. This time, not only will he be able to accept Lu Yang back under his tutelage, he will also be able to throw Zhang Xin out and earn the favor of Shang bin Xiaoya. With such a pillar of support, won't his future in the academy be smooth sailing? Xiaoya, it's mean young master. Probably, in less than a few years, he will be able to rise through the ranks successfully to become a high-level teacher. Just as he is getting excited over the scene playing in his mind, the numbers in the crystal ball finally stop wavering, and they appear before the crowd. His trust level in me definitely exceeds 20. Roaring, Chao Xiong hurriedly turns his attention to the crystal ball. Yet, with a glance, his excitement chokes in his throat and he feels like a duck who is grasped at its neck. His eyes widen to the point that they are about to fall onto the floor. How can this be possible? The results unfolding before him drives him to the brink of insanity. This is something he dares not to imagine. Lu Yang is a student whom he personally invited over. Furthermore, the two even accompanied one another for half a month, giving rise to their close relationship. How can he possibly only hold such a level of trust towards him? The giant numbers on the crystal ball are clear and conspicuous. As though a long sword, it stabs into his heart. 10. Lu Yang's trust level towards him is a mere 10 points. Anything below 10 means a lack of trust. 10 is right at the boundary, but it isn't too far off from it. Just a moment ago, he even narcissistically boasted that the trust level would be at least 20. Yet, the result slaps him hard in his face. Is this the basis of your confidence? Zhang Xian looks over. Chao Xiong fails to catch his breath and almost faints on the spot. I had gone through so much trouble, traveling the distance to find you and bring you over. After which, we even spent so much time together. Yet, how can your trust level be so low? Brother, what is wrong with you? Looking at Lu Yang, the thought of suicide even flashes through Chao Xiong's mind. Where is the trust? Where is the basic trust between humans? Only 10 points? Not only does Chao Xiong feels himself going insane, even Elder Mo and Elder Shang Chun can't help but blink their eyes in disbelief. To apply for an enlightenment will trial with just that meager trust level. May I ask, where did your self-confidence come from? If you wish to take a student off the hands of another teacher, you should at least possess unparalleled standing in the heart of the student. Otherwise, you are just making a fool out of yourself. Initially, we thought that his trust level towards you should be able to reach at least 20. Even though it isn't a really high number, it is still within an acceptable range. Yet, the heck? 10? Are you sure that you aren't joking with us? Elder Shang Chen's face darkens. An inauspicious omen looms in his mind. One doesn't fear a godly opponent, only a pig-like teammate. It is clear that the pig-like teammate has already appeared. By the side, the corners of Shang Bin's mouth twitch and white foam almost spills from it. Before we came here, you declared proudly that Lu Yang would definitely be willing to come under your tutelage once more. With this level of trust, tutelage it was you said? Tutelage your head. The heck? You are trying to fool me, aren't you? So what if his trust level in me is just 10? Lu Yang has a skeptical personality, and he doesn't believe anyone easily. His trust level in me might just be 10, but as long as you fail to exceed that, I will still be the victor. A moment later, Chao Xiong recovers and howls at Zhang Xian. Skeptical personality? If he truly has such a personality, then the situation makes sense. Elder Mo nods his head. Humans differ from one to the other. There are a few who are born trusting while others are born skeptical. No matter how close and amiable a relationship one possesses with him, he can't help but be suspect of them. This has something to do with the situation one grew up in. If one is born in a treacherous place full of schemes, it won't be an easy task to establish trust with them. Based on his judgment, Lu Yang should possess a trust level of around 17 to 18 towards Chao Xiong. Yet, it turns out to just be 10. If it is true that the former has this kind of personality, then everything fits together perfectly. That's right. As long as his trust level towards you does not exceed 10 points, then it is still unknown who the one laughing at the end will be. Xiang Bin's eyes light up and he nods his head. He decides to place his trust in Chao Xiong once more. Chao Laosher might not be famous in the academy, and he isn't a star teacher either. However, he has many good reviews. When put against Zhang Xian, it is like the difference between a delicacy and dung, totally incomparable. If the former only has 10 points, the latter is bound to have far worse results. At this point, the crowd continues staring at the other crystal ball. The light has yet to fully fade from it yet, and it is still shrouded in a thin layer of light. Why isn't the result out yet? Shun Bairu frowns slightly. Different illusory realms appear in the tests of the Will Inquisition crystal, so naturally, the time taken for each of them will be different as well. It is normal for some to be faster than the others. Hearing the words of his goddess, Xiang Bin steps forward and putting on a knowledgeable look, he explains. As the grandson of the head of the Education Bureau, he knows quite a lot more about the Enlightenment Will trial than most of the other teachers. Normally, this kind of acting cool can attract quite a lot of screams, given his dashing looks and extraordinary aura. Just that, it is a pity that the areas around his eyes are bruised black and his face is swollen red. His lips are as though two hanging sausages, and he isn't much different from the hunchback from the clock tower. In fact, it seems as though the word dashing has nothing to do with him at all. Then, will the results be better if the test is completed faster? Or if it is completed slower? Ignoring his attempt to act cool, Shun Bairu continues asking. Of course faster is better. If the trial is completed faster, it shows that the student undergoing the trial trusts his teacher from the bottom of his heart to the point that there is no need to even ponder over his instructions. On the other hand, if the trial takes a long period of time, it means that the student does not trust his teacher, and a negative score could very possibly appear. With his hands behind his back, Xiang Bin smiles faintly. With a confident look, he says, Shin Laosher, trust me. I might not have undergone the Enlightenment Will trial, but I have read numerous books regarding it. For Lu Yang to be coerced by Zhang Laosher to acknowledge him as his master, he is bound to hold some resentment against him. It would be normal for him to score a -10 or so. Just as he is declaring proudly, rationalizing the reason behind the theory out for Shin Bairu, he feels a tug on his shirt, interrupting him from his recount on the ending he expects to occur. What are you doing? Xiang Bin knits his eyebrows together in displeasure. It was hard to him to gain an opportunity to perform before his goddess. Yet, someone just had to interrupt him at such an untimely period. Turning around, it is Chao Xiong. At this moment, Chao Xiong Laosher's eyes are filled with fear, and his body trembles uncontrollably. The confidence he had a moment ago has completely faded. He points forward and says, Shang Xiaoye. Look, Xiaoye, it's mean young master. Looking towards the direction of the finger, the glow from the crystal has finally disappeared without a trace, and a line of numbers has floated to the surface. Why? Could it be that his score isn't a negative? In the midst of his words, Xiang Bin glances at the numbers that have appeared on the crystal, and in that instant, he almost bites his tongue to commit suicide. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Xiang Bin is about to go crazy. The numbers are clearly displayed on the crystal ball. 64. This means that the level of trust has reached 64 points. A fellow who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination actually managed to get his students' trust in him to reach the level of a master teacher, comparable to that of the trust between a child and his parents. How is this possible? Xiang Bin looks at Chao Xiong. At this moment, the thought of killing him even flashes through his mind. He feels a stifling sensation in his chest and blood seems to be welling up at the back of his throat. It was difficult for him to find an opportunity to act cool before his goddess. He proudly declared that one's results will get worse as time goes by, only for such a situation to occur. The heck? Are you playing with me? Furthermore, Chow Lauscher, can you be a bit more useful? Didn't you say that this student has a skeptical personality? My ass, he has a skeptical personality. How can someone skeptical hold 64 points of trust towards others? Didn't you say that you are confident of winning? 10 points against 64 points. The heck do you intend to win like this? Tears streaming down his face, Xiangbin feels a stinging sensation on his face. It feels as though his face has been slapped mercilessly by someone else several times. At this moment, he wishes fervently to find a hole to hide in. 64. Different from the disbelief and mental breakdown of the other two. Elder Mo stands up abruptly and trembles in agitation. This level of trust has already reached the standards of a master teacher. Even for him, it is the first time he has seen such results. A fellow who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination could actually induce such trust from his students? How did he do it? Furthermore, it has just been 2 days since the start of school. Even if this Zhang Xianlaosher and Lu Yang had stayed together throughout the entire period at maximum, they could only have 30 hours of interaction with one another. In such a short period of time to get one's trust level beyond 60, even the legendary 1-star master teacher will find it difficult to achieve such a feat. There are also different tiers to master teachers. 1-star is the lowest of them all. Even so, the prestige and influence they hold are sufficient to drive others insane. The two elders, is this considered as my victory? Can't be bothered with the stunned Xiangbin and Chao Xiong. Zhang Xian directs his gaze towards Shangchen and Mo Xiang. Impossible, there must be a problem with the crystal. Otherwise, how can he have such a high trust level? I will not accept this result. Chao Xiong howls. It is no wonder that he is unwilling to accept it. It is as though a beggar he has been interacting with suddenly turns out to be an emperor. As someone who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, he thought that the results would definitely end up as a negative. Yet, not only is it not a negative, it turns out to be an overwhelming 64, surpassing all teachers within the school. His will can already be considered rather strong given that he has yet to go insane at this point. I also agree with Chow Lauscher's words. How can he induce such a level of trust in his students? If it is true, doesn't that mean that even Lu Sun and Wang Chao are incomparable to him? Shang Bin steps forward and says through gritted teeth. Hearing the words of the two, Elder Mo is about to say something when he sees Lu Yang, who has just completed the trial, walking over to Zhang Xian with glowing eyes that are filled with reverence. This reverence comes from the depth of his heart. There is no way to feign those bright and clear eyes. That gaze is indubitably the gaze that one directs at someone whom he is impressed with. There isn't the slightest impurity in his gaze. With a single look, Elder Mo Xiang knows that Lu Yang truly reveres this Zhang Laosher, and that it isn't a fault with the crystal. Shut up. Knowing this, Elder Mo's face darkens. Cold intentions exude from his glare. The Will Inquisition crystal tests one's heart, forcing them to make the most correct decision in their opinion. Never has a problem occurred with it, and it is impossible for it to malfunction. If you continue on with this nonsense, I will throw you both out. Seeing Elder Mo so angry, Shang Bin and Chao Xiong go mute, not daring to say a single word more. How did you do it? Upon seeing this result, Shun Bai Ru covers her mouth in shock, unable to believe that such a result is possible. A trust level of 64, even the star teachers of Hongtian Academy who have led their students for several years can't possibly obtain such results. From yesterday, this young man has been bringing her countless surprises. She didn't expect that the surprise today would be even greater. No wonder he is fearless. Looks like he has already known that he would win. Since I have won, should we carry out the terms we had agreed on, stripping Chow Laosher of his teaching license and lashing him with 100 god-slaying flogs? Zhang Xian looks over. Since he started the affair, then he should have realized that the same could happen to him as well. I am a transcender from the modern civilization with a gift pack. Do you think that I will allow an ancient person like you bully me? This, Elder Xianxia is in a dilemma. He had intended to help his grandson vent his anger. Yet, not only does he fail to vent his anger, he is slapped in the face once more. With an awkward expression, he is at a loss of what he should do. Let's not let things go too far. Zhang Laosher, since you have won, let's just let this matter drop. After a moment, Elder Xianxia says, "Let this matter drop? If I was the one who lost, Elder Xianxia probably won't be saying such words." Zhang Xian frowns. If he was the one who lost today, it is within expectations that the Education Bureau would pursue this matter to no ends. It would be impossible for him to not be expelled. Yet, now that he has won, he actually wants to try to settle this with just a few words. What kind of joke is this? Audacious. Elder Xianxia's face darkens. Mind your identity. You are just a lowly low-level teacher who managed to stumble upon some luck that allowed your students' trust towards you to grow rapidly. This is just a one-time exception. Is there anything about it to be gleeful about? If you are truly capable, then raise their cultivation realms before we talk about this matter. You have only earned the trust of a single individual. What significance can this hold? That's right. This Zhang Xian is born with the innate ability to deceive others. But so what if the trust level towards him is high? If I'm not wrong, the reason why the student he had taught previously went berserk is because he had trusted him too much. That's why he was deceived, causing him to regret his entire life. Hearing the chastise, Zhang Laosher quickly reacts and pushes on. Trust level is just a criterion to evaluate a teacher's standards. It isn't reflective of their true abilities. There is only one way to prove a teacher's capabilities. That is, to make their student's strength grow rapidly. So what if your student trusts you as though you are their parents? If you don't have the ability to guide them along, you still aren't a qualified teacher. Berserk. Elder Mo frowns. Elder Mo might not have heard of it, but this Zhang Xian has once caused the cultivation of his student to go berserk. Due to this incident, all of his students fled from him. That's also the reason why his teacher qualification examination ended with 0 marks. Chao Xiong says with a savage expression. I suspect that the reason why Lu Yang trusts him so much is because he used some special deception methods. Otherwise, how can a fellow who has scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination raise the trust level of a student to be above 60 in just 2 short days? It isn't impossible for the words that they speak of to be true. In the past, there was a teacher that used a special method to delude a student so as to take the examination to become a master teacher. The method he used is similar to hypnotism, causing even the subconsciousness of the student to think that he is worthy of trust. However, these methods are limited by time. After the duration ends, the student's psyche will be severely damaged. Could it be that this Zhang Xian has used a method similar to that? If that's truly the case, it would mean that he doesn't care about the safety of his students at all. Not only is he an unqualified teacher, he would be a criminal as well. A teacher should concentrate mainly on nurturing others. If one were to win the trust of his students, yet not possessing the relevant knowledge to impart to them, his students will only be misguided, causing an even greater catastrophe. That's precisely the reason why no one in or out of the academy trusts him, and why he is unable to recruit many students. His results this term are better than the previous one, but even so, he had only recruited 5 students. Shang Bin interrupts the conversation contemptuously. Only recruited 5 students? That number is indeed a little low. Elder Mo nods his head. Regardless of the number of students I have recruited, and whether I am able to teach my students well or not, this is the Enlightenment will tower, and my student and I are here to participate in the Enlightenment will trial. We have already come to an agreement on the stakes beforehand. Now that I have one, do you all intend to go back on your words? Zhang Xian says. There's no use rambling on about those useless things. The other party is clearly trying to divert the topic after their loss. Audacious! How can a teacher's teaching license be revoked so easily because of a gamble? Aren't you taking this too lightly? Ever since Zhang Laosher joined our academy last year, he has been working diligently. He has nurtured a fighter 2 Dan intermediate stage, and innumerable talents joining our ranks had identified him as the teacher they want to acknowledge. He has brought glory and honor to our academy. What about you? You are the only person to have scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination in the 100 years of history of Hongtian Academy. What rights do you have to be spouting nonsense here? Elder Xianxia flings his sleeves and says, "All right, let's just end the matter like that. We will talk about it when you are able to cultivate a student to fighter 2 Dan intermediate stage, and when more students are willing to acknowledge you as their teachers." Elder Xianxia Bairu raises her eyebrows. Initially, she didn't intend to say anything, but never did she expect that an elder would actually help Chao Xiong Laosher to cheat. Fury rages in her heart. They shouldn't have made this gamble if they were afraid to carry out the punishment. They were the one who proposed the gamble, and yet now, they are trying to push away the consequences upon losing. Aren't they being too shameless? Shen Laosher, my grandfather is right. No matter what, Chao Xiong is a respectable teacher of our academy. It is making a big fuss to have him expelled over such a minute affair. Besides, firing such a talent is a loss to our academy. Shang Bin says with a bright smile. You are being unreasonable. Shen Bairu's face flushes red. Just like what Zhang Xian said. If he had lost, will you all let him off just like that? What does he count as? Can he be compared with Chao Xiong Laosher? Can he nurture a fighter 2 Dan student? Can he attract countless students to the academy through his reputation? Shang Bin sneers coldly. Dong dong dong. Before he can finish his words, knocking sounds echo from outside the hall. Is there anything? Elder Xianxia frowns. Following which, Zhou Laosher, the teacher on duty today, pushes the door open and walks in. Elder Shang, there are people outside seeking an audience. They claim to be clan head Wang Hong and elders of the Wang clan of Tianxian Royal City. The teacher says, "Clan head Wang Hong? Hurry up and invite him in." Upon hearing that clan head Wang Hong had come personally, Elder Xianxia stands up abruptly, his eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. The powers in Tianxian Royal City are complicated. To become one of the 4 great clans and remain standing even after 100 years, their accumulation through the ages and strength is one to behold. In fact, the standing of clan head Wang Hong is in no way inferior to their vice principal. For a person of such standing to pay a visit to him along with the elders of his family, just the honor from the act itself is enough to send him into a frenzy. If word were to spread out, it will definitely add a beautiful and powerful stroke to his reputation and qualifications. Grandfather, I have heard of clan head Wang Hong. He is listed in the potential Zhongsher board and he ranks within the top 10 most influential figures within the kingdom. His cultivation has already reached Fighter 7 Dan Pinnacle, just a step off from Zhongsher. Why would a person of such standing pay a visit to you? Shang Bin's eyes shine in excitement, although he still finds the situation before him unbelievable. In Tianxian Kingdom, those who know of the royal family are aware of the 4 great clans as well. Clan head Wang Hong, as the strongest individual in the Wang clan, has already reached Fighter 7 Dan Pinnacle and his name spreads far and wide. Normally, it is impossible to fawn on such a person even if one intended to. Yet, today he specially made the journey to pay a visit to his grandfather. If it weren't for him hearing the news firsthand, it would be hard for him to think of it to be true. Haha, it must be Wang Tao. Elder Xianxia chuckles. Wang Tao Xiaoye? Xiaoye, it's mean young master. That's right. Wang Tao is the eldest son of clan head Wang Hong and eventually, he will succeed his position in the Wang clan. Not only did I accept him as my disciple, I even successfully brought his strength up to Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm. Thinking of it now, the clan head might be aware of my efforts to nurture him. Thus, he came here specially to express his gratitude. Elder Xianxia strokes his beard. Indescribable gleefulness can be heard from his words. Wang Tao is his student? Listening to their conversation, Zhang Xian is taken aback. He is aware that Wang Ying's brother was accepted as a disciple by an elder. However, never would he have imagined that the elder would be him. Yes. Shun Bairu nods her head, although her complexion is still awful. It would be better for you to expend your energy on thinking of a solution to your problem. Elder Xianxia is obviously against you, and now, he has the Wang clan behind his back as well. In the future, he will be even more domineering. Even if you were to stay in the academy, you will be in for a difficult time. We'll talk about it in the future. Zhang Xian doesn't care about it at all. Even if the other party were to pick against him, he isn't someone that can be bullied so easily. At most, he just has to reveal his strength and settle the matter with strength. After all, with the Library of Heaven's path which allows him to see through the flaws of others, it is hard to say which one of them will emerge victorious. You! Seeing the fellow behaving so nonchalantly, Shun Bairu stomps her feet furiously. She has been worrying about him, and yet he doesn't care about it at all. How infuriating! Let's go and welcome them. Gleefully, Elder Xianxia hurriedly leads Shang Bin and the rest to the entrance of the academy. A personal visit from the clan head of one of the 4 great clans, it would be worth the effort even if they had to welcome him from outside the academy, needless to say, its entrance. If he can strike a connection with them, then it is possible that he might even become a candidate for the position of vice principal for the selection that is going to be held next year. Elder Shang. Before reaching the entrance, a group of 7 to 8 people walks over with widened strides. The one leading the group is a middle-aged man. There is an authoritative tone between his brows. It is clear with one look that he has been in an esteemed position for a long time. The clan head of the Wang clan, Wang Hong. There are a few elderly following behind him, and every movement of theirs exudes the strength of one that is at minimum Pishua realm. Without guessing, it is clear to see that they are the elders of the Wang clan. At the very back, there are 2 youngsters. One of them is Wang Tao, while the other one is the grandson of the second elder, Wang Yan, who was just admitted into the academy this year. It is said that he has been admitted as a student of Lu Sun Laosher. Possessing decent talent, he is favored by him. I am flattered by the personal visit of clan head Wang. If there is any matter, you can always just pass a message to me. Coming over like this, I am very honored, Elder Xianxia hurriedly says. There is no need to be so formal. To tell the truth, I do have a matter that I require your help on. Clan head Wang Hong replies with a smile. Clan head Wang, feel free to speak. Elder Xianxia quickly responds. If he is able to do him a favor, then surely he would be able to successfully climb on the massive tree known as the Wang clan. I'm sure Elder Shang has already heard of my youngest daughter, Wang Ying. I've heard that she had acknowledged a teacher named Zhang Xian. Clan head Wang Hong speaks slowly. Zhang Xian? Is clan head Wang here to find trouble with him? Shang Bin's eyes twinkle. He almost leaps from the overwhelming elation upon hearing those words. Previously, he saw Wang Tao Xiaoya outside Zhang Xian's classroom, and he knows that Wang Ying was deceived into becoming Zhang Xian's student. It is within his expectations that the Wang clan would not allow such a thing to happen. However, not even in his dreams would he have expected that the other party would make a move so swiftly, even having their clan head to come in person to settle the issue. Clenching his fists tightly, Shang Bin roars frenziedly in laughter in his mind. So what if you have won the Enlightenment will trial? This is the Wang clan, one of the 4 great clans of Tianxian Royal City. Not mentioning how you are the worst teacher of the entire academy. Even if a reputable teacher like Wang Chao were to offend them, he will also be in for a ride of misfortune. Given that Shang Bin is able to think of such a possibility, naturally Chao Xiong also arrives at the same conclusion. His entire body trembles intensely in excitement, as though he is afflicted with epilepsy. Shut up. This isn't the place for you to speak. Hearing his grandson interrupt clan head Wang's words, Elder Xianxia quickly chastises him. Even though he is the head of the Education Bureau, he has too much work that requires his attention. All he knows is that Zhang Xian has recruited 5 students, but as for who the 5 are, he is completely oblivious to it. As such, he didn't know that Wang Ying is also his student. Don't worry about. Clan head Wang Hong waves his hand to show that he isn't bothered by Shang Bin's interruption. However, halfway through his words, Wang Tao steps forward and shouts, "Father! What's wrong?" Clan head Wang Hong frowns. That person there is Xianxia Laosher. Wang Tao points. Upon walking into the hall of the Enlightenment Will Tower, he spots and recognizes Zhang Xin. He is Zhang Laosher? Looking over, clan head Wang Hong's eyebrows shoot up. That's right. This person over here is our academy's Zhang Xin. He never thought that Zhang Laosher would be so daring to even deceive Wang Ying. A gleam flashes across Elder Shang Chen's eyes as he introduces him with a smile. Hee. This time he is in for a tough time. Clan head Wang is decisive when it comes to killing others. He isn't as law-abiding as us teachers. He deserves it, to dare to even deceive the precious daughter of clan head Wang. Aren't his guts a little much too inflated? Seeing clan head Wang Hong turning his attention to Zhang Xin the moment he walks into the hall, Shang Bin and Chao Xiong laugh heartily in their hearts at his misfortune. Which of those who managed to become a clan head of the 4 great clans aren't vicious? As the academy's worst teacher, he is courting death for trying to coax the daughter of such a person. Just when the two thought that Zhang Xian is doomed this time, an incredulous spectacle suddenly unfolds before them. They only see clan head Wang Hong taking 2 steps forward to stand before Zhang Xian. He isn't as angry as they expected him to be, neither does he assault him as they expected him to. Rather, with an excited expression, he bows deeply and carefully. Wang Hong pays his respect to Zhang Xin Laosher. His attitude makes it feels as though he is paying respect to some great leader, fearful that his abrupt appearance and words will incur the displeasure of the other party. The heck? Surely my eyes are mistaken. How can this be? Shang Bin and Chao Xiong spasm simultaneously, and the both of them almost lose consciousness on the spot. What is going on? This isn't how the script should go. Shouldn't clan head Wang Hong roar at Zhang Xian upon catching sight of him, then pummel him while he's at it? Why did he suddenly bow, and even pay respect? It might just be a formality, but not even his own grandfather, Elder Shangchen, has the privilege of being greeted like this just now. What rights does a fellow with a score of 0 in the teacher qualification examination have to be entitled to such a greeting? Calm down, clan head Wang Hong. Being angry hurts one's liver. The worst teacher in the academy isn't worthy of your wrath. Cough cough. Initially, Elder Shangchen had wanted to play the role of a good person so as to pretend to persuade him otherwise. However, halfway through his words, he sees that sight unfolding before him. In this instant, he feels as though he has eaten a dead rat. His smile freezes on his face and he almost chokes to death on his saliva. Didn't you say that Zhang Xian deceived Wang Ying to become his student? Didn't you say that clan head Wang Hong is here to find trouble with him? Can someone tell me what the heck is going on here? Clan head Wang Yu. Not just the crowd is shocked. Even Zhang Xian is slightly bewildered by the current situation. Even if he had taught Wang Ying, there shouldn't be any need for him to specially make the journey to visit him. You treated my daughter's legs and imparted to her incredibly profound knowledge. It is only fitting for me to come in person to show you my gratitude. Clan head Wang nods his head. The issue with Wang Ying's legs has always been a weight on his heart. Not only did this teacher treat her disability, he even brought about a rise in her strength. His capabilities are already comparable to a master teacher. Before a master teacher, even his identity as the head of the Wang clan means nothing at all. She is my student, so it is natural that I have to guide her well. This is where my responsibility lies, so there's no need for you to be thankful to me. Zhang Xian nods his head. The responsibility of an educator is to impart knowledge, impart skills, and clarify doubts. In his previous life, although he might have just been a librarian in a high school, he was still a member of the teaching faculty. As such, he holds high respect and love towards this occupation. Since Wang Ying is his student, there is no reason for him to feel smug for solving her problems to allow her to cultivate better. Upon seeing the calmness he speaks with, the crowd goes insane once more. This is the head of the Wang clan. It is like a beggar meeting a billionaire. How can he still remain so calm, not anxious in the least at all? This is where my responsibility lies. Good. Taking this scene into sight, Elder Mo strokes his beard and he nods his head in approval. As the winds of the world change, the ancient values gradually corrode. In the pursuit of fame and benefits, many teachers have already forgotten their primary objective. It is respectable for this Xianxia Laosher to be able to remain true to his core. With this kind of mindset, along with Lu Yang's high level of trust and clan head Wang Hong's commendation and respect, could Elder Shangchun be mistaken? At this point, doubts start to bloom in Elder Mo's mind. Before he came, he had heard many criticisms about Xianxia Laosher from Shangchun, causing him to think that he is truly a useless trash who is only capable of deceit, flattery, and bringing harm upon others. However, by the looks of it now, this doesn't seem to be the case at all. However, he chooses to keep his misgivings to himself and continues to watch over the situation. Clan head Wang, please proceed in. As expected of an elder, Shang Chen's awkward expression recovers swiftly as he invites the group from the Wang clan to their respective seats. Clan head Wang Hong, Elder Mo clasps his hand. Oh, it is Elder Mo Xiang from the Teacher Guild. What kind of wind brought you here today? Only noticing Elder Mo now, Wang Hong quickly stands up. The Teacher Guild is the #1 guild, rising above that of the Apothecary Guild, Formation Master Guild, and many others. Even if the cultivation of the elders in the guild is not comparable to his own, they still aren't people that a mere Wang clan can afford to offend. There is some minor matter that requires my attention, Elder Mo casually replies. Then, with a puzzled look, he gazes over. Even if Wang Xiaojie were to acknowledge Zhang Xian as her teacher, there shouldn't be any need for you to come over personally to pay a visit to him. Xiaojie, it's mean miss or young mistress. Who is this person before him? The clan head of one of the 4 great clans. An incredible expert who lords over a formidable power. Even if his daughter has acknowledged Zhang Xian as her teacher, and Zhang Xian had treated the disability that had been plaguing her for a long time, the situation still shouldn't warrant a personal visit on his part. Looks like Elder Mo is still as wise as always. Indeed, I have something that I need to trouble Elder Shangchun for. Clan head Wang Hong nods his head with a smile. Oh? Trouble me? Clan head Wang is too polite. Feel free to speak whatever you need me. As long as it is within my abilities, I will try my best to accomplish it. Hearing that the other party has something to ask of him, Elder Shang Chen's self-confidence recovers. He looks at Zhang Xian gleefully as he strokes his beard, putting on an attitude of superiority. You just happen to treat Wang Ying's disability by coincidence, thus impelling clan head Wang to spare you an additional glance. However, if we were to look at the situation carefully, regardless of identity or the ability to nurture others, you still pale too much in comparison to me. Look, clan head Wang has something to ask of me. It's like this. My son has been under your tutelage for these few days and he has been under Shang Laosher's care. I apologize for not coming over personally earlier to express my gratitude to you. With a hand gesture from clan head Wang, an elder walks forward and presents something. This is a token of my appreciation for the concern you have shown my son these few days. Clan head Wang, there's no need to be so polite. Teaching and nurturing the young generation is the duty of a teacher. I dare not accept your present. Elder Shang Chun quickly rejects it. Given that Elder Mo from the Teacher Guild is here, even if he wanted to accept the presents, he would need the guts to do so. Elder Shang's upright character is worthy of admiration. Upon the other party's refusal, clan head Wang Hong waves his hand as he drops the matter. Then, he hesitates for a moment before continuing. Actually, there is something I would like to discuss with Elder Shang today. Recently, my son has been facing some problems in his cultivation. He realized that Elder's lessons weren't compatible with him. So, can you withdraw him from your tutelage? Withdraw from my tutelage? Upon hearing these words, the calm on the surface but gleeful on the inside Elder Shang Chun staggers and almost falls down. Withdraw from my tutelage? Why would you want to withdraw from my tutelage all of a sudden? A student withdrawing from a teacher's tutelage is equivalent to slapping him in his face, as this means that the teacher's ability to impart knowledge is subpar. Initially, he thought that clan head Wang Hong was here to delegate some task to him, so he was feeling gleeful about it. In the end, the reason for his visit turns out to be this matter. The heck, if news of it were to spread out, he might even lose his position as head of the Education Bureau. He could very well die from the shame. Indeed, I hope that Elder can fulfill this request of mine, clan head Wang Hong says. This, Elder Shang Chun feels a fiery sensation on his face, as though someone slapped it. He feels like throwing a temper, but at the same time he dares not to. After hesitating for a long period of time, he squeezes out a smile and says, Clan head Wang, don't worry about it. Since your son has already made his decision, then I will grant his request. After which, he takes the identity jade token from the other party and drips a droplet of his fresh blood on it. Wang, his lessons plan on it has been erased. My gratitude, Elder Shang. Clan head Wang Hong nods his head in satisfaction as he passes the jade token to Wang Tao. There's no need for such words. The relationship between a teacher and a student should be mutual. If he is unable to adapt to my teachings, it is perfectly normal for him to want to withdraw from my tutelage. Just that, may I know which teacher Wang Tao wants to acknowledge after withdrawing from my tutelage? As his heart bleeds, Elder Shang Chun squeezes out a smile. Wang Tao is an extremely famous student under his wing. He is an incredible existence that is able to score within the top 10 in the level examinations every year. For such a person to withdraw from his tutelage, just by thinking about it, he feels like pulling his hair out. At the same time, he is also perplexed. Since clan head Wang Hong is adamant to have his son withdraw from his tutelage, who will he have him acknowledge? He is an elder as well as the head of the Education Bureau. He might not be the best teacher in the entire academy, but he is considered as a star teacher. There are many people who would squeeze their way to come under his wing. He truly can't think of anyone who could make the head of the Wang clan specially make the journey here to help his son withdraw from his tutelage and switch to that of theirs. Oh, I already have a candidate in mind. Clan head Wang Hong stands up and walks over to Xianxia. Courteously, he asks, Zhang Laosher, is it possible for you to accept my son, Wang Tao, under your tutelage? Can you accept him as your student? What? This shouldn't be happening? To withdraw from Elder Shang Chen's lessons, just to become Zhang Xian's student. Seeing his actions and hearing those words, the entire Enlightenment will tower goes deathly silent. Everyone has gone insane. Especially Elder Shang Chun. He almost pukes a mouthful of blood and dies on the spot. Clan head Wang Hong, you must be joking. Withdrawing from my lessons just to come under the tutelage of a fellow who has scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination? Shang Bin and Chao Xiong are dumbfounded. The trash teacher whom they had viewed contemptuously before actually made the head of a clan personally step forth to persuade an elder to withdraw his son from his tutelage, so that his son could come under his wing. The great heavens and the vast earth. Can you be any more unreasonable? However, before the crowd could recover from their insanity, they hear the faint voice of a young man echoing in the room. My apologies, but I refuse. Gudong. Everyone falls to the floor. The heck? Refuse? Brother? Are you serious? Shang Bin, Chao Xiong and Shin Bai Ru tug on their hair, every single one of them on the verge of going mad. The thrill that they have experienced today is much more than what they have experienced in their entire lifetime. Who is Wang Tao? One of the top 10 geniuses in the academy. There isn't a single teacher who isn't vying to pull him under their wing. Back then, Elder Shangchun only managed to rope him in through exploiting his identity as the head of the Education Bureau. A genius like that, accompanied with the personal plea from the Wang clan's head, the hell you actually refused it? Shang Bin and others feel as though they have just incurred 10,000 damage, and they find themselves unable to catch their breath. Just a moment ago, he just criticized him for being unable to recruit students. Yet, the next moment, the Wang clan's head sends his son over to him. However, what is the most shocking of all is that he refuses to accept him. My heart, my liver. Elder Shang Chun feels fresh blood coursing erratically around his throat, threatening to spurt out at any moment. Is there still justice in the world? Is there still law in the world? I am an elder, not to mention the head of the Education Bureau. It is one thing that you withdrew from my tutelage to acknowledge a fellow who scored 0 in his teacher qualification examination as your teacher. The worst of it all is that he refuses to accept. Elder Xianxia feels as though his face has been torn off violently, ground and scattered onto the floor. At this moment, he wishes fervently for a hole to appear in the ground so that he can conceal himself in it. Too embarrassing. He feels as though his dignity has been thrown away all the way to his grandmother's house. Standing by the side, Elder Mo Xiang's eyeballs are also about to fall to the floor. Just a moment ago, his opinion of Zhang Laosher has improved, but by the looks of it now, it seems that it is still insufficient. Refuse. Awkwardness reflects on the face of Wang clan head. He immediately shoots a glance at his son. I beg Zhang Laosher to accept me as your disciple. Wang Tao hurriedly steps forward, kneels on the floor and looks at Zhang Xian with a sincere expression. It is true that he has looked down on this Zhang Laosher before. However, upon seeing his younger sister's legs being healed and an explosive surge in her strength, as well as recalling how his sword was clamped by 2 mere fingers of the other party, he is already impressed with him from the bottom of his heart. I refuse. Zhang Xian waves him away. A student can choose his teacher. Similarly, a teacher can also choose his students as well. Yesterday, this Wang Tao barged into his classroom. Not only was he disrespectful, he even pointed a weapon at him. How can he possibly accept such a student under his wing? Back then, even though Xiaoya had only challenged him verbally, she was still punished to clean the washroom. If a teacher were to not have any dignity, his students will look down on him. If that's the case, how can his guidance bear any results on them? I know that I was rash and I had offended Zhang Laosher, but on the account that I am still immature and ignorant of etiquette, I hope that you will not hold it against me. Knowing the reason behind his refusal, Wang Tao hurriedly speaks. The dignity of a teacher cannot be sullied. After he wielded a sword to attack Zhang Xian, it is one thing for the other party to not to fuss over the matter. Yet, at this moment, he still hopes to be admitted under his tutelage. It is no wonder that his request would be rejected. Indeed, my son is ignorant of teacher's greatness, so he was a little rash back then. I hope that you can forgive. Clan head Wang Hong quickly explains. Wang clan head, there is no need to say these. I don't think that this is the reason why Zhang Laosher refuses to accept your son. At this point, an abrupt voice echoes in the room. Tracing the source of the voice, it came from the one who had just lost in the Enlightenment Will trial a moment ago, Chao Xiong. If it was just a moment ago, with Elder Xiangqian's prestige and standing, he is surely able to annul the punishment for him. If that fails, he can also think of methods to drag the punishment out, allowing the agreement to gradually fade out of view. Yet, at this moment, the clan head of the Wang clan, Wang Hong, came over to beg Zhang Xian. It is very probable that he would be unable to escape the punishment from the Enlightenment Will trial if the situation were to continue on like this. In any case, the situation is already irreversible. There is no need for him to worry about souring his relationship with Zhang Xian even further. Hearing someone interrupt his words, clan head Wang Hong's face darkens in displeasure. This Zhang Xian only has the strength of a Fighter 3 Dan Jinchi realm, whereas Wang Tao Xiaoya's current level of cultivation is Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm. Since his strength is unable to match up with him, how can he guide him or give him pointers? The reason why he is reluctant to accept him as his student is because he is aware of it as well. Xiaoya, it's mean young master. With a savage expression on his face, Chao Xiong roars. Indeed, his strength doesn't even match up to Wang Tao Xiaoya. To think that he would even consider accepting him as his student. What a joke! Shang Bin immediately reacts and hurriedly adds in. Clan head Wang, please reconsider your decision. It's all right for Wang Tao Xiaoya to withdraw from my tutelage, but if he were to acknowledge someone whose cultivation realm is lower than him as his teacher, it would be difficult for him to raise his cultivation level in the future. A gleam flashes across Elder Shang Chen's eyes as well. That's right, the Zhang Xian standing before them only has the strength of a Fighter 3 Danjinchi realm. This is a fact well known by everyone in the academy. A Fighter 4 Dan expert acknowledging someone weaker than him as his master, this in itself is a joke. This, getting, clan head Wang Hong's heartbeats. He has heard of Zhang Xian's incredible theories from Wang Ying's mouth, but he doesn't know his exact level of cultivation. Although Wang Tao had attacked him before, as he had never told him about it, he isn't aware of it either. If what the other party says is true, and this Zhang Laosher only has the strength of Fighter 3 Danjinshi realm, then he is truly incapable of teaching Wang Tao. It is true that a teacher who is knowledgeable in theories can impart them to his student, but only by cultivating it and testing it out firsthand will he have a greater comprehension of it. If the teacher himself has yet to reach such heights, then it is unlikely that he is able to teach them well. This is just like in Zhang Xian's previous life. If the teacher himself is incapable of solving a problem, then how can he teach his student to do it? There are many matters that a teacher is required to be precognizant of so that the student can take note of them while cultivating. Otherwise, no matter how many incredible theories a teacher might wield in their brain, they are just like a reflection of the moon on the lake, unable to come to be of practical use. Zhang Xian, even if you wish to teach Wang Tao Xiaoye, do you have the ability to? If you don't, stop putting on an act here. With your strength as a Fighter 3 Dan, you might be able to muddle some freshmen who have just entered the academy, but don't dream about doing the same with the older students. Seeing Zhang Xian remaining silent, savagery and excitement gleam in Chao Xiong's eyes. Indeed, clan head Wang, what Chao Xiong Laosher says makes sense. Zhang Xian himself has yet to break through to Fighter 4 Dan, so it is natural that he is unsure of the method of cultivation at that level. How can he guide a student's Pigu realm cultivation like that? Regaining his confidence once more, Elder Shang Chan says as he strokes his beard, "No, your words are wrong." Hearing the mocking of the crowd, Wang Tao hurriedly stands up to explain. Who says that Zhang Laosher's strength is unable to match up to me? Yesterday, when I unintentionally offended him, I attacked him with my sword using my full strength. Yet, he managed to catch my sword easily with just 2 fingers of his. Such a feat is impossible if he is only at Jinqi realm. Catch with 2 fingers? Haha. Wang Tao Xiaoye. Even if you wanted to spare him some dignity, you need to come up with something more believable. Chao Xiong sneers coldly. You are a Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm expert and your strength exceeds 700 kilograms. Furthermore, given the weight and the speed of your blade, even a Pishue realm primary stage expert will find it hard to take it on barehanded. Needless to say, with 2 fingers, you can't be trying to tell me that our Zhang Laosher, who scored 0 for the teacher qualification examination, has reached Pishue realm, just like the elders of our school. A sword is light and flexible in its movements, and the full strength attack of a Pigu realm advanced stage expert is fast as lightning. If the other party isn't well versed in the opponent's swordsmanship and know precisely where the attack is going to land beforehand, even a Pishue realm primary stage expert will find it hard to catch his attack. Yet, Wang Tao actually said that the worst teacher in the academy managed to catch his attack easily. You must be joking. I've seen it too. Teacher used 2 fingers to hold his sword in place. Lu Yang explains in a fluster as well. He has seen the situation that day with his own eyes and there isn't any falsehood in his words. However, given his high trust level in Zhang Xian, the moment he says it, it seems as though he is helping him to cover up the lie. Clan head Wang Hong, you are a great clan of cultivators. Ignoring the explanations of the two, Elder Shang Chun sneers coldly. Do you think that someone who isn't at Pishue realm intermediate stage is capable of catching Wang Tao Xiaoye's full strength attack? This, clan head Wang Hong hesitates. Catching Wang Tao's attack at full strength with just 2 fingers. This is a feat that average Pishue realm experts will find difficult to accomplish. This Zhang Laosher might have incredible theories, but to reach Pishue realm intermediate stage at such a young age, even he finds it hard to believe. After all, it is too shocking. Wang Tao Xiaoye, I understand that you said those things intentionally to bring up Zhang Xian's reputation because you want him to accept you as his student. However, there is a limit to everything. Sometimes, going too far isn't good. Seeing Wang Hong stumped, Elder Shang Chun opens up his arms majestically and speaks with a wise demeanor. Just as he is about to continue chatting casually with clan head Wang Hong and bring up some profound theories to prove that what Wang Tao said was untrue, He hears the voice of the teacher on duty sounding from beyond the room once more. Elder Shang. What's the matter? Elder Shang Chen frowns in displeasure. Didn't you see that I am in the midst of acting cool? How can one be so incapable of reading the situation? There is someone outside who is seeking an audience with Zhang Laosher. The teacher on duty says in a fluster. Looking for Zhang Xian? Who? What's going on today? Why is everyone looking for Zhang Xian today? It is the son of Zhenan Wang, by Sun Xiao Wangye. The teacher on duty says. By Sun Xiao Wangye? Xiao it's mean young. Everyone in the room is taken aback. This Bai Sun may be young, but he is a martial arts genius. At just 17 years old, he has already reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle, causing his name to spread far and wide in the entire Tianxian city. Emperor Xinjue once commented that it is very possible for him to become the youngest Pishue realm expert in the kingdom. Zhenan Wang is preoccupied with guarding the southern borders and thus, he doesn't reside in the capital. As a result, this young Wangye doesn't attend classes at Hongtian Academy. However, due to his outstanding results, he managed to be admitted into the even more incredible Beiwu Academy. Beiwu Academy is a school with a one-star master teacher in it. All those who are able to pass the examination to join its ranks are all famous geniuses. These few days, Zhenan Wang returned to Tianxian City to report on his duty. As such, Bai Sun followed him to the capital as well. Just that, what is he doing here? Looking for Zhang Laosher. One is the worst teacher in the academy while the other one is a supreme genius, son of an influential and powerful official. There is no way to compare the two at all. Is it possible for the two of them to know each other? But their social positions are way too different. Hurry! Invite him in! Elder Shang Chun may not know what is going on, but he dares not to be discourteous to him. As such, he quickly gestures for the teacher on duty to escort him in. Who? After a moment, a white-clothed young man walks in with large strides. There are a few retainers following behind him. They are all equipped with metal armor and their eyes are cold. The young man may not be advanced in age, but he exudes a powerful aura. The might of his entire body radiates as though the sun, exerting an intense pressure upon others. Despite being Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle experts as well just by the aura itself, it is clear that he is much stronger than Shang Bin and Shen Bairu. Paying respect to Xiao Wangye, Shang Chun, clan head Wang Hong and the others stand up from their seats at the same moment. The Wang clan may be titled as one of the 4 great clans, but compared to the powerful official who is tasked with the duty of guarding the kingdom's south, they are still lacking. Regardless of when and where, those who are in command of military might are always the ones who have the loudest words. Ah! Master Zhang, you are here indeed. Casually waving them away, he ignores the respectful Shang Chun and the others and scans the surroundings. He suddenly catches sight of a familiar figure and excitedly rushes forward to Zhang Xian. Why are you here? Zhang Xian frowns. Master Lu Chen has asked you to learn from me. But you don't have to be so obedient to really come knocking. My dad will be leaving after he is done reporting on his duty, so I can't remain in the capital for long. Thus, I have to make use of every second to learn from Master, so that I can pass the test. Bai Sun explains. Master, how did Bai Sun Xiao Wangye get acquainted with him? Furthermore, they seem to have a close relationship? Isn't his title a teacher? Why did he call him a master instead? Upon seeing that Bai Sun is indeed here to seek Zhang Xian, and that the both of them seem to be in a close relationship, everyone is dumbfounded once more. What is going on? They actually know each other. Isn't Zhang Xian a teacher? Master, what does this title mean? Furthermore, Zhang Xian, what's with your attitude? Didn't you see that even Elder Shang and clan head Wang bow upon seeing the young Wangye? Not only did you not bow, you even frowned. Frown your head. Who gave you such guts? Audacious! Elder Shang Chun can't hold it in anymore. He walks forward with an intimidating aura. Zhang Xian, how can you speak to the young Wangye like this? Hurry up, bow and pay your respects to him. To think that you would be oblivious to basic etiquette despite being a teacher. Such a lack of propriety. You are truly a disgrace. After which, with a face full of smiles, he turns to Bai Sun. Bai Xiao Wangye. Don't get angry. This Xianxia possesses weak strength. Not to mention that he is clumsy and ignorant of etiquette. Before he can finish his words, he sees Bai Xiao Wangye's eyebrows knit tightly together. A frosty aura appears in his eyes, and he seems as though a lion whose hair is standing on ends, ready to strike. Who the heck are you? Scram to the side. Going by seniority, Master Xianxia belongs to my grandfather's generation, yet you dare to speak of such words. Are you trying to court death? Grandfather. Gudong. Everyone falls to the floor once more. What the heck is with this method of addressing? Bai Xiao Wangye's father is Jinan Wang, who is a peer of Emperor Shen Jue. Yet, you say that his seniority is equal to that of your grandfather. Doesn't that mean that he is of even higher standing than Emperor Shen Jue? Elder Xianxia, who was incomparably arrogant a moment ago, trembles uncontrollably, nearly passing out from shock. What the heck is going on? What in the world happened? Especially for Shang Bin and Chao Xiong, the both of them feel as though they are going psychotic. Grabbing bunch after bunch of their hair out, their eyes seem as though they are about to leave their sockets at any moment now. Even Elder Mo, who has been watching the situation with composure all along, feels an ache on his chin. Unknowingly, he has torn his beard out. That's right. Grandpa Zhang is a master painter of an era, and his prowess is incredible to the point that even three of me are incapable of matching up to him. Yet, you dare to say that he is audacious and weak? The heck? You must be tired of living. Or perhaps, you are trying to look for a sparring partner? Bai Yang. Bai Sun gestures his subordinate forward. Your humble subordinate is here. Immediately, a middle-aged man steps forward from his back. Slap him, Bai Sun commands. Yes. The middle-aged man wasn't conspicuous in any way when he walked in. However, at this moment, when he lifts his eyelids, a bloodthirsty aura gushes out instantaneously, as though a demon that stepped over 1,000,000 corpses to climb out of hell. He might be the same cultivation realm as Elder Xianxia, the both of them being of Pishua realm, but his aura is much stronger compared to the latter. Supreme Soldier. The hearts of the crowd skip a beat. Such bloodthirsty aura can only be tempered from countless life and death situations. Soldiers possessing such an aura are termed as Supreme Soldiers. Every single one of them possesses unwavering will and incredible prowess, capable of dueling with those who are of higher cultivation realm than them. After leaving everyone flabbergasted by his bloodthirsty aura, the middle-aged man, Bai Yang, dashes forward. In an instant, he appears before Elder Xianxia and sends a slap to him. Pa! A crisp sound echo throughout the hall. Before Elder Xianxia can even react, he rotates like a top, turning a complete round before falling to the ground. Fresh blood spurts out of his mouth and a dozen of his teeth can be found in a puddle of blood. You! Steadying his figure, Elder Xianxia is on the verge of erupting. As an elder of Hongtian Academy, a Pishua realm expert, to think he would be slapped publicly. However, he can't do anything about it despite being so angry. After all, the other party is the sole son of Jinan Wang, Bai Xiao Wangye. If he really dares to do anything to him, Jinan Wang will probably come killing in and flip the entire academy upside down. It is not like he has never done such a thing before. Back then, a person who had backing comparable to the Wang clan went looking for trouble with Bai Xiao Wangye and wounded him. This infuriated Jinan Wang, and he led his army into their residence and purged their entire household. In the end, not only did Emperor Shen Jue not chastise him over the incident, he even conferred his son the title of Xiao Wangye to appease him. Otherwise, even though he is the sole successor to the family, he doesn't have the qualifications of being called Xiao Wangye. This is all Zhang Xian's fault. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. He can only direct the rage he dares not vent on Bai Sun towards Zhang Xian. If not for this fellow, how could he possibly be embarrassed like this today? Why are you unhappy with my actions? Seeing his awful complexion, Bai Sun raises his eyebrows and asks haughtily, I dare not to. Elder Xianxia heart is bleeding, but he still squeezes out these words through gritted teeth. It is best if you dare not to. Let me tell you the truth. I am actually saving you. If my grandpa Zhang were to make a move personally, and if he were to fail to control his strength properly, you would be dead by now. Upon this, Baisun recalls the spar he had that night and his body shudders subconsciously. What he speaks of is true. This Master Zhang, just by his physical body itself, has a strength of more than 40 ding. What's worse is that he is unable to control his strength. He might not feel anything when he sends a slap over, but you will be gone by then. Save him? Unable to control his strength. Based on Xiao Wangya's words, Zhang Xian Laosher's strength is superior to Elder Shangqian? How is this possible? Without taking too much time, everyone manages to process the events that just occurred. This is especially so for Shang Bin and Chao Xiong, who claim that Zhang Xian is weak and that Wang Tao is lying. The both of them are unable to believe the situation unfolding before them. In the previous examination, Zhang Xian is confirmed to be only Jinqi Realm Pinnacle. This is something that the entire academy is aware of, and there aren't any news of him breaking through. If so, how can he be stronger than Bai Xiao Wangya? Furthermore, based on his words, it seems that even Elder Shangqian is incapable of matching up to him. It might be bizarre and unbelievable, but no one thinks that Baisun is lying. Everyone knows that not only is Bai Xiao Wangya incredibly talented, he is also fond of competing and sparring with others. He will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't spar a couple of rounds every day. Since he is so in awe of this Zhang Xian, does that mean that he really possesses the strength he speaks of? At this point, every single of them widens their eyes to look at the young man whom they thought was trash previously. There is nothing spectacular about him, except for his white and smooth skin, which makes him look even younger than his actual age. How can he possibly be an expert? Cough, cough. Upon seeing the doubtful gazes of everyone else centered on him, Zhang Xian shakes his head helplessly. He is probably unable to hide his true strength any longer. But, after scoring at the bottom for the teacher qualification examination as a fighter 3 Dan Jinqi realm, to become comparable to a Pishue realm expert after a short break, no one will believe it. Is it that difficult to keep a low profile? Zhang Xian feels a migraine working up. He wanted to hide his strength, keep a low profile and secretly Zhuangbi from the shadows. Initially, he thought that Baisun is completely unrelated to the academy whatsoever, so no one else here will learn of it. However, never in his dreams did he expect that in just a single night, that fellow would come rushing over. After making such a huge ruckus, it is impossible for him to hide his strength any longer even if he wanted to. Such ill fortune. Just as he is still perplexed over the situation, he sees Baisun Xiao Wangya's face popping up right in front of him with a fawning expression on it. Hee, Master Zhang. Grandpa Zhang, did I settle the matter well? However, he can't blame Baisun for behaving like this either. Master Lu Qin has already said it clearly that whether he is able to pass the examination or not depends heavily on him. It is natural that he would intentionally try to please him so as to get in his good books. That's the reason why he woke up so early, and upon hearing that Zhang Xian is here, he barged in along with his subordinates. Still acceptable. Since what's done is done, Zhang Xian can only acknowledge it. Thus he nods his head. Zhang Laosher, accept me as your disciple. Aware that Zhang Xian's strength isn't just Jinqi realm, clan head Wang Hong does not hesitate anymore. He signals to Wang Tao with a glance. Wang Tao steps forward once more and kneels before him. Acknowledging Master Zhang as your teacher? Who do you think you are? I haven't even acknowledged him yet, and you want to vie with me? How about we spar for a little bit? Before Zhang Xian can even speak, Bai Xiao Wangya glares at him. I dare not. Wang Tao is startled. Even though Baisun is around the same age as him, his strength has already reached Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle. Given that he is several times stronger than him, sparring with him, what's the difference between it and seeking death? Fine, Wang Tao, you can listen in by the side of my class tomorrow. If you perform well, I can consider accepting you as my student. Afraid that this Bai Xiao Wangya will stir up trouble once more and pummel Wang Tao's life away, Zhang Xian immediately interjects. Thank you, Zhang Laosher. Clan head Wang Hong sighs in relief and hurriedly thanks him. Wang Tao isn't Zhang Xian's student yet, but from the looks of the current situation, this is the only way to settle the situation now. After all, who can he blame for the disappointing actions of his son? Barging into the classroom of the other to kill the teacher. No teacher would accept such a student after meeting with such a situation. However, even though he is just listening in by the side for now, as time goes by, as long as he performs well, he is surely able to become an official student. Listening in by the side. Elder Xianxia is on the verge of tears. He is an elder of the academy, as well as the head of the education bureau. Normally, he is the one picking students out from the lot. It is one thing if someone withdraws from his tutelage to acknowledge another teacher, but he goes on to listen in by the side of the lessons of another teacher instead. Not to mention the worst teacher of the academy. Elder Xianxia feels as though his old face is being stepped on repeatedly, and not a shred of his dignity remains. His dignity has been thrown all the way to his grandaunt's house. Why not his grandmother's house? Because he has already passed by it. Master Zhang, is there anything else that you need me to settle? So I will help you. After which, teach me painting. Bai Sun turns to look at Zhang Laosher. There is still some things I need to settle. Zhang Xian turns to look at Xianxia. Elder Shang. The results of the Enlightenment will trial are already out. Isn't it about time we fulfill the terms of the bet we agreed on? The reason why he is here is because of the Enlightenment will trial. After the trial has ended, many things have occurred, but it is about time for the bet they have decided upon to be carried out. Zhang Xian, there's no need to be gleeful about this. I lost the Enlightenment will trial, but at most, I will only suffer 100 god-slaying flogs. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to strip me of my teaching license. Knowing that he is unable to escape from this any longer, Chao Xiong chooses to face it and he walks forward with a ferocious expression. Don't have the ability? Zhang Xian frowns. Indeed, I don't have any bad track records and I didn't cause any of my students to go berserk either. Even though my result in the teacher qualification examination is subpar, it is still a pass. To strip my teaching license just because of a bet? Even the teacher guild doesn't have the authority to do so. Chao Xiong howls frenziedly. Is this true? Unsure of the rules and regulations, Zhang Xian looks at Elder Mo doubtfully. He is an elder of the teacher guild, so he should know of these matters. What he says is true. Elder Mo nods his head. A teacher's teaching license is issued after numerous verifications by the teacher guild. If the person in question does not have a bad track record, it is difficult to revoke his license. Is that so? Zhang Xian frowns. He recalls those who are in the education industry in his previous life. Over there, even if a teacher were to be inadequate in their job, the school doesn't possess the right to fire them. In fact, even the Ministry of Education doesn't have the right to do so, unless they have done something that goes against the morals and values of a teacher. It seems that the situation over here is similar as well. Then, why didn't you say so when we were deciding upon the bet? Zhang Xian can't resist asking. Back then, when he was raising his stake, he thought it would be possible for his teaching license to be revoked, so he brought it up casually. If only he knew that revoking one's teaching license is that difficult, he would have just chosen to expel him from the academy. Cough cough, I thought that. You would lose, Elder Mo says awkwardly. Not only did Zhang Xian score a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, he had also caused the cultivation of a student to go berserk. If someone were to pursue the matter, it is possible for him to be expelled. As Elder Mo thought that Zhang Xian would definitely lose, he didn't point the matter out. He didn't expect for Chao Xiong to lose so thoroughly to him. It is impossible to fulfill the conditions of the bet, unless Elder Mo speaks but hesitates halfway through. Unless what? Unless there is a master teacher or an associate master teacher personally testifying that he is unqualified to remain as a teacher, and the testimonial is reported upwards to the teacher guild, Elder Mo says. Master teacher? Associate master teacher? Where do I look for these? Zhang Xian shakes his head. Regardless of whether it is master teacher or an associate master teacher, They are figures high up in the education circle, so how can it be possible for him to be acquainted with one? Furthermore, even if he is acquainted with one, it is impossible for the other party to bother themselves with such a minor bet. Xianxia frowns. At this moment, the teacher on duty, Zhou Laosher, walks in once more and clasping his hand together. His voice echoes in the room. Shang-Chun Laosher. There is a lady outside who has identified herself as Huang Yu looking for Xianxia Laosher. Xiao Yu is here too? Bai Sun's eyes light up. Right after Master Lu Chun tasked them to study under Xianxia yesterday. He rushed here early in the morning. If so, how can Xiao Yu lag behind him? In the midst of his words, an elegant figure walks through the doors. Her light yellow top brings out her slim and delicate figure perfectly. Her skin is as white as snow and she doesn't pale in comparison even to Shen Bairu. Paying respect to Zhang Laosher. The moment she enters the room, she heads towards Xianxia and bows deeply. Knowing that the other party is here for the same motive as Bai Sun, Xianxia's head hurts and he rubs his glabella. Glabella, it's means center of eyebrows. Actually, he knows nothing about painting at all, and all he can do is to point out the flaws in them. He doesn't even know where he should start from to teach them about painting. Paying respect to young mistress, just as he is conflicted over how he should confess this to the other party. Elder Mo walks forward and courteously, he clasps his hands and greets Huang Yu. Young mistress. A thought seems to have flashed through Elder Shang Chen's mind, causing a feeling of weakness to grasp his legs, resulting in him stumbling backward. With a face devoid of color, he asks, Could she be the daughter of guild leader Huang of the teacher guild? The genius who managed to become a low-level associate master teacher despite not even reaching her 20s. Just a moment ago, he was still chatting with Elder Mo about the genius in the teacher guild who became a low-level associate master teacher at a young age, and he was thinking about how she is even more incredible than an old man like him. Never in his dreams did he expect her to be this Huang Yu Xiaojie, and from the looks of it, she seems to be close with Zhang Xian. Xiaojie, it's mean miss or young mistress. Heavens, what is going on? The moment when he accused the other party of being incapable of imparting knowledge to nurture others, the Wang clan sent their son over to him, even withdrawing him from his tutelage to do so. The moment when he said that the other party is lacking in strength, Bai Xiao Wangye ran out to verify the strength of the other party, claiming that he himself isn't a match for him. The moment when he says that only a master teacher and an associate master teacher can revoke Chao Xiong's teaching license, an associate master teacher comes running over. The heck? Zhang Xian. The heavens must have specially sent you here to deal with me. Elder Shang-Chun only feels disconsolate and even suicidal thoughts run through his head. Chao Xiong, who was still arrogant a moment ago, pales in fright and cowers backward. A moment ago, he was at least reassured by the fact that the other party would be unable to revoke his teaching license. However, at this instant, he is truly frightened. Isn't he just a trash who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination? Why does he know so many people? Why do they all respect him? I will not accept this. Chao Xiong grits his teeth and howls frenziedly in his mind. Before today, the other party meant nothing in his eyes. He isn't even qualified to compete with him, yet now, the other party has already become a tall mountain that he can only look up towards. Shang Bin's teeth are also clattering. At this moment, Zhang Xian seems to have transformed from an ant whom he could crush whenever he pleases into a giant dinosaur. Such a transformation is beyond his wildest imagination. You are an associate master teacher? Hearing Shang Chen's astonishing words, Zhang Xian looks at the lady in uncertainty. This lass is even younger than him. For her to be an associate master teacher, it is indeed true that one should not judge a person by their appearance. I just happened to catch Lu Shi's eyes, and he brought me in to assist him. Huang Yu smiles. Her words might be humble, but self-confidence radiates clearly from her eyes. Sure, it's somewhat a shorter version of Laosher. To become an assistant master teacher, first and foremost, one needs to have talents surpassing others. Secondly, one needs to be granted an opportunity. Even if you possess overwhelming talent and your ability to guide your students and impart knowledge is incredible, If you are unable to gain the recognition of a master teacher, it is all just empty talk. Huang Yu, as the daughter of Tianxian Kingdom Teacher Guild's head, she had the privilege of going through a good education from young. Furthermore, given the contacts her father possesses, becoming an associate master teacher isn't beyond expectations. It is great that you are an associate master teacher. This Chao Xiong Laosher has lost to me in an enlightenment will trial, and he refuses to fulfill his end of the bet. Previously, Elder Mo has said that Chao Xiong Laosher's teaching license can be revoked if an associate master teacher speaks up for the case. Against those who are out against him, Xianxia will not let them off the hook so easily. To think that there would be such a matter, Huang Yu frowns. As a teacher, to hold grudges over such a minor affair, even resorting to using the enlightenment will trial to frame your colleagues. He will only soil the name of teachers if he were to remain as one. Elder Mo steps forward. I believe that he doesn't have the qualifications to be a teacher. Go and settle the procedures required for it now. Huang Yu says authoritatively. Yes. Elder Mo nods his head. Turning to look at Chao Xiong, he shakes his head. As an associate master teacher, Huang Yu is of esteemed position, not to mention that she is the daughter of the guild leader as well. With just a few words, she has sealed Chao Laosher's fate. Those who possess the identity of a teacher are respected no matter where they go. If a teacher is stripped of their teaching license, that can only mean that there is a problem with his conduct. With such a track record, no one would employ him no matter where he goes. Hearing the verdict, Chao Xiong collapses onto the floor. His ashen face shrouds in despair. He has spent so much effort just to attain this teaching license. To think that it would be revoked just like that, just because he challenged a trash who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination? I won't accept this. I refuse to accept this. Right? Chao Xiong stands up once more. He looks at Xianxia savagely. Xianxia, you haven't won yet. You scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination and caused a student's cultivation to go berserk. As long as this matter is reported to the teacher guild, after a thorough investigation, you will be stripped of your teaching license as well. Xianxia may have scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, but that is actually an internal examination within Hongtian Academy and isn't authoritative. Even so, if the matter is reported upwards to the teacher guild, and once the matter is proven to be true, he can be stripped of his teaching license because of it as well. Furthermore, he has a case of a student's cultivation going berserk under his records. Just this itself crosses the bottom limits of a teacher. That's right, Xianxia, you need not be gleeful over this. You might have gotten Chao Laosher's teaching license revoked, but you won't keep yours for long either. I will report this matter up to the teacher guild right now and have them carry out an impartial adjudication on the matter. Upon hearing Chao Xiong's angry roar, Shang Bin's eyes light up and flames start to burn in them once more. The relationship between him and Xianxia has already torn asunder. Now that the other party is proven to possess a strong backing, he probably won't be able to live in peace in the academy anymore with him here. Thus, he cannot allow Xianxia off the hook. Furthermore, even the goddess is speaking up for him now. If he allows himself to be beaten without making a move, how can he lift his head in the future? Shang Bin glares at Xianxia as cold intentions emanate from his gaze. Aren't you incredible? Lu Yang's trust level in you exceeds 60? The Wang clan urges you to accept Wang Tao? Things might be going well for you now, but let's see how you will fare after you lose your teaching license. Let's see what rights do you have to remain in Hongtian Academy, and what rights do you have to teach your students. Xianxia Laosher's capabilities and morals are indeed doubtful. Associate Master Teacher Huang Yu, Elder Mo, the words that the both of them speak of are true. This Zhang Laosher has driven the cultivation of a student berserk, and he has scored a 0 in the previous teacher qualification examination as well. I hope that the guild can handle this matter impartially and rid the academy of this cancerous tumor. In an instant, Elder Shang Chun regains the glow on his face. With a straightened and dignified stature, he speaks. He might not be able to save Chao Xiong, but he will not allow Xianxia to get away scot-free either. This Hearing the howling of the three, Elder Mo and Huang Yu glanced at one another before turning to look at Xianxia. If what they said was true, the teacher guild would have to look into the matter. If the results of the investigation were in line with their claims, it was quite likely for this Zhang Laosher to be stripped of his teaching license. Seems like I have underestimated them. They are also skilled at using rules to their advantage. He didn't expect that, after suffering so many consecutive blows, they would still be able to make a counterattack. Xianxia frowned. It seemed that regardless which world one was in, some things never changed. If a despicable person were to lay their fangs on someone, they could only await their death. To speak of the truth, the mess that his previous self had left him was indeed troublesome to deal with. If the academy didn't bring it up, he would be safe and he could continue on conducting his lessons. On the other hand, if the academy decided to bring it up, they could report it to the teacher guild and he would face the danger of having his teaching license revoked. If he was stripped of his teaching license, his situation would not be any better than Chao Xiong. Thus, no matter what, he mustn't let them succeed. However, it was a fact that he had scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, and he did indeed send a student's cultivation berserk. This was the doing of his previous self, and he was unable to undo it even if he wanted to. That is to say, the mess that his previous self left him with was potentially his downfall. Even if he was able to nurture powerful students through the Library of Heaven's path from today onwards, it would still be difficult for him to become a master teacher and earn the trust of others. He must find a way to resolve the problem. Rubbing his glabella, Xianxia felt helpless. His transcension was something he had no power over, and he was unable to decide the timeline where he would transcend into. Besides, if not for the failings of his previous self, he would be unable to transcend over as well. Could he just stand idly as they report the incident up to the teacher guild and have his teaching license revoked? Absolutely not. Aren't I unable to explain the reason behind the sudden surge in my strength? What a coincidence. I can make use of this. Just as he was at a loss of what to do, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind and an incredible idea popped into his head. Looking at Shangchan and Shangbin once more, the corners of his lips crept upwards. Since neither of you are willing to leave a path for me, I will be apologizing in advance then. Xianxia, aren't you gleeful? Let's see how you can continue being so gleeful after you are summoned to the teacher guild. Sensing Elder Mo and Huang Yu's hesitation, Shangbin laughed in anticipation. However, before his laughter could come to an end, he caught sight of Xianxia. His hands were behind his back and he looked over hesitatingly, with dilemma reflected in his gaze. There seemed to be something bothering his mind, and he was contemplating whether he should speak of it or not. Why? You want to beg for mercy? Seeing Xianxia behaving in such a manner, exultation filled Shangbin. However, it's too late now. Beg for mercy? Xianxia shook his head. You're thinking too much about it. I am just considering whether I should speak of it or not. Sigh. At this point, he sighed. His frustration and pain, as well as sorrow and dilemma, could be felt from his sigh. All in all, it was clear from his sigh that worries plagued his mind, and that he was a sorrowful man with a story behind his back. Speak of it? Speak of what? Unsure about what he was up to, Shangbin frowned. Forget it, since that is the case. Ignoring his words, Xianxia shook his head. With a bewailing look on his face, he hesitated for a moment longer before speaking. Initially, as colleagues and fellow teachers, for the sake of the reputation of the academy, even if you have done something overboard, I should keep the big picture in mind and let it go. From the looks of it now. At this point, with his hands behind his back, his eyes gazed upwards, seemingly filled with pain. What do you mean? Seeing him sigh and shake his head, the attention of the crowd focused on him. Shangbin and Shangchan exchanged gazes, unsure of what that fellow was up to. What are you putting on an act for? You are about to be fired at any moment now. The fact won't change no matter how superb your acting is. I think he is just intentionally spouting bullshit to divert our attention. Don't be fooled by him. Shangbin harumphed. Scoring 0 for the teacher qualification examination and making a student go berserk were facts about him that everyone in the academy knew. No matter what he did, it was impossible for him to clean the stain off his name. So what if you are eloquent? You are unable to deny these facts. Even if you try to deny it, there are archives of your doings. Let's see how you can round up your story then. Master Zhang, is there something that is bothering your mind? Elder Mo and I are here, so feel free to speak up, Huang Yu said. Indeed. Zhang Xian looked at the other party in commendation as he nodded his head. Putting on an act for so long, what he had been waiting for were these words. Now that she had finally posed the question, he could proceed with the story. Actually, I didn't want to expose this. Zhang Xian shook his head bitterly and a sorrowful expression overlaid his face. Taking 2 steps over to the strength-measuring rock pillar in the center of the hall, he clenched his fist and sent it straight at the pillar. Wang! Light flashed on it and a string of number floated into appearance. 55 ding. He only used half of his strength, but after recultivating the first 3 dawn of his cultivation technique, the Jinqi in his body became even purer, causing his 49 ding of strength to rise slightly. 55 ding? Pishue Realm Pinnacle? If he possesses the strength of a Pishue Realm Pinnacle, then why does the examination reflect his strength as Jinqi Realm? Despite hearing from by Xiao Wangye that Zhang Xian was stronger than him and the crowd had already prepared themselves mentally for it, they were still filled with disbelief upon seeing how much strength he held beneath his fists. Gasps of shock floated in the room as the lower jaws of everyone in the room seemed to be falling to the floor. Fighter 6 Dan Pishue Realm, for every acupoint broken through, 1 strength would be increased by 1 ding. Most people only ended up opening 30 to 40 acupoints in their lives. Even at Pishue Realm Pinnacle, their strength didn't reach such heights. To possess such strength with just a single fist, this clearly showed that he had reached Pishue Realm Pinnacle. But the examination he had undergone before the break clearly showed that he only had the strength of a Fighter 3 Dan Jinqi Realm Pinnacle. For his strength to jump several realms in the duration of a break, this was impossible. This was unheard of, even with the most incredible geniuses in the history of the kingdom. Bewildered, everyone looked at him as they awaited his explanation. During the examination that was conducted before the break, I was only Jinqi Realm. I'm sure everyone is curious to know how I became a Pishue Realm expert all of a sudden. After taking in everyone's reaction, Zhang Xian slowly explained, Actually, my cultivation didn't soar within just a week. Just like everyone else, I trained through the conventional method. Even though my strength did not reach 50 ding before the break, I wasn't too far off from it. You already possessed such strength before the break? No, that can't be right. Back then, during the teacher qualification examination, your cultivation realm was evaluated to be. Halfway through his words, clan head Wang Hong suddenly paused. A thought flashed through his mind and he continued, Hongtian Academy's teacher qualification examination is held under private conditions, and the results of individual teachers are released by the Education Bureau. One wouldn't know how another fares in the examination other than through the results released by the Education Bureau. That means the examination results of you possessing the cultivation level of Jinqi Realm from the Education Bureau is not true. Hearing his words, everyone came to a realization. Regardless of whether it was his teacher qualification examination results or his level of cultivation, they were evaluated and released by the Education Bureau. During the examination, no one else was at the scene. That is to say, it was highly possible that the Education Bureau falsified the results. Before, when I discussed several questions in the teacher qualification examination with Zhang Laosher, not only was he able to answer them clearly, he was able to come up with 7 to 8 answers for each of them. Furthermore, I was unable to come up with some of the answers he proposed. His comprehensive knowledge is indeed worthy of respect. Back then, I was puzzled over how he was unable to score a single mark in the simple teacher qualification examination. Turns out that the results being released were falsified. Shin Bairu suddenly recalled something and interjected. Rage could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Yesterday night, She tested Xianxia, and the other party managed to answer her questions easily. Back then, she thought that it was weird. Now, upon hearing the conversation, she came to a realization. He must have answered those questions correctly, but the Education Bureau didn't give him the marks for it. That was to say, there was nothing wrong with his paper, but the teacher from the Education Bureau marking his paper gave him 0 marks. Why? Why did he do so? It is no wonder that Zhang Laoshe refuses to speak up. After all, you are all colleagues. If he were to reveal the truth, not only will it sunder the relationship among you all, it will affect the reputation of the academy as well. Just for this, he is willing to carry the burden of being labeled as trash. The more clan head Wang Hong pondered about the matter, the more he comprehended and came to a realization of the situation. Didn't you see how Zhang Laoshe was hesitating just a moment ago over revealing the truth? If it wasn't for him being forced to a corner, he might very well have concealed this secret deep in his heart for the rest of his life. Even if he was misunderstood by everyone else, he would bear this burden silently within. In fact, despite all of your efforts to oppress him, all he did was to display his cultivation without explaining a thing. We even had to guess the details of what happened. What was an exemplary role model? What was a non-materialistic and noble teacher? Once the issue of the bias of the academy were to spread out, everyone will start to doubt the authenticity of the results of the academy's teacher qualification examination, and uncertainty will be cast over the other teachers' ability to teach. If that's the case, the academy will descend into chaos. He would rather be misunderstood by others and bear the burden of it by himself silently than to speak of it. This magnanimity and selflessness. An elder from the Wang clan got more and more agitated as he spoke. To think that there would be such a noble teacher in the world. It was laughable that we even thought that he was incapable of anything, and that he was a useless trash. As they spoke, the furious eyes of the crowd turned towards Elder Xianxia. Look at him, then look at yourself. You are both teachers, but why was there such a gap between the conduct of you two? Zhang Laoshe valued friendship, and he would rather take all the insults by himself than to betray his own colleagues. Yet you all... Xianxia was about to go frenzied. The heck? What was going on? What falsifying results? What value friendship? You were indeed Jinchi realm the previous time, and your written paper is a mess. Not getting a single mark at all was perfectly normal given those standards. I personally reviewed the papers myself, so it is impossible for a mistake to occur. How did it turn into me oppressing you? Xianxia, you are really despicable. I dare you to clarify everything up. Elder Xianxia only felt a mouthful of fresh blood swirling in his mouth, ready to spurt out at any moment. Xianxia was shocked upon seeing such a commotion break out. Actually, what I meant to say is that the Education Bureau made a mistake while marking the examinations. Why did the situation get so out of control? All of your imaginations are way too wild. However, cough cough, I kind of like the way things are going. There should at least be a reason for me to oppress him. As the head of the Education Bureau, an elder of the academy, there's no reason for me to oppress a low-level teacher. As expected of the head of Education Bureau, Elder Xianxia swiftly found a dissonance in the situation. There was always a motive and reason behind every action. Given his esteemed identity, there was no reason for him to scheme against an ordinary teacher. Does anything more need to be said about the situation? Your grandson, Shangbin, wishes to aim for the position of the star teacher of the younger generation, but due to the existence of Zhang Laoshe, who possesses an incredible level of cultivation and capability at such a young age, he is unlikely to emerge victorious over him. Thus, in order to prevent such a situation from occurring, you decided to eliminate him from the race. The one who spoke this time was Elder Mo. The more he spoke, the more furious he got, to the point that his beard was being blown into the air by his breath. I might not have concrete proof on this incident, but I have been looking over the situation today from the start to the end. The enlightenment will trial, the bet, and the oppression. Xianxia, you are indeed incredible. To think that I was friends with you for so many years. I, Mo Xiang, must truly be blind. Elder Mo viewed villainous acts and villains with contempt. Due to the words of the other party, he made the journey here today to clean up the scums of the teaching circle. Yet, all he saw was Elder Shang using all kinds of methods to oppress Zhang Xian Laosher. On the other hand, Zhang Laosher kept using facts to prove his innocence. Wasn't it clear that there was a problem here? If even this much was insufficient to prove anything, then wouldn't that mean that Mo Xiang was blind? I can also testify that I saw Elder Shang Chun intentionally oppressing Zhang Laosher with my own eyes. For him to do it so apparently before us, who knows what kinds of methods he resort to behind our backs? One really can't judge a person by his cover. To think that the head of the Education Bureau would commit such atrocities for his grandson. He is a beast. The moment Elder Mo opened his mouth, many people started to chirp in, indignant in Zhang Xian's stead. Elder Shang Chun felt faint-headed and he was on the verge of going crazy. I really didn't oppress him. It's just that he trampled on my dignity today. That's why I am finding trouble with him. If I said that I didn't know much about him before today, only that his standards as a teacher was inadequate, would you all believe me? However, judging by the furious expression of everyone else, he knew that there was no use trying to explain his way out of it. The current him was as though mud had fallen into his pants. It was feces regardless of whether it was true or not. Turning around to look at the one who started all these, Zhang Xian. His hands were still behind his back and a bewailing expression covered his face, as though he was unwilling to reveal this secret. The heck you were unwilling? This was all because of your bullshit. You were the one who were incapable and scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. Why did it suddenly turn into our Education Bureau falsifying your results and me oppressing you? How was this incident in any way related to me or the Education Bureau? Pooh! Unable to suppress it any longer, the fresh blood welling in his chest spurted forth. Humph! To think that you still have to cheek to vomit blood after committing such shameful actions. If it was me, I would have long crashed my head on a pillar to commit suicide. How shameless! How did someone like you become the head of the Education Bureau of Hongtian Academy? Not to mention, he is an elder. There is a problem with his character. I think that we should revoke his teaching license. Upon seeing him spurt blood, not only did no one sympathize with him, their words grew even harsher. How did this happen? Shang Bin and Chao Xiong were dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the winning ticket was in their hands and they were about to achieve victory. How did the situation get reversed so suddenly? What the heck was going on? After spurting out a mouthful of blood, Elder Shang Chun felt more comfortable and his head cleared up as well. He gazed at the surroundings and his hand trembled. Then, looking at Zhang Xian with undisguised hatred, he said, I am unable to vindicate myself of the claim that you scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examination is oppression on my part. However, what about the student who went berserk? This incident happened in your classroom. How are you going to explain it then? You might have millions of reasons and excuses, but a student going berserk in your class is an irrefutable truth. Let's see how you will explain that. Getting Zhang Xian's heart beat. The student's cultivation going berserk was something that had already happened and cannot be changed. No matter how much you try to argue otherwise, no matter how glib your tongue is, it is all futile. Elder Shang Qin knew that no one would believe him no matter how hard he tried to explain the incident with the teacher qualification examination. Even if he were to produce the papers, others would just accuse him of falsifying the papers as well. As such, he decided to bring this entire matter out of the way for now. Zhang Xian didn't know how to respond to his words. Humph! Are you trying to deny the incident? Baiyu Laosher, go and invite Zhao Yanfeng from Lu Sun Laosher's classroom, Elder Shang Chun said. Zhou Baiyu was the teacher on duty whereas Zhao Yanfeng was the student whose cultivation was driven berserk by Zhang Xian previously. How did this student end up in Lu Sun Laosher's class? Upon hearing Shang Chen's arrangement, everyone looked at him in puzzlement. Even Zhang Xian was carrying a face of bewilderment. Based on the memories of his previous self, ever since that fellow's cultivation went berserk, he had never been to his class. As his previous self was too ashamed to look into the matter, He didn't know that he had gone to Lu Sun Laoshir's class. Besides, who was Lu Sun Laoshir? Hongtian Academy's #1 star teacher. Even Elder Mo had said that there was a high possibility of him becoming an associate master teacher in the future. There were countless students who wished to come under his tutelage, so why would he pick someone whose cultivation had once went berserk as his student? Upon going berserk, Zhao Yanfeng's fundamentals are damaged, and originally, he had intended to withdraw from the academy. However, he was noticed by Lu Sun Laoshir, and eventually, he was accepted as his student. After a few months of guidance and nursing, not only is the damage he sustained from going berserk gone, his cultivation has also reached Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Pinnacle, ready to break through at any moment, Elder Shang Chun said. Accepted as Lu Sun Laoshir's student? His luck is way too good. To be able to remove the damage he sustained from going berserk within a short period of time, even inducing a rise in his cultivation level, Lu Sun Laoshir is indeed incredible. Upon hearing Elder Shang's words, the crowd was astonished. Going berserk created great damage to a cultivator, and it was very easy for one's fundamentals to be wrecked in the midst of it. Cultivation was just like building a house. If the fundamentals weren't in place, it was difficult for the building to rise up high. To be able to treat the damage a student sustained from his cultivation going berserk so quickly, and even pull him up to Jushi Realm Pinnacle, this Lu Sun Laoshir was indeed as formidable as the rumors put him out to be. Not too long later, the teacher on duty, Bayu Laoshir, returned with a student behind him. Around 16 to 17-year-old, he had a slim build but spirited eyes. This was the unlucky student who was taught by his previous self, Zhao Yanfeng, Elder Shang. Walking straight up to Elder Shang upon entering the room, he was bewildered to see so many people in here. Zhao Yanfeng, do you recognize this person? Elder Shang pointed at Zhang Xian. Zhao Yanfeng turned around and noticed Zhang Xian. His calm face immediately became agitated. Unknowingly, he clenched his fist tightly, as though trying to suppress the rage in his heart. He is my previous teacher, Zhang Xian. These words seemed to have been squeezed out through gritted teeth. Through his actions, it was clear to see that he still held great resentment against Zhang Xian. However, that was to be expected. When a student learns from a teacher, he places his trust in him unconditionally. That was equal to entrusting his fate as a cultivator into his hands. If the teacher didn't take responsibility for him, that would be equal to ruining his student's entire future. His previous self caused the other party's cultivation to go berserk, nearly destroying his future as a cultivator. This made Zhao Yanfeng extremely hostile against him. If it wasn't for his position as a teacher, he might have already made a move on him. I've heard that he had once caused you to go berserk. Is that true? Seeing Zhao Yanfeng behaving in such a manner, delight surged through Elder Shang's mind as he continued to question him. That's true. If not for Lu Sun Laoshir saving me, I might already be a cripple, Zhang Yanfeng said. Great. Upon hearing his confirmation, Elder Shang didn't continue posing questions to him. Instead, he turned to look at Elder Mo and Huang Yu with a savage expression. Associate Master Teacher Huang, Elder Mo, you should have heard the conversation. Let's not touch on the matter of the teacher qualification examination first. I believe that one day, the truth of the incident will come to light. Instead, let's touch on the matter of him causing the cultivation of his student to go berserk. The victim is here, and if you all have any doubts, you all can continue to question him. Despite being a teacher, he harmed his own student. Just this by itself forms the basis for his teaching license to be revoked. Huang Yu and Elder Mo looked at one another with brows tightly knitted together. What the other party said was true. The responsibility of a teacher was to clarify doubts and lead his students down the right path. Causing a student's cultivation to go berserk was one of the greatest taboo a teacher could commit. Even if they wanted to help Zhang Laoshir, there was nothing that they could do. Zhang Laoshir, what else do you have to say for yourself? If you feel indignant, you can argue your way out. However, you will have to get past this Zhao Yanfeng first. Seeing the two of them remaining silent, Elder Shangchun finally felt as though he had returned the humiliation Zhang Xian had caused him back to him. He turned around to look at him mockingly. So what if you were powerful? So what if you have won the enlightenment will trial? As long as this weakness stays with you, you will lose your teaching license. Without that amulet to protect you, I will be able to do as I please with you. Even if I were to kill you, no one will say anything. Elder Shangchun had brought the victim over, and the victim had already ascertained it to be true. The eyes of the crowd gathered onto Zhang Xian to see how he would respond. Just when everyone thought that he would try to explain the situation and the reasons behind the incident, the young man simply shrugged and said, "Indignant? What do I have to feel indignant about? It is true that I caused his cultivation to go berserk. I knew that you would try to argue your way out. However, Zhao Yanfeng will recount the incident back then clearly." Elder Shangchun thought that the other party would try to defend himself, so he was prepared to refute him. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly came to a realization and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. You admit to it. To think that you would admit to it so readily. Could it be that he had prepared something beneath his sleeves? He was already frightened of the other party at this point. After getting slapped in his face consecutively, there was already a trauma at the back of his mind. Of course I would admit to it. After all, why would I not admit to something that I have done? Zhang Xian nodded his head. Causing a student's cultivation to go berserk was a doing of his previous self. It was impossible for him to argue his way out of it. Rather than wasting time arguing about it here, he might as well just come out clean. The crowd was stunned. His admittance meant that all that was said were facts. If so, the teacher guild would be able to establish this case and strip him of his teaching license. Besides, driving a student's cultivation berserk wasn't something to be proud about. To speak of it so brazenly, where did your self-confidence come from? It is good that you have admitted to it. Associate Master Teacher Huang, Elder Mo, the both of you should have heard it. As a teacher, not only does he feel no remorse over causing a student to go berserk, he even talks about it so brazenly. Such a person is unworthy of being a teacher. Shangchun roared, but before he could finish his words, Zhang Xian stepped forward and waved his hand. Enough! How big of an issue is this for you to keep babbling on about it? You are already advanced in age, and yet you still get excited over minor affairs so easily. Aren't you worried that your heart might be unable to take it, causing you to die just like this? You! Elder Shangchun staggered. You are the one who gets excited easily. Your whole damn family gets excited easily. Zhao Yanfeng, you have been studying under Lu Sun Laosher? You should have improved considerably. Come, show me your punching routine. Can't be bothered with the furious Elder Shang. Zhang Xian turned his gaze towards the young man. Show his punching routine? Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, everyone became stunned. Everyone is concerned about you causing the student's cultivation to go berserk, and yet here you are, trying to get him to execute a punching routine. What are you trying to do? Peculiar expression appeared on Elder Shangchen's face. Punching routine? We are in the midst of investigating the matter of you driving your student's cultivation berserk. Can you not change the topic? Cough cough, Master Zhang. I think it would be better for you to explain the details behind him going berserk. Perhaps your teachings may not be wrong and it is due to some other reasons? Huang, you couldn't help but to remind him of it. There were many possible reasons behind a person's cultivation going berserk. It could be due to the misguidance of the teacher, or the student comprehending the teachings of his teacher inaccurately and cultivating through the wrong method. If it was the latter, the teacher was still partly responsible for the incident, but it wouldn't come down to a punishment as harsh as stripping him of his teaching license. This teacher here, back then, I cultivated based on the method Zhang Laosher imparted me without changing a single bit of it. In the end, my cultivation still went berserk. After which, when I consulted Lu Sun Laosher about it, he said that the cultivation method is wrong, and that one's cultivation would definitely go berserk if one were to cultivate according to it. Aware of her thoughts, Zhao Yanfeng said. He still carried deep hatred towards Zhang Xian. Knowing that this was an opportunity to strip him of his teaching license, There was no way he would allow it to slip by him. Master Zhang. Upon hearing the victim say such words, there were no other possibilities that Huang Yu was able to come up with to absolve him from blame. As such, she could only look towards him helplessly. Try executing a punching routine. Let me see if you have improved. Ignoring the persuasion of the other party, Zhang Xian continued to gaze at the young man. Do as Zhang Laosher says, try executing a punching routine first. Upon his insistence, even though Huang Yu was perplexed over what he was trying to do, she still turned around to instruct Zhao Yanfeng so. Yes, he might not know of Huang Yu's identity, but judging from how respectful Elder Shangchan treated her, Zhao Yanfeng dared not disobey her instructions. Nodding his head, he walked to the center of the hall. Hoo-hoo! The wind whistled along with his forceful fists. That fellow might be young, but the control over his strength was not bad, and he was adept in his battle technique as well. He could be considered a good bud. Not bad. Looks like Lu Sun Laosher has really rid him of the damage he sustained when he went berserk. It is truly not bad for him to possess this level of strength at such an age. Most of those who were in the room were experts on cultivation. Upon seeing Zhao Yanfeng's punches, they nodded their head in approval. Elder Shang Chun secretly sneaked a glance towards Zhang Xian. Since Zhang Xian was the one who instructed Zhao Yanfeng to execute his punching routine, he thought that he would be carefully analyzing his punching routine so as to come up with an excuse for himself. Yet, this fellow had closed his eyes, and a tranquil expression appeared on his face. What is he up to? Question marks appeared on Elder Shang Chen's head. It couldn't be that this fellow knew that he would be unable to find any evidence or excuse to absolve himself of blame and go insane. Is this enough? Very quickly, the punching routine came to an end. Upon seeing that the Zhang Laosher that he hated had his eyes closed, not even looking at his punching routine, Zhao Yanfeng was on the verge of erupting from the accumulated rage as he spat out these words through gritted teeth. Zhang Xian opened his eyes. All right, let's stop wasting time. Since you have already admitted to causing Zhao Yanfeng's cultivation to go berserk with your guidance, and he himself can testify for it, then why don't you just confess to your crime? This way, we can skip on a lot of trouble. Afraid that the situation would go awry the longer this was dragged on for, he said. Calm down. Zhang Xian interrupted his word. Sweeping the surroundings with his gaze, he said, Since all of you are interested in listening to my explanation, then I will explain the incident to you all. Everyone's attention jolted and focused on him, curious to hear what he would say. Even Zhao Yanfeng couldn't resist turning his gaze over. Actually, I intentionally drove his cultivation berserk. Zhang Xian's voice echoed in the room. Ah, intentionally? Everyone stood dumbfounded in their spot. What kind of joke was this? There's no way to go back once you say such words. You will surely be stripped of your teaching license like this. Ha ha! Elder Shang Chun didn't expect that the fellow before him, after making so many mysterious and baffling actions, would actually confess to it so brazenly, even phrasing his words in such a manner. His eyes radiated with excitement. It is good that you have confessed to it. As a teacher, to intentionally guide a student erroneously and putting him in danger, you have truly transgressed beyond what a teacher should ever do. If he isn't stripped of his teaching license, it will be hard to appease the furious masses. Associate Master Teacher Huang, Elder Mo, there should be no problems this time, right? Huang Yu stared at Zhang Xian helplessly. His admittance left her without a single means to help him. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Zhao Yanfeng clenching his fist tightly and gritting his teeth. He glared at Zhang Xian with undisguised hatred reflecting in his eyes as he said, I wonder how I offended Zhang Laosher. For you to find the need to push me off the cliff? I am your student, but you intentionally guided me erroneously, causing my cultivation to go berserk. What kind of resentment do you hold against me? Everyone else seemed to have thought of the same point, and one by one, their gazes turned towards Zhang Xian. Clan head Wang Hong was also starting to contemplate whether having his daughter and son to come under the tutelage of this teacher was a correct choice. So what if his theories were profound and he was proficient in teaching others? What if he suddenly threw a temper and intentionally taught them erroneously? If so, the lives of his children would be doomed. A fighter 1 Dan going berserk could still be saved. However, the more advanced one's cultivation was, the harder it would be to save them when their cultivation went berserk. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back, and the gaze of one who was unable to comprehend the world reflected in his eyes. Sighing, he lamented, "Sigh! Looks like you have yet to understand." Understand. A dark line appeared across Zhao Yanfeng's face. If it wasn't for his weak strength, he would have dashed forward to bash him. Understand what? You intentionally drove my cultivation berserk, and you still expect me to understand? Understand what? Understand death? Do none of you really comprehend? Xianxia looked at Huang Yu, Elder Mo, and the rest of the crowd. Comprehend. The one sentence left the two of them dumbfounded. You intentionally guided someone erroneously. What did you expect us to comprehend from that? Comprehend how you played your student to his death. All right, since none of you can tell, then allow me to explain. Xianxia shook his head. Sweeping the faces of the crowd, he said, I wonder if any of you have heard of the physique known as innate sealed meridians? Innate sealed meridians? Huang Yu frowned. Then, recalling something, she said, I have heard of it. This isn't an innate body type, but a type of disability. Those who possess this type of physique have many points of constrictions along his meridians. As though a river blocked by silt and mud, Jinqi is unable to flow through them easily. Even if one is able to cultivate, there would be a limit to their achievements. Fighter 1 Dan would normally be their upper limit, and Fighter 2 Dan is an impossible goal for them. Hearing this explanation, the crowd nodded their heads. Innate sealed meridians might be a rare physical condition, but there were cases of it. As teachers and leaders of powerful factions, most of them have heard of such a physique. Zhang Laosher spoke of innate sealed meridians. Can it be? Mo Xiang Laosher suddenly thought of something, and he turned to look at Xianxia with widened eyes. Indeed, Zhao Yanfeng possesses this kind of physique. Xianxia nodded his head. Me? I possess innate sealed meridians. Zhao Yanfeng was unable to believe it. That is impossible. I have never felt shackled when I cultivate, so how can I be afflicted with innate sealed meridians? Never felt shackled? Xianxia looked over with a meaningful smile on his face. Then, let me ask you, before your cultivation went berserk, did you feel short of breath when you cultivated in the past? Every time you gather spiritual energy, did you feel as though your entire body was being severed apart? How did you know? Initially, Zhao Yanfeng did not pay any heed to Xianxia's words, thinking that he was just spouting nonsense. However, upon hearing the latter part of his words, his eyes narrowed and his body froze. The words that the other party spoke of were completely true. Before his cultivation went berserk, he did meet with such a problem. Gathering spiritual energy was an exceptionally difficult task for him, and he would feel pain as though his body was ripping apart. All along, he thought it was due him cultivating in the wrong manner. Could it be that it was really due to him possessing innate sealed meridian? It was said that one who possesses innate sealed meridian would feel as though their meridians were shackled, causing their blockages in their breathing. If one were to try to forcefully cultivate, it would generate pain as though their body was being ripped apart. This breathing probably refers to their body. However, he had never told of it to anyone, not even to Xianxia when he was his student. In fact, even his parents were oblivious to it, so how did he know it? Upon seeing Zhao Yanfeng's expression, everyone shuddered. Could it be that what he said is true? Stop trying to force logic in here. So what if Zhao Yanfeng possesses the physique of innate sealed meridian? What does it have to do with his cultivation going berserk? Elder Shang-Chun harumphed. Innate sealed meridians was a disability that one was born with. There was no way to cure it, and those who possessed such problems were fated to be unable to cultivate. Even if Zhao Yanfeng had this kind of problem, he would only lack the potential to become an expert at most. There was no need to intentionally drive his cultivation berserk. You think that it has nothing to do with it? Xianxia chuckled softly. Then, let me ask you, what are the symptoms of one's cultivation going berserk? Going berserk? One's internal energy will go on a rampage and become uncontrollable, causing one to lose his sense of self and going into a deranged condition. At this point, Elder Xianxia stopped abruptly. His eyes widened into perfect circles in disbelief. It can't be that you are trying to use the symptoms of berserk to break through the constrictions in his meridians so as to dispel his innate sealed meridians? How is this possible? He wasn't the only one who arrived at this conclusion. The others have also thought of it, and their mouth opened wide in shock. When one goes berserk, the energy within their body goes out of control. It was true that one was able to execute strength several times beyond what one was capable of usually, but that was a state of derangement. It was easy for one's cultivation to be completely crippled. No one had tried it, and no one dared to actually try to use berserk as a means to overcome innate sealed meridians. Are you for real? If that's true, then you are way too bold. Such a notion will revolutionize the entire world of cultivation. Indeed, Xianxia nodded his head. Then, he turned to Zhao Yanfeng and questioned, "Let me ask you, ever since your cultivation went berserk, have you felt the sensation of your body ripping apart whenever you cultivate?" This. Zhao Yanfeng's body trembled stiffly. With a quivering voice, he replied, I haven't. Back then, he felt intense pain whenever he cultivated, as though his body was going to explode. Yet, after he went berserk, he had never felt such a sensation anymore. Previously, he attributed it to Lu Sun Laosher's guidance. Could that really be the case? When going berserk, the internal energy of one flowing through his body will be incomparably violent, allowing them to exert a might beyond what they are usually capable of. Even though it is incapable of resolving innate sealed meridians, it can alleviate the situation, allowing one's spiritual energy to flow through. Back then, when I induced your cultivation to go berserk, I was trying to solve the hidden problems within your body. Initially, I had prepared some steps afterward to allow your cultivation to go on more smoothly, so that you would be able to reach greater heights. Yet, not only did you leave without bidding me farewell, you even viewed me with hostility. At this point, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Solitude reflected in his gaze. Ever since Zhao Yanfeng awakened from his berserk state, he had never visited to Xianxia's classroom. Even so, he treated him as his mortal enemy, spreading malicious rumors about him everywhere. Even if Xianxia were to seek him, the latter would not have trusted him. Seeing Zhang Laosher's expression, everyone could almost feel the burden and pain he felt in his heart. However, under such pressure, he didn't try to explain himself. Rather, he shouldered it silently, bearing with the mocking of others. In an instant, the figure of Xianxia grew massively in their heart. Rubbish, how can that be possible? Besides, even if it was true, if you explained the situation to him clearly beforehand, Zhao Yanfeng wouldn't have left. Elder Xianxia gritted his teeth. If one was able to control the process, then it wouldn't be called berserk. If I were to inform him of it beforehand, given Zhao Yanfeng's fearful character, do you think that he would be willing to take the risk? Xianxia flung his sleeves. One would become uncontrollable upon going berserk. If one knew that they will go berserk during their cultivation, they would start to feel fearful and cower from it subconsciously, making it hard for them to successfully go berserk. No matter how well you put it, you cannot prove that him going berserk had resolved the issue of his innate sealed body. In any case, I don't believe your words. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Xianxia harumphed. I know that this incident is much too unorthodox and shocking, but it doesn't matter whether you all believe it or not. Xianxia turned around to look at Zhao Yanfeng. I've taken a look just now, and you have already reached Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Pinnacle. You are just a step off to breaking through. If you were to train normally, how long do you think it will take for you to break through? 6 months. Lu Laosher told me that if I were to put in effort, within half a year, it is possible for me to break into Fighter 2 Dan Dantian realm. He was still a little doubtful to the words of this Zhang Laosher. But his tone had become much more respectful, and he answered his question seriously. Mo Laosher and clan head Wang Hong nodded their heads in agreement. They have seen Zhao Yanfeng execute his punching routine previously as well. Given their experience, they could tell that Lu Sun Laosher's judgment was accurate. Zhao Yanfeng's talent could only be considered as average, and to be able to break through within half a year could be considered as good progress. Half a year? There's no need for that. I can help you break through within an hour. Xianxia looked over. An hour? How is that possible? It is hard to tell whether he is even able to break through within half a year, and you said to help him break through in an hour? This. Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone went insane. None of them dared to believe his words. Cultivation, unlike eating or drinking, cannot satisfy one at one go. It has to be done a single step at a time. One can only progress after countless accumulation over time. Even for Zhao Yanfeng, who is already Jushi Realm Wundan Pinnacle, if he isn't able to control the spiritual energy adeptly, he is unable to open up his Dantian. This accumulation is an extremely slow process. Without accumulation of experience over time, it is impossible for him to succeed. Yet Xianxia claimed that he is able to do it within an hour? Even if you wanted to brag, you shouldn't brag about something so impossible. Be careful of your nose reaching the heavens. Why, you all don't believe me? Ignoring the shocked crowd, the corners of Xianxia's mouth crept upwards as he continued gazing at the young man before him. Zhao Yanfeng was hesitant. He felt that what the other party said about him possessing innate sealed meridians was true, but about helping him break through Fighter Wundan in an hour, this was like a dream to him. If he was really able to break through Fighter Wundan within an hour, then this Zhang Laosher was really way too incredible. That would also mean that his decision to induce his cultivation to go berserk to break through his innate sealed meridian was a success, as well as a correct decision. After all, why would a teacher who could help others break through their cultivation realm so easily lie about such a minor matter? Since he was able to come to this conclusion, others were able to as well. Each of every one of their gazes slowly gathered onto Xianxia. I don't blame you for not believing in me. After all, your cultivation have gone berserk once upon listening to my words. Xianxia flung his hand and a look of pity appeared in his eyes. However, if you pass by this opportunity, you will need to take half a year, or perhaps even longer. It's your own choice. Zhao Yanfeng stood on the spot with clenched fists. After a period of time, he lifted his head and determination could be seen in his eyes. Zhang Laosher, I want to give it a try. Just as what Zhang Laosher said, the moment he passed by the opportunity, he would need to take a significantly longer period of time to break through. Once he was a single step behind of others, he would always be a step behind of others. He didn't want to be chasing after the footsteps of others all the time. He didn't really trust the words of the other party. But with so many teachers here, he doubted that this Zhang Laosher would cause his cultivation to go berserk once more. Good. I will rejoice over the decision you made. Nodding his head, Xianxia's gaze swept around the surroundings before retrieving a box of silver needles. Then he instructed, sit down with crossed legs. Don't allow your thoughts to wander. I will use the silver needles to help you open up your acupoints so as to increase the speed of your accumulation of spiritual energy. You just have to try to break into the Dantian realm. All right. With his determination resolute, Zhao Yanfeng didn't hesitate for long before he sat down with crossed legs. Xianxia walked forward and retrieving a single needle, he placed it into one of the acupoints of the other party. At the same time, a surge of Jinqi gushed in. As he cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, his Jinqi was as clear as mineral water. The moment it entered the other party's body, the shackles in his acupoints were immediately broken through. The acupoints of an average cultivator were similar to small holes filled with silt, and the murky Jinqi was similar to muddy water. It was impossible to wash their acupoints clean with Jinqi filled with so much impurities. On the other hand, superior Jinqi was equivalent to clear water. While others might not be able to wash their acupoints cleanly even with 2 years of effort, he was able to do it easily. The moment the acupoints were opened, The surrounding spiritual energy immediately gushed in frenziedly. Hoo. With hands as swift as the wind, he consecutively jabbed another 8 silver needles onto the body of the other party. The 9 silver needles opened 9 acupoints on Zhao Yanfeng's body. The spiritual energy that had been flowing like a small stream in his body instantaneously turned into a torrential river and gushed through his body before gathering at his spiritual sea. Boom! Zhao Yanfeng felt as though an explosion had happened in his brain. The withdrawn dantian in his abdomen was broken through in an instant. As though a massive basin, it accommodated all spiritual energy that came flowing in. Standing up abruptly, Zhao Yanfeng pressed his palm against the strength-measuring rock pillar not too far away. Boom! 150 kilograms. Fighter 2 Dantian Realm Primary Stage. I. Upon seeing the numbers float into appearance, Zhao Yanfeng was stunned. Initially, he thought that it would take at least half a year for him to successfully advance into the next realm. Yet, with Zhang Laosher's assistance, he managed to succeed within a few moments. It seemed that it didn't even take an hour. Thank you, Zhang Laosher. Pada. All of the doubts Zhao Yanfeng had of Zhang Laosher cleared from his mind, and he immediately knelt before Xianxia and kowtowed continuously. In this instant, from the depths of his heart, he was convinced that all the other party did was for his welfare. How could a teacher, who was able to help others break through so easily, teach erroneous theories and cause a student's cultivation to go berserk? To think that he doubted such a noble teacher, even insulting him. He was worse than a beast. He must have been blind then to leave this teacher before to acknowledge Lu Sun Laosher. If a chance presented itself, he would withdraw from his lessons and return back to him. He really broke through? To help a Fighter 1 Dan successfully break through in slightly more than 10 minutes. Surely there's something wrong with my vision? How did he do it just by jabbing a few needles? While Zhao Yanfeng was feeling conflicted and remorseful, clan head Wang Hong, Elder Mo and the others who had taken that scene have their eyes widened and mouth agape as they felt the world around them crumbling. They thought that Zhang Xian was just bragging and assumed that it was impossible for him to succeed. Yet, viewing personally what they deemed impossible occurring, the striking visuals left them on the verge of tears. Looking at the other party once again, this time, their eyes were burning passionately. Back then, when they broke through one Dan, they had to go through numerous troubles and struggles. Yet, looking at Zhao Yanfeng, he seemed to have taken as much effort as it took to eat or drink. Why didn't they meet with Zhang Laosher back then? Zhang Laosher, please accept me as your student. Wang Yan, who came with Wang Tao and the others, walked forward and knelt before him. Back then, he thought that Lu Sun Laosher was the superior one, and thus, he didn't agree with the decision of the clan head and his grandfather. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Laosher helping Zhao Yanfeng break through within 10 minutes or so, he was unable to suppress the temptation any longer. Zhang Xian blinked his eyes. I know that Yenner's talents are average, but I beseech Zhang Laosher not to reject him. The second elder from Wang clan walked out. With a face full of smiles, he continued, as long as Zhang Laosher accepts him, I am willing to be your disciple as well. I'm sure that Zhang Laosher's name will spread far and wide upon accepting a Pishue realm student. No one will dare to doubt you. Second elder, can you have some decency? To think that you would try to bargain and do a buy one get one free. How shameless. The grand elder flung his sleeves and looked over respectfully. Zhang Laosher, ignore them. The second elder is lacking in decorum. Cough cough. How about me? I am a Pishue realm pinnacle expert and I would like to acknowledge you as my teacher as well. If you find it inconvenient due to my identity as an elder of the Wang clan, I can always retire. What is there to compete about? Each of you are already old enough to be his grandfather, and yet you still want to acknowledge him as your teacher. Don't you all feel embarrassed? Not expecting the grand elder and second elder to act so shamefully, clan head Wang Hong reprimanded them. Upon being reprimanded of the clan head, the faces of the two flushed in embarrassment. Indeed, they were no longer young and their bone structure have already solidified. It wouldn't be an easy task for them to break through. Wang Tao and Wang Yen turned to look at the clan head in reverence. Do you see that? Our clan head has self-restraint and wits, being able to see through the crux of the problem with a glance. However, before they were done revering him, they saw clan head Wang Hong turning around to look at Xianxia with a bundles of smile. Zhang Laosher, I am still young, just 42 this year. Can I acknowledge you as my master? Xianxia. Everyone else. Cough cough. Let's talk about the matter of acknowledging masters in the future. In the end, Xianxia had to speak up to stabilize the chaotic situation. Turning towards Zhao Yanfeng once more, he asked, Do you still think that I caused your cultivation to go berserk because I am incapable of teaching? I beg of Zhang Laosher to forgive me for repaying your grooming with ingratitude. Zhao Yanfeng hurriedly kowtowed to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, turning around to look at Elder Shangchen, he asked, Elder Shangchen, do you still have anything else that you would like to say? Elder Shangchen's face stiffened. He was unable to explain the issue with the teacher qualification examination, and now that everyone believed that Zhang Laosher sending Zhao Yanfeng's cultivation berserk was to help him, what else could he say? His face was slapped on once more. Furthermore, it was the type that causes a swelling instantly. Impossible, impossible. How can he help others to break through so easily? By the side, Chao Xiong seemed to have gone dim-witted. His eyes were filled with confusion. This Xianxia Laosher had entered the academy at the same time as him, and all along, his results were superior to his. When did he become so incredible? Furthermore, to be able to help others break through so casually. Even the elders and principal of the academy weren't capable of such a feat. How did he accomplish it? Chao Xiong Laosher intentionally slandered his colleagues, proving that he is lacking in ethics as a teacher. I will report this up to the teacher guild for them to revoke your teaching license. At the same time, the 100 god-slaying flogs will be carried out now. With the issue settled, Elder Mo waved his hands. Yes, Chao Xiong gritted his teeth. Even though he was unwilling to accept it, he knew that his fate was already sealed. Shang Bin, as a teacher, for your own benefits you intentionally framed another teacher. Your teaching license will be suspended until further notice. After dealing with Chao Xiong, Elder Mo looked over at Shang Bin and Shang Chen. As for Shang Chen, as an elder, the head of the Education Bureau, not only did you not spare a consideration for other teachers, you intentionally made things difficult for them, even altering the results of the teacher qualification examination at your whim. You will be stripped of your position as an elder and the head of the Education Bureau. The issue will be reported to the Teacher Guild, and a verdict will be passed down on your conduct. The elders from the Teacher Guild were of similar positions to the leaders from the Ministry of Education in Zhangxian's previous world. They possessed the authority to revoke the position of the teachers of an academy. Elder Mo, seeing how we were friends for so many years, please spare me. Upon hearing the punishment, Shang Chen hurriedly said. At this moment, he felt his world crumbling. He was the one who got Elder Mo here. The initial intention was to have him strip Xianxia of his teaching license, yet he only managed to crush his own legs with the boulder he moved. In the end, he was the one who was fired. Can the situation not be so damned? It's all your fault, you spoiled brat. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Looking at Shang Bin, he couldn't help but want to rush forward to send 2 kicks towards him to alleviate his rage. If not for this fellow being so adamant to bring trouble onto Xianxia, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Now, not only did the other party get away scot-free and he was relieved of his duty, most importantly of all, his reputation was in the gutters. It was to be expected that once the news of him oppressing other teachers and changing their results on a whim spread out, he would become a hated figure, one scorned by everyone else. He did not do it, but someone had to believe his words first. Of all people, you choose to do your own grandfather in. Spare you? Elder Shang, it is precisely because of our years of friendship that I have already spared you of your dignity. Otherwise, if I were to report you of oppressing your colleagues to the Teacher Guild, it is likely that you would be stripped of your teaching license as well. Elder Mo harumphed coldly. You better keep yourself in check from now on. Elder Shang knew what the other party was saying was true. Weakness surged through his body and he slumped onto the floor, sorrowful as though he had lost his parents. Zhang Laosher, we have troubled you today. For such a scum to appear among the teachers is a negligence on the teacher guild's part. After dealing with the trio, Elder Mo turned to look at Zhang Xian with an apologetic look. Don't worry about it. It is normal for 1 or 2 degenerates to appear occasionally. Zhang Xian waved his hand to show that he wasn't bothered by it. Seeing his attitude, everyone felt impressed with him yet again. Did you see that? That is the magnanimity that a teacher should have. Great. Then I will be returning to the guild to settle these matters. I will make sure to give Zhang Laosher an explanation on the situation, after which, Elder Mo glared hatefully at Elder Shang Chun for a moment before turning around to leave. Zhang Laosher, let's go as well. You still have yet to teach me painting. At this moment, Chao Xiong was being beaten to the point of nearing death. Upon seeing the situation here had been settled, Bai Sun walked up to him with a grin. All right. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian walked out of the Enlightenment Will Tower along with the rest. To tell the truth, he barely scraped past this situation safely. Were it not for the Wang clan, Bai Sun and Huang Yu's timely arrivals, even if he could handle the situation, it would have taken him a lot of effort, especially with the matter regarding Zhao Yanfeng. Actually, he wasn't entirely truthful about his situation. What Zhao Yanfeng suffered from wasn't innate sealed meridians, but innate narrow meridians. Innate narrow meridians, using the words of his previous life, meant that while others are an 8-car lane, you are a bicycle track. With such narrow meridians, it was natural that he would feel his body ripping apart when spiritual energy flowed through. In fact, his speed of cultivation would slow significantly, creating an upper limit onto his future achievements. However, there was an inherent difference between it and innate sealed meridians. The former, innate sealed meridian, was similar to having all kinds of nails along one's path, blocking the flow of spiritual energy entirely. On the other hand, innate narrow meridians, even though one's meridians were narrow, spiritual energy was able to flow through it, allowing one to cultivate without a problem. His cultivation going berserk did widen his narrow meridians, allowing him to cultivate even more easily. That was precisely the reason why his cultivation soared, allowing him to reach Jushi Realm Pinnacle. However, that incident also caused tremendous damage to his body. Jushi Realm Pinnacle was already his limit then. It was impossible for him to break through. In order to make it up for the other party, Zhang Xian made a move to help him break through. At the same time, he also cleared away the trauma his previous self had left in his body, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the very least, after this incident, no one would use this berserk incident against him anymore. As for how he successfully helped Zhao Yanfeng break through, actually the theory behind it was simple. After flipping through all the books in the Compendium Pavilion, he had already formed the 1 Dan, 2 Dan and 3 Dan of Heaven's Path Divine Art. After cultivating it himself last night, he was well aware of the correct method to breaking through. Furthermore, given the superior quality Jinshi in his body, it wasn't a difficult task for him to guide the other party to walk on the correct path to break through. From now on, I am no longer in danger of being expelled. With the burden off his heart, he heaved a sigh of relief. After transcending over, he had been in danger of expulsion. Even after he accepted several students, he still felt as though there were ominous clouds looming over him. However, at this moment, this threat had been entirely removed. Walking out of the Enlightenment Will Tower, he gave permission for Wang Yan to listen in on his class, just like Wang Tao, and only then did the Wang clan leave. As for Zhao Yanfeng, he stared at Zhang Laosher. Clearly, Zhang Xian's capabilities have moved him, and he hoped to be accepted under his tutelage once more. However, Zhang Xian immediately rejected this suggestion. What a joke! I am a transcender with a golden finger, someone who will become a Mingshi sooner or later. If I allow people to come under me and leave as they please, wouldn't that trample on my dignity? My previous self had left you berserk, whereas I have made it up to you by helping you break into Fighter 2 Dan. Our grudges have been settled, and I don't want to touch on that ever again. Rejected by Zhang Xian, Depression reflected on Zhao Yanfeng's face. However, after a while, he seemed to recall something and resolution appeared in his eyes once more. Turning around, he followed behind Wang Yan and left. Huangyu Xiaojia. May I know how one becomes an associate master teacher? Walking along the way, Zhang Xian couldn't resist asking her. After this incident, he realized that the only way to create his own place in this world, and to not be trampled over by others, was to become a master teacher. To become a master teacher, one had to become an associate master teacher first. Associate master teacher is more like a way to address someone. Unlike master teacher, one doesn't need to be assessed for it. It mainly depends on luck. As long as a master teacher has set his eyes on you and invites you to be his assistant, then you are already considered an associate master teacher. Huang Yu explained. Oh, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Actually, this associate master teacher was similar to the associate professors in his previous life. Even though they did not wield true authority and they were more like a spokesperson, they represented the dignity of a master teacher and possessed esteemed standing in society. You are an associate master teacher, then that bookstore. Zhang Xian looked at her doubtfully. He was astonished to hear that Huang Yu is an associate master teacher. Previously, when he saw that she was able to freely walk in and out of Master Lu Chen's residence, he knew that her identity was extraordinary. Just that, he didn't expect her identity to be so extraordinary. Furthermore, as an associate master teacher, her identity was even more prestigious than the elders of Hongtian Academy. There was no reason for her to open a remote bookstore in the market. I happened to catch Lu Shi's eye and became his associate master teacher, but as I am still way too young, I require some experience so as to better earn the trust of others. As such, I listened to Lu Shi's orders and chose a packed commercial city to open a small store so as to nurture my character. At the same time, I am also able to read more and become more knowledgeable. Huang Yu explained. Shi is similar to Lao Shi, just a shorter version. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Peering into the truth of matters was a field of knowledge by itself, and building rapport was a skill with great depth. Never underestimate small shop owners. Sometimes, these were the people who have the greatest understanding of human personality, unrivaled even by experts and academics. Sometimes, the best way to understand human nature and temper oneself was to go to the very bottom. As the daughter of the Teacher Guild's leader, Huang Yu was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. The reason why Lu Shi had asked her to do so was to groom her, as well as to give her more worldly experience. After chatting for a while, he gained a certain degree of understanding towards master teachers and associate master teachers. In this world, the path of teachers was highly respected. Teachers were highly regarded, even much more so than in his previous life. What apothecary, blacksmith, appraiser, of the numerous occupations in the upper 9 paths, none of them could compare with master teachers. However, that was to be expected. Whether it's about cultivation or any other occupations, one required a teacher to guide them along. If one didn't even respect their teachers, how could they possibly improve? Right, what is Master Lu Chen testing you all on? For you all to have to study under me? After comprehending the social position of teachers, Zhang Xian listed another one doubt that was lingering in his head. Bai Sun was the young son of Zhenan Wang, whereas Huang Yu was the daughter of the guild leader of the Teacher Guild. Not to mention that she herself was an associate master teacher. Logically speaking, given their social positions, there shouldn't be any need for them to be tested by anyone else. Master Lu Chen has a painting that he has hidden for countless years called the Ink Daylily Canvas. The both of us want it. That's why Master intentionally set such a difficult question to evaluate us. Huang Yu explained. Ink Daylily Canvas? Zhang Xian frowned. The one drawn by the master painter Mo Qinzi. Ink Daylily Canvas? Neither of you two understand paintings. Why would you want it? In the books Zhang Xian looked through in the compendium pavilion, there were many records of this Ink Daylily Canvas. It was said to be an artistic treasure left behind by a master painter a century ago. It was an incomparably valuable painting. It is a gift. Huang Yu blushed. Gift. Zhang Xian came to a realization. She and Baisun had set their eyes upon this ink daylily canvas at the same time and requested Master Luchun for it. The master agreed to gift it to them, but the prerequisites for it was that they had to pass his test first. The supposed test should refer to appraisal of paintings. Master Zhang, you have such deep understanding of painting, capable of seeing through the problems in it with just a glance. Can you teach us? Baisun stared expectantly at him. Indeed, please teach us. Huang Yu also looked over. Teach you too. The reason why he was able to appraise those paintings was due to the help of the Library of Heaven's Path. In reality, he didn't know a single thing about paintings, so how could he teach them? Looking at the expectant gazes of the two, Xianxia awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of what he should do.